of January 27th City Council to order. And I would ask that the audience turn off their phones or set them to vibrate so that we can have full attention here. Councilmember Snell, could you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Everyone stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And Councilmember Zernitskaya, could you read the land acknowledgement? Thank you.
The city of Santa Monica is located on the land of the Tovangar. With great respect, the city acknowledges the Gabrielino Tongva as the first people of this ancestral and unceded territory of Curavanga, a village that we know as Santa Monica. We honor their elders, past and present, and the Gabrielino descendants who are part of the Gabrielino Tongva tribes. We recognize that these peoples are still here, and as settlers and Kuyam guests, we recognize our responsibility and obligation to care for their land in partnership with them. The City of Santa Monica commits to work in partnership with the Gabrielino Tongva people to uplift their voices and visibility on their ancestral land.
Thank you. So before we get started, does anyone have any Levine Act disclosures, announcements, et cetera?
Mayor, can I do the roll call quickly?
Oh, absolutely, sure.
Councilmember Negrete?
Here.
Councilmember Hall?
Present.
Councilmember Raskin?
Here.
Councilmember Snell?
Here.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick is currently absent. Mayor Trosas?
Here.
And we have a quorum.
Great. So in terms of agenda management, items 4C and
Go
11B.
back to Levine Act disclosures.
Sorry, I didn't see anyone. Does anyone have any Levine Act disclosures
Or other recusals?
or other?
So recusal should be given right before the item is taken.
Okay, so no Levine Act disclosures. Okay.
Thank you. Oh, sure.
I don't know if this is the appropriate time to ask for agenda management.
Yeah, I think we have a few items to make a motion on for agenda management, including, I think, your item being heard. Is that the one?
No, I was going to ask if closed session could go at the end of the meeting, but I'll let you, I don't know if that's already going to be made.
Okay. I'm going to make a motion for agenda management, and then if anyone wants to make any amendments or substitute motions, we'll take that at that time. Items 4C and 11B have been pulled at the request of staff. And I would also make a motion and ask for a second to reorder the following items, along with item 1, general input and comments on the special agenda items. I would ask that we hear public comment on 16I, the One Samo People's Academy. And then I would also ask that we present the mayor's highlight before item 2, as we have staff here for that. After item 2, we would hear the city manager's report with item 16I. And then after the consent calendar, we would hear item 12A, yield right-of-way, and we would give priority to a group of students.
I'm sorry, I believe the students who initially asked for priority are.
Yeah, that's the last one I was saying.
I don't believe they're present, so they did not sign up.
Yeah, we would give priority to a group of students to comment on item 1, but you're saying they're not here.
No, so if they appear later in the meeting, we can raise agenda management, but for now, since they're not here, I would not include that in the motion.
Okay, and that would be my motion.
Second.
And I'm sorry, Councilmember Negrete asked that closed session be heard at the end. Does the motion include that?
Can we add that to it, or I don't know if you guys are amenable, you want to take that vote separately?
Let's take the first vote and then we'll take the second vote.
Okay.
Just because I think that there are people who are coming at specific times.
Okay, so Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick is still absent, Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
and Mayor Trosas.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Yeah, I'm in the queue. I'd like to move that we hear closed session at the end of the meeting, just to respect the public's time. I know we have a lot in closed session. If I can get a second.
If I could just speak to it, I know that there are some people who were
planning to speak later on the assumption that closed session would go late tonight. So I like the idea. I feel a little bit awkward seconding it just because I know that for sure there are people who were structuring their schedules on the assumption that they would come speak at like 8 or 9 o'clock tonight.
Okay.
Or later.
I tried.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
Okay.
Mayor, do you think folks would be amenable to maybe moving some of the closed session to the end and maybe not all of it? I don't know how Councilmember.
City Attorney, are there any items that you think are urgent that we could hear and limit the scope of the closed session so as not, because I think the timed agenda, as people were talking to me about coming to the meeting per what Councilmember Raskin just stated, we had gone off of this timed agenda. So are there items that we could move?
I think one option that you have is to stop at 8:30 or 9, whichever you prefer. And if there are items that you have not completed, we could move those to the end of the
Okay.
end of the meeting.
I think that sounds like a good compromise if anyone wanted to make a motion.
That motion. So I move that we stick to the timed agenda and that we don't go past, is it 8:30 PM in closed session?
I believe.
And any items that are going to go past that time would be moved to the end of the meeting.
I'll second.
Hold on one second.
Okay.
Oh, wait,
I
hold
think
on,
that was
hold
a
on, hold
second.
on. Closed session is stated to go until 9 o'clock. Currently, we have it going from 6:50, estimated from 6:50 to 9 PM. If we want to make a motion to come back at 8:30, that's fine.
I'd like to make a motion to come back at 8:30.
Okay,
I'll second.
okay.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick. This is a motion to hear.
To limit closed session to 8:30.
Yes.
Councilmember Snell.
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Yes.
And Mayor Trowsis.
Yes,
Motion passes.
great. Thank you so much. So that's it for agenda management. We'll now move on to general public input and comment on special agenda items. And I believe that we have, sorry, clerk, I can't tell. How many comments do we have on that? 11, 12? 12?
We have 13, including 3 callers.
13, including 3 callers. Great. So everyone can request up to 2 minutes on that. And I will call the names and then call some more. And if everyone can come up quickly, we have a very full agenda and we want to get to the items. Bridget, 11. Matthew, Verena, Jerry Rubin, Lawrence Cohen. And just state your name for the record when you come up to make your comment, and you can roughly go in that order. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bridget McBride, and I represent a growing body of East Venice residents, 617 and counting, that have been experiencing a huge increase in prop planes circling above our homes this past year. The loud, often old prop planes take off from Santa Monica Airport one after another with barely a break between them. They cut across our neighborhood at low altitudes, accelerating quickly, banking tightly south and then east and back through our neighborhood to Santa Monica Airport, only to repeat this pattern for hours on end. The loud, obnoxious, continuous noise coming from a succession of planes is significantly affecting our lifestyle, our sense of well-being, and our long-term health. Our collective experience is substantiated by some pretty big numbers. According to the FAA, the Santa Monica website airport, 2025 experienced a 38% increase in total flights, but that's only part of the story because 100% of that increase are local flights, the ones that perform touch and go and pattern flying only above East Venice. That translates to 20,000 more flights circling East Venice in 2025 than 2024. October had 8,296 total flights, almost 5,000 of which were circling above East Venice. We're here today to ask that the City of Santa Monica divert some or all of this new traffic to Santa Monica airspace. East Venice should not have to bear the brunt of this dramatic increase. It's not fair, it's not safe, it's not sustainable for those of us living in East Venice. And we thank you for listening, and we hope to work with our wonderful neighbors in Santa Monica for an equitable solution.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Matthew Morose. I also live in East Venice. Bridget covered the human impact, but I also want to focus on what this data means and what it looks like. FAA data shows that Santa Monica Airport operations are up about 38% year over year. The key detail is in the mix. Local training operations are up roughly 102%, while itinerant traffic is essentially flat. So October 2025 was the high water mark at roughly 8,300 total operations, and this is what it means on the ground. You're not seeing a plane passing once, you're seeing a repeated loop. The density of the lines in this point, repetition stacked on repetition. Many of these training aircraft are older piston planes burning leaded avgas like it's the 1970s. When activity concentrates over the same residential blocks, the pollution burden concentrates with it. And the pattern is not fixed. When observed tower adjustments for operational needs and runway reversals during Santa Ana wind conditions, the claims that patterns can't be changed don't match real-world operations. Our ask tonight is procedural and constructive. Please agendize this issue for future meetings and create a staff and community task force to develop near-term solutions that reduce repetitive training concentration over our neighborhood. We're asking to be good neighbors, share the burden, reduce the concentration, and work towards a fair solution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, esteemed members of the Santa Monica City Council. Thanks for giving me the floor. My name is Verena, and I'm the mom of 2 little boys, and I live in Venice. And our goal for today is to bring attention to the fact that, as you already heard from Bridget and from Matt, hundreds of houses representing thousands of people, many of which have signed the petition that you've received today, endure intolerable noise, exposure to dangerous leaded avgas and safety concerns, just so that a handful of people from Van Nuys can have some fun over our skies, and that's not okay. The image right here is one example of what we're talking about. This pilot flew over from Van Nuys, went over our heads in the same loop for 28 times with his rambling and rattling old plane from the 50s and then flew back. Therefore, what we're asking for is that the burden be shared. The burden of hearing low-flying propeller planes must be shared between all residents in the greater vicinity of the airport. The argument that flying patterns cannot be changed is flawed, as we've seen by the fact that they do when it's Santa Ana winds or when the SGX jets were introduced. There need to be tighter controls on the types of planes and their altitudes, and the Fly Neighborly program is being cheated. People are cutting corners left and right to evade noise monitors, and the failure to perform controls is setting a dangerous precedent. This has nothing to do with us wanting to deprive any pilot of the right to fly, but you'll have to agree with me that this image, something about it, is very wrong. Residents of Mar Vista and Venice retain none of the benefits. We don't even get any of the meager income that the airport provides to Santa Monica. We get 100% of the negative effects, which are dangerous toxins and living in fear that one day one of these old propeller planes is going to crash over our heads. The one thing that we really want from today's meeting is that the burden be shared and that this topic be made an agenda item for future meetings. Please don't hesitate to reach out with any further questions. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I'm going to call the next 2 names. So Jerry Rubin's coming up. While he's coming up, Lawrence Cohen. Lawrence Cohen, Jonathan Foster, Austin Stam, Hajar, Robbie Jones, Mike Feinstein.
Thank you very, very much. Jerry Rubin, Santa Monica. Thank you, Mayor Tarosis, Mayor Pro Tem Zwick, honorable council members, city manager, city attorney, city clerk, honorable police officers, firefighters, and fellow Santa Monicans. No need to remind you today is International Holocaust Remembrance Day, lest we ever forget, and we should never forget. Also, I got a notice, and I think it's very important because I think in one sense, we all live in Minneapolis now. So there will be a peaceful demonstration starting in the Palisades Park on Saturday, February 7th, starting 10 a.m. at Montana and Ocean Avenue. Then there'll be a march up Montana and over and down Wilshire, ending at the St. Monica statue. So I urge all of you to help spread the word and come out and peacefully and passionately protest in memory of Renee Good and Alex Freddie. Very sad situation, and we all have a responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lawrence Cohen. 1 in 6 American women are raped between the ages of 18 and 24. And most of them, 90% actually, never report it because of the shame and the stigma. Well, I'm here to say that Santa Monica is going to be a very special place on April 12th. We're going to have the first ever denim run in the world. And basically what it's going to be comprised of is a run on the beach and a wellness festival on the Santa Monica Pier. And the sum total of those activities is to empower women who have been sexually assaulted and to help in the healing process. I'm thrilled to say that on the way over here tonight, the Santa Monica UCLA Rape Treatment Center has come on board to be one of our prime exhibitors on the pier. And all the activities on the pier are going to be about healing. And so I also want to mention that it's not only women that are assaulted, men, children, LGBT. In fact, if you ever go to the Rape Treatment Center, you'll see that they have a whole separate facility for children, and it's heartbreaking. So what I'm here to say is that the best way to fight evil in the world is to make energetic progress in the good. That's from the I Ching. So I'm going to hold up this sign for you all to see. My hope is that the council, I know times are tough financially, but I'm hoping because we're doing everything we can to highlight Santa Monica-based businesses, I hope you can find some discretionary income to make all this possible, because it's a first-year event, it's the first in the world, and I got my 2 minutes. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Jonathan Foster, Austin Stam, Hajar, you don't need to go in order. You can just come up and say your name.
I have slides. I don't know. Is it possible to pull those up or no? Oh, thank you. My name is Austin Stam. I have mild cerebral palsy, ADHD, and prosopagnosia or face blindness. I'm here today because the Santa Monica Council attempted to dismantle the Disabilities Commission. Mayor Tarosis and Councilmember Dan Hall supported the measure. The entire council was invited to the last Disabilities Commission meeting, and none of them attended. Commissioner Gordon said, "I'm really worried about all the units going up. There are no units that we know of that are ADA approved. They are still doing off-site affordable housing." This is the Americans with Disabilities Act homepage. You can see the people with disabilities. It's been papered over by the new administration with the American flag. We need our voice to be heard and representation during this time of increased animosity toward people with disabilities from our government. If you look at the recordings on the website, it says there was no quorum met for that meeting. Why not? Alex Elliott, the chair, says going back years when we were one seat away and multiple members would have signed in because they had disabilities that prevented them from coming in person, because you have to be in person to participate in the commission. Here's Commissioner Azaria saying, can other commissioners attend the meeting virtually? I had a medical condition, so I couldn't come. I'm still under treatment. She was told by the staff that there was no accommodation possible. There should be a reasonable accommodation for commissioners with disabilities. This is the mayor last year when she was a council member, because all council members can attend their meetings remotely. Why can't this be afforded to commissioners with disabilities? That's what's needed. Thank you.
Thanks. Sorry, just to a point of personal privilege, we actually contacted the Daily Press, but that reporting was inaccurate. I'll just speak for myself. I stated at the meeting that I voted no because I was against the nepotism policy, was definitely not against the Disabilities Commission. So I do want to clarify that. The Daily Press did not preneur traction. I wish they would have, and I don't know if Councilmember Hall wants to say anything. But we appreciate what you're saying.
Likewise, my vote no is against the nepotism policy that was changed. I did float combining the Disabilities Commission, and if you watch my remarks, you'll understand why I did that, but ultimately realized that my council did not support it, and so I backed off from that. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Jonathan Foster Hajar, Robbie Jones, Mike Feinstein, in any order. Thanks.
Hello, Jonathan Foster. I'm giving the State of Jonathan report. If you can see this picture, this is a guitar and a mixer board that was stolen out of my extra space storage right here in Santa Monica, and all of a sudden I couldn't go out the 3rd Street Promenade. I had to search around for another guitar and stuff, and so I did finally make it out to sing the original music. So that was a song that I wrote when I was 15, but a guy I wrote songs with, he took my song and then he came up with that. It's a really cool song. It's the best love song ever written. I wanted to say thank you to the people in Santa Monica that have supported me, donating on 3rd Street Promenade, starting playing drum set when I was 3. I'm 55, in place I was 3. Complete natural. There's nobody musical in my family. And my mother said that if he wanted to speak to me, she had to turn the music off. So I want to give some more comments over the coming city council meetings this year, expressing my debilitating attacks that have happened to me, has prevented this. One of them being this guitar that was stolen, the bass, and a mixer board. And on my storage locations at Extra Space Storage, there are these scratches by the clasps and the locks, all these scratches, and they're the same scratches on my Dodge Caravan. And this person opened up my passenger side door and has scratched the same scratches on the inside of my passenger door. I've been doing the other thing I wanted to say at this time, and I'll be talking more about this, is I'm enduring continued harassment from the Legion security team, telling me F you, shut up, angry stares. Yeah, so I'll be talking more about this. God bless.
Good evening. First of all, I want to say that. First of all, I want to say thank you for everyone that came out tonight to help us celebrate 100 years of Black History Month. I really want to thank Dr. Carter Wilson for Woodson for creating it and initiating it back in the 1900s. I just think this is a year of celebration, commemoration, and all of that. That is what he created it for us to recognize the contributions of Black Americans. So saying all that to say I'm a little bit disappointed, or rather a lot disappointed, in the fact that our Land Back Reparations Task Force created by our DEI team is now being changed to a restorative justice task force, which will be completely changed from, and not even, I think council initially had asked us to come forward with a report. A lot of us sat on that task force, many months, hard, agonizing work that is now being thrown down the drain and not recognized. That's not showing our contributions. That's not showing appreciation. And I really not like to see it go forward. I would like to see us present the report to council as we were asked to do, because there was a lot of work that went into that. And, you know, there's a lot for us to learn. So moving forward in a positive direction, can we do that, please?
Ma'am, I'm sorry. Could I get your name, please? Robbie Jones. Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. Hajar, Mike Feinstein, Goli, Golnaz.
Good evening. Where's all the research that the council-formed Reparations and Land Back Task Force volunteered their time to produce? Why hasn't the harms report been shared with the council and the community? Will you even compensate those task force members? My hope is that all Reparations and Land Back Task Force members and subcommittees are valued for their commitment. Let their work be presented. The destruction of the Ebony Beach Club, the Belmar Triangle, and business districts and homes of Black Americans were not incidental. It was part of a deliberate pattern of racialized displacement designed to eliminate Black community spaces and consolidate white economic control in Santa Monica. As we celebrate 100 years of Black American history commemorations, my hope is you honor our Santa Monica ancestors and what is right versus what may appear lawful.
Thank you.
Somebody forgot your pen? No? All right. 2 minutes. So I've been coming to speak to you guys for the last several months, asking that those people who don't want to see a great park on all the land at Santa Monica Airport are honest with the community about what they're asking. And I've spoken against them misappropriating the term great park, saying that that's what they're for, when we know that if they are able to develop a large portion of the land at the airport, we will be forced to pit different needed open space uses, fields versus other uses there, and that would degrade the great park. Well, now they are trying to gaslight our community by the ballot measure that they've handed in, saying their ballot measure should have the name Great Park on it. And it is up to our city attorney's office to give an appropriate title and summary. The irony here is many of us know that they put getting the park in great danger legally and politically if they move now instead of waiting for the land to be fully into our hands in 2029. And one of the key proponents of that ballot measure said the reason they're not waiting is that the community would feel something's going to be taken away from them once the park comes into public use. Hello? Yes, that's the point, and that's why you don't get to call it a great park. Because the great park is a non-commercial public space for everybody. And if your ballot measure is going to change that, you have every right to argue for that, but you do not have the right to call it a great park in your petition signature when you're going out to get signatures for a ballot measure that would degrade our park. And I am begging the folks in city government who will name that measure with title and summary not to allow that kind of gaslighting on the residents of this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Gail Golnaz, Denise Barton. Gail Golnaz, or sorry, Goli Golnaz. Sorry, my apologies.
Thank you. That's okay. Hi, how are you? Thank you. My name is Golnaz Goli. First of all, I wanted to thank the City of Santa Monica for all you do for all of us. Thank you so much. I thank you from all of us. We can't thank you enough. You're doing a wonderful job, and I don't think you hear that enough. Thank you. Also, I wanted to ask all of my fellow Santa Monicans and my City Hall to please support the people in Iran right now. Forgive me, I don't mean to make anyone sad, but for the last couple of weeks, they have turned off all the lights and the internet, and they are just non-discriminately just killing regular human beings, and all because they want their civil rights, and it's God-given human rights. Forgive the glasses, I just had eye surgery. I just wanted to share with you that what everyone in Iran is chanting in the streets is, may I? Yeah. Reza Shah, he's the son of the late Shah of Iran, King of Iran. And if I may share one of these posters with you here at the City Hall, so that the support I'm asking for is prayers, because I believe that prayers are the second strongest next to God in this world. And I'm asking my community to please join me in prayers of justice for everybody in Iran, and prayers for peace on earth for everyone. And I thank you for this time. Thank you. And Javid Shah, this is Reza Shah, the son of the Shah, the younger gentleman. And this is our future king. And please pray with us that he can come home soon and take care of everyone there. And I love the city of Santa Monica and everyone here. Thank you for everything you do. God bless you all and everyone you love. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Tonight I'd like to touch on the transparency you all sitting of the claim the city has. I've made 2 records requests, one for the list of applicants for the city manager's position, to which I was told there was no list. Then I requested the names of the person interviewed virtually and in person for the city manager's position, to which I was told there were no names. I pushed a little more and went up to the city attorney's office, to which I received a letter stating that there is a list of names, but that all records are being withheld due to confidentiality. I can understand the position during the process before the city manager was chosen, but not after employment has been established. Didn't the taxpayers pay for the city manager's search and interviews? If so, might it make you look like you picked the dirtiest person for the city manager who would allow you to continue with your criminal activity? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the phone. Mike Montgomery.
Okay, Mitchell, if you can bring the 2 callers in. We just announced Mike Montgomery's name. I see. Mr. Montgomery's call dropped. We'll try to get him back. Next caller is Stephen Price for 2 minutes. Mr. Price, if you can try to unmute yourself. We're not hearing Mr. Price, Mitchell. Okay, let's try Mr. Montgomery.
Is Justin Nelson still in the queue as well?
Mr. Nelson has not called. We do have, Mayor, the group of students did arrive and sign up. If you want to give them priority, and we'll see if we can bring the callers in.
Sure. So we did give priority to a group of students to comment during item 1. If they'd like to come up now, I don't necessarily have their names, though. You're going to have to call them.
Okay.
Do we have their names?
Yes, I'm pulling it up. Okay. Okay, our first speaker is Lanikai Parker. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. I'll read the names. So Lanikai Parker, Nev Garcia Langley, Sashana Lindsay, Judisma City. I apologize if I mispronounced that. Andrew Lau, David Johnson.
So if you're here, you can come up to the mic and we'll take you in whichever order you want to announce yourselves. That would be preferred. Yeah, please come to the mic.
So that was Lanikai, Nev, Sashana, Judisma, Andrew, David, and David.
Hello, City Council. My name is Lanikai Parker. I'm here as a concerned community member as well as a co-leader of Santa Monica High School's Environmental Club Team Marine. I want to urge the City Council to formalize a citywide policy that prohibits any future spending on new synthetic turf installations. Memorial Park has shown that natural grass is the preferred choice for our residents. By committing to living soil across the city, we uphold our 2013 Sustainability Rights Ordinance and protect our watershed from microplastics and harmful materials that are in synthetic turfs. Synthetic turfs pose many threats to both human and environmental health. The crumb rubber and chemical products easily spread their negative effects through the environment, They are carried by athletes' shoes, they stick to clothes, and they travel through wind and waterways easily. Please support a safer and more sustainable option with natural grass and a no new turf policy. Thank you for listening to the community and choosing a cooler, safer, and sustainable future.
Thank you. Just state your name as well when you comment so we can mark you off. Thank you. We got you. Yeah, thanks.
Dear City Council members and the people of Santa Monica, my name is David Johnson. I'm a junior at Samo High, and I come here as a member of Team Marine to support Memorial Park's redevelopment plan to redesign fields 1 through 4 as natural grass. As a six-year resident and community member myself, I've been using turf ever since the 7th grade. Ever since I've joined Team Marine, I started learning about how artificial turf works and how it affects the people who use them. Artificial turf uses synthetic grass fibers held upright by infilled like rubber, all attached to backing layer. Water drains through it into a compact base underneath so that it stays stable and usable without growing or maintenance. This might sound great until you understand how it actually affects the user and the environment. Artificial turfs are a massive source of microplastic pollution, causing toxic chemicals to be released into the atmosphere, including PFAS and heavy metals. These chemicals also seep into soil, infiltrate waterways, and ultimately increases heated temperatures. And to the parents out there that are listening to this right now, please don't let your children be a guinea pig to corporate experiments. Thank you for your time.
Hi, City Council. I'm Nev Garcia Langley, a sophomore student at Samo High and a leader in Team Marine. As someone with personal experience playing soccer in Santa Monica from the ages of 4 to 14, I can attest to the negative impact of playing soccer on turf. Synthetic grass and rubber crumbs used in turf trap heat inside, making temperatures increase, often getting to heights of over 120 degrees Fahrenheit to 170 degrees Fahrenheit. Even if it's an 80-degree weather day, the qualities of turf make it way worse when you step onto the field. This is my major concern because I myself have played on these fields, and because of the heat that gets radiated from these fields, I have received heat-related injuries. Not just this, but turf fields cause an array of other injuries like heat stroke and dehydration, being some of the most commonly seen conditions from turf fields. I ask that we abandon the turf fields and look for a safer replacement, one that will benefit the people of Santa Monica and the athletes who work so hard during every game. They deserve to play without added threat of heat stroke and dehydration, with so many other things on the line. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Good evening, esteemed council members. I'm Andrew, speaking on items 11C and D. I'm a leader of Team Marine from Santa Monica High School and a concerned resident of the city of Santa Monica. I'm here because artificial turf poses a huge danger to our health and our environment. As artificial turf degrades over time, tiny microplastics and toxic chemicals such as PFAS, a known carcinogen, are released as byproducts that seep into our skin. The crumb rubber balls that comes with artificial turf also tracks on our shoes and clothes, spreading the hazard into our homes. I urge you to adopt the full Sustainability Commission recommendation, which include but are not exclusive to 1, no new artificial turf, 2, existing grass fields stay as grass fields, and 3, when the lifespan of current artificial turf fields end, they are replaced with natural alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sahana Lindsay, and I'm a high school student here in Santa Monica. I'm also a leadership member of Team Marine, and I'm here to urge the installation of real grass in Memorial Park. Artificial turf is often marketed as sustainable due to its low water use, but in reality, it's not truly sustainable. It's made from plastic and rubber, contains toxic chemicals that are absorbed into our bodies, and over time it breaks down into particle pieces that contaminate the environment and make their way into our food. We still don't fully understand the long-term effects of repeated exposure, especially for those who spend hours playing on these fields. However, there's absolutely no reason to take that risk now and discover the consequences later. Santa Monica has been a leader in reducing harmful plastic, and I see this issue as no different, as artificial turf is toxic to our bodies and must be eliminated and replaced with real grass, a healthier and more sustainable alternative. Thank you for your time and for considering a healthier future for our community.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Judishma City, and I am a resident of Santa Monica, senior at Santa Monica High School, and a senior member of the youth environmental activism organization, Team Marine. And I'm here today to urge you to support the Sustainability Steering Committee's efforts to remove artificial turf fields from our city of Santa Monica. As a soccer player for 10 years, from 3rd to 11th grade, I've played on both grass and turf fields, long before I understood the potential health risks that chemicals and carcinogens in artificial turf could have on my body. Not only have I competed on these fields, but I've influenced the love of soccer onto my little sister, who is younger to me by 9 years. She's made me incredibly proud and recently qualified to play in AYSO spring season in her 3rd year of soccer. However, instead of feeling happy to share this love for our sport together, I worry. I worry that the game I passed on to her, the sport that she loves, could be poisoning her body and health with PFAS or forever chemicals which are found in artificial turf and plastics. The scientific evidence does not disappear by simply labeling turf as sustainable. Plastic is not sustainable. I know that you, our city council, and city leaders know this better than anyone. You've helped us eliminate thick and thin-filled plastic bags from the city of Santa Monica. You've supported our initiatives in teaching climate change and plastic alternatives in our elementary schools. So I'm asking you here to continue to honor these commitments to our youth and to the residents of Santa Monica. The health of our future generation relies on the precautions and choices that you make in the present. We all are counting on you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I believe those are all of the minors who wanted to speak on this. Were we able to get the phone?
Yes, we can go back to the first 2 callers.
Great.
Mike Montgomery. Oh, goodness. Okay, Mitchell, we're still not able to hear Mr. Montgomery.
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Montgomery, you have 2 minutes.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. So, whether we're talking about converting a parking lot into housing or the Ocean Avenue conversion projects, I just want to make it clear that I think public opinion needs to be taken seriously and that it's not optional. It's part of the job. And, technical difficulties aside tonight, what we've seen recently suggests that public opinion is not being taken seriously. And, we've shown up in large numbers. We've written, we've spoken clearly, repeatedly, and I think thoughtfully. And yet what I feel is that this council continues to move forward as if that feedback doesn't exist. I don't think any of us are asking for unanimity. We understand that not everyone will agree on every project, but we do expect our concerns to be honestly reflected in the discussion and acknowledged in the final decisions that are being made. And again, right now, I don't think that's happening. It's especially disappointing when it comes to what we've seen from the mayor recently in terms of hiding the ball, knowing about Ocean Avenue, and then lying about it, which we saw come out in the news. And community dialogue is important, and more outcomes that were decided before we had a chance to weigh in are not good. So, I just want to make sure that everyone knows that you're supposed to represent the people who live here. You're supposed to listen to us and our concerns, and I don't feel that's happening. Thank you.
Okay, our next caller is Stephen Price for 2 minutes.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thanks. Good evening. So, I'll just start by, asking those who are a bit uncomfortable with a strong opinion to really buckle your seatbelts. Because here's the deal. Councilmember Jesse Zwick was forced to recuse himself from housing matters in Santa Monica. He cannot discuss them. He cannot vote on them. Everyone here knows that. So explain this to residents, Jesse. Why are you constantly publicly advocating for housing policy anyway? You give interviews. You testify in front of other city councils. We saw that video a couple weeks ago. And you also pump out long social media threads about housing and the mansion tax. And let's be honest, those comments are not about what people here want, but they do align with the interest of your employer. That's the problem. You don't get to be, quote unquote, conflicted inside the city, but a full-throated housing advocate everywhere else, while still holding this seat and telling people that you're a lobbyist and a city council member. Look, no one is saying that you cannot have opinions, and no one is saying that you cannot work in housing. But when you're a sitting council member, you owe us clarity. You owe us transparency about which hat you're wearing, because right now that line is not just blurred, it's a shattered mirror, Jesse. People here did not elect a regional housing spokesperson. They elected someone to represent us, to represent Santa Monica. And if Mr. Zwick wants to push a housing agenda, well, I guess that's fine. But then be honest about who it's for and who it serves, because it's not us. Thanks, Jesse.
And that was our last speaker.
Great. Okay, so that extinguishes the public comment on non-agenda items per our agenda management. We will move to the mayor's highlight. And before I call forward the library staff who we're going to talk about tonight, I want to acknowledge that it's International Holocaust Remembrance Day. So today on International Holocaust Remembrance Day, we pause as a city to remember the 6 million Jews murdered in the Holocaust and the millions of others targeted by Nazi persecution. We honor the lives behind the history, families, neighbors, and entire communities that were destroyed by hatred and indifference. In Santa Monica, a city that prides itself on inclusion and human dignity, remembrance carries responsibility. It calls on us to reject anti-Semitism and all forms of hate, to confront dehumanization when we see it, to stand up for one another, especially when it is uncomfortable or unpopular. We honor the victims and survivors not only by remembering the past, but by the choices we make today, to lead with compassion, to speak out against hatred, and ensure our city remains a place where everyone can live openly, safely, and with dignity. Thank you. And so, as many of you know, it's been important for me and this council to honor the incredible work of our really hard working staff here at the city and to shine a light on the work that goes on behind the scenes. We're up here making decisions, but really knowing about the hard work that's happening with the folks that work every single day in and day out to make our city work exceptionally. And so I want to recognize 3 members of the Santa Monica Public Library team. If you didn't know, we have just celebrated last week the full opening of all of our libraries in Santa Monica. Yes, that deserves some happy hands. We don't need to clap, but happy hands are great. So I want to call up Vanessa Alvarado from Branch and Neighborhood Services, Cheryl Thompson from Collections, Technology, and Patron Services, and Cecile Oreste from Administration and Communications. Sorry to put you on the spot, but we are so proud of you, and we're going to say a few words. Reopening the Fairview branch and Ocean Park branch for full service. You guys can stand over there, and then we'll come into the well and take some pictures. Reopening the Fairview branch and Ocean Park branch for full service 3 days a week after being closed, except for self-service, is a big undertaking, one that the library team managed to implement within a few months. Fairview branch welcomed 284 visitors on Tuesday, February 20th, and Ocean Park welcomed 259 visitors on Wednesday, February 21st, for each of their reopenings last week. As these neighborhoods gain back access to their libraries and library staff, the positive impact for the Sunset Park and Ocean Park residents, as well as for all who visit, is immeasurable. And I just personally want to say thank you as a Sunset Park resident for opening my branch library. Each member that is being honored represents a team of people who ran operations and logistics to get the doors open. From communications and signage to scheduling and hiring staff, from updating the branch facilities to organizing day of logistics, the library team worked together and across divisions to ensure a successful and celebratory reopening. And because of their hard work and dedication to the community, all Santa Monica libraries are open for full service at least 3 days a week for the first time since March 2020. That is truly an accomplishment rooted in our values of humility, integrity, motivation, and care. And as you can see, we have some, do we want to keep showing those? We love the pictures. I think many of us, if not all of us, were able to come, and we so thank you. Did you want to say a few words at all before we come down? No? Okay. Well, we appreciate you, and thank you so much for making our libraries safe and accessible. I think we're, sorry, which one are you? Yeah. Okay, wait. We'll take a picture. Let's go. Show. Yeah.
Thank you, library team.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you want these, oh, ladies.
Okay, item 2, special agenda items, proclamation, 2A is proclamation, Black History Month.
Yes. So I'm going to call up the folks who are here for Black History Month. I think Delana is here to say a few words. I'm going to read the proclamation, and then I think we're going to have Laverne Ross and some groups who have come. So thank you, Delana. Thanks for organizing. And as everyone knows, February is Black History Month. We honor this every year. It's very important to us. And I'm going to read the quick proclamation that we're going to be issuing tonight. Whereas the year 2026 marks 100 years since Dr. Carter G. Woodson and the Association for the Study of African American Life and History established Black History Week, the precursor to the February observance now known as Black History Month, and whereas Black History Month celebrates the achievements and contributions of Black Americans and the Black diaspora, whose economic, cultural, spiritual, and political leadership has profoundly shaped the development of the United States, and whereas this centennial observance is an opportunity to expand public knowledge of Black history on a national and global scale, while also honoring the courage, sacrifice, activism, and accomplishments of Santa Monica's Black communities, whose contributions have enriched our city and advanced the struggle for equality. And whereas in the face of ongoing attempts to erase Black history, and as our nation approaches the 250th anniversary of its founding, we reaffirm our commitment to educating our youth, workers, and communities about the central role Black Americans have played in shaping our nation and the world. And whereas amid continued anti-Black rhetoric and policies, the city of Santa Monica commits to advancing equity, ensuring access to resources and information for Santa Monica's Black communities, and recognizing and encouraging support for Black-owned businesses within our city. And whereas we honor the many Black trailblazers and institutions that have left a lasting mark on Santa Monica, including religious, social, civic, and fraternal organizations, military personnel, educators and medical professionals, judges and lawyers, musicians, artists, architects, domestic workers, caregivers and service industry workers, beauty industry workers, entrepreneurs, public servants, clergy and community leaders, and whereas the City Council has reaffirmed its commitment to equity, acknowledging the need to address past harms, confront present inequities, and build trust through continued engagement with Santa Monica's Black communities, and whereas the observance of Black History Month reminds us that Black history is American history, that all Black lives matter, and that the work of building a society rooted in democratic ideals and justice remains ongoing. We're going to therefore resolve that the month of February is Black History Month in Santa Monica. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. So we have a lot of individuals and organizations here tonight. We're going to honor about 9 of them. But we did have 11 organizations that we want to honor. And these individuals and organizations are examples of the people and organizations that make Santa Monica the great city that it is. And many of the families here have been in Santa Monica for generations and have contributed a great deal to the city. So we're just honored to be here tonight. And I'm going to call up individuals. Lauren, you're around here somewhere. You're going to help me pass out these proclamations, and then we'll have those individuals come forward after Ms. Laverne speaks, but we just want to pass the proclamations out now.
Thank you.
Ms. Laverne Ross. Daryl Good. Laverne Ross is with the Juneteenth Festival. Daryl Good is the president of the NAACP Santa Monica Venice branch. We also have Owita Ship, the president of the Philomathian Charity Club. She's in the back. Do we have anyone from Phillips Chapel tonight? I'm not sure that Reverend Curry could make it, but we have Renee Rice for Greater Morning Star Baptist Church on behalf of Pastor Tyrese Cagle. We have Patsy Cobb, the chairman of the board for Calvary Baptist Church, on behalf of Reverend Mosette. Lauren, did you get Patsy? Miss Patsy? It should say Reverend Mosette on it. They're all in order. Okay, we have Brother Larry Robinson, Sons of Allen, President and Steward of First AME Church, Santa Monica, on behalf of Reverend Carolyn Baskin Bell. We have Robbie Jones, Black Santa Monica Tours and Concierge. She's on the front row over here. Robbie's also a Philomathian as well. We have Erica Leslie representing the Black Agenda. And then we also have Councilmember Snell, who will accept on behalf of the Santa Monica Black Empowerment Association. Kara Snell is the executive director, but she couldn't be here tonight. Okay, so now I'll turn it over to Miss Laverne Ross, who Juneteenth Festival, but also an entrepreneur and, you know, a beauty salon owner who got people's hair together for decades. So we'll turn it over to her.
I hope that seat will stay there. That's okay. It's okay. When you're my age, you have to bear with me. So bear with me and pardon my seat. Okay. On behalf of the Santa Monica celebration in Santa Monica, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mayor, City Council people, and community partners. My name is Laverne, and I stand before you on behalf of the Juneteenth celebration in Santa Monica, now in its 34th year. It is an honor to accept this Juneteenth Black History Proclamation as the city recognized the 100th anniversary of Black History Month. This moment is more than a celebration. It is a reminder that our history did not begin in bondage and it will not end in struggle. Our history is a story of brilliance, resilience, credibility, and unbroken legacy. And when my family brought the tradition of Juneteenth from the state of Texas to Santa Monica, it was 3 decades ago that we carried the very same spirit that Dr. Carter B. Woodson, as he had in 1926. And when he created Black History Week, Negro History Week, I beg your pardon, he created Negro History Week. It was in his belief that our stories mattered and that a community he strengthened and he believed in the honor. It was the honor to honor his people who built it. Tonight, we stand alongside the NAACP, the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Coalition, the Just for Fun Coffee and Cafe organization, and many, many more that have each reached the torch of culture, justice, community in their own way. Together, we form a living between the present and the past, and the future, rather. And on behalf of the Juneteenth celebration in Santa Monica, I thank the city for this recognition, and may we continue to celebrate freedom, uplift our youth, honor our elders, and ensure Black history is not confined to a month, but be woven into this city's everyday's matter. Thank you very much again for this proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you. So Delana, I think we're going to do a photo with all the organizations. Okay, great. Thanks.
Yeah, so if all the organizations can come forward and all of the Black family that's here tonight, we want you in the photo too. And I also just want to mention that we will be posting information about all of these organizations to the website in early February, because there's a lot of history and there's not enough time to talk about it tonight. I don't know if I forgot to mention, but Dr. Bernice Brown is here for MLK Junior Westside Coalition. Yes. Oh, she's not here tonight, but Miss Darlene Evans is here tonight on behalf of them. I apologize. So get in there. All right, everybody follow me downstairs. Okay, everybody here for Black History Month, follow me.
Oh, they have a better dinner than we're gonna get. Okay. Mayor, I'll read the next item while you get
Okay,
situated.
if everyone could follow Delana, I think she has a reception going on outside. We'll just wait till folks file out to continue here.
I want to speak. Mayor, I'll read the next item while we wait.
Okay, everyone, if you could just quietly, we love the enthusiasm. Everyone looks beautiful. If we could just quietly file out so we can move along with our agenda. We have a full agenda tonight. Thank you so much. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, we're moving on to the city manager's report per agenda management. And just before we get to the city manager's report, city manager, I wanted you to clarify a few things for the public here. It appears as though election season is underway, and we will deal with that through the election process. But there have been 3 anonymous citywide mailers that have gone out, really disparaging, quite frankly. What's upsetting is staff and the work of our amazing staff around safety and what's happening in the city. And we got some really great news over the weekend. And I was wondering if you could just share some facts with all the residents so that we could just set the record straight.
Certainly, Madam Mayor. With regard to some of the efforts that this council adopted as part of the realignment plan, we have been really engaged in a process of executing. And one of those elements, the safe and clean priority the council's adopted, really has involved a rethinking of how we're coordinating public safety efforts in town. So we'll be coming back to the council here in February with an update on how everything worked in 2025. But some of the preliminary information that we've seen is really interesting. That, through the middle of December, even though calls for service were down roughly 4%, we did see an increase in arrests of 21% over that same period. The other trend that we've been monitoring is the work under Heidi's leadership in the city attorney's office. How is the criminal division functioning? It's one of the consistent pieces of feedback that we had heard. Were we filing on prosecutable cases? Well, in December, we were looking at some of the data year to date, and in December, we had seen a 40% year-over-year increase in the number of referrals to the city attorney's office from the police department. In addition, in the fourth quarter of 25, the city attorney's office successfully filed on 88% of all fileable cases. It's a marked improvement over the roughly 65 to 70% we were seeing prior to the council directing the realignment plan. Really, it points to tremendous work by our police department under Chief Jacobs' leadership and in the city attorney's office moving things forward with doing the things the city should be doing. It's also important, I think we've tried to emphasize this as we've been preparing the data. What does this trend mean? What does it represent? What does it not represent? And I think what's massively important to emphasize is as much as we are seeing this increase in public safety work, which we know has to be done, we are not criminalizing homelessness. And that's such an uplifting conversation to be part of at the staff level. Every week, I meet with Chief Jacob on a variety of different issues, and he says over and over, being homeless is not a crime. It isn't. That's not what we're doing. We are not criminalizing homelessness. We're prioritizing outreach. We're prioritizing diversion. We're coordinating with service providers. And we're acknowledging that 2 things can be true. That being homeless is not a crime. It's also true that there are criminals who are homeless. And what we're prioritizing really is enforcement of existing laws, those that violate those laws, who harm others, it's not appropriate. We are going to continue to enforce in those areas where it's appropriate. And I think really the thing that's most encouraging is the trends we're seeing really are that we're enforcing the law with professionalism. Our city attorney's office is following through. There's a commitment to execution at the staff level. I think everyone on this council, and I hope everyone in Santa Monica, shares pride in the work that our police department's doing. It's hard work. It's hard work the city attorney's office is working through, but it's necessary and important if we're going to create a revitalization here in our community.
Thank you, City Manager. I'm looking forward to having us give the full report in February. And I would just say, it's important that we acknowledge the work that the staff is doing and correct the record on inaccurate facts. And I think question when you're receiving something anonymous, if those people can't come forward and speak to that narrative publicly, what are you really receiving? I'm really looking forward to our continued work on the realignment plan and just really appreciate you setting the record straight on that. So with that being said, I think we have an additional city manager's report from you.
Yes, we have a packed agenda certainly tonight, so we'll keep it fairly brief. Wanted to just really call out again and emphasize last week what a terrific experience it was to have our libraries, Fairview and Ocean Park branch libraries, reopen. I saw Erica here in the audience a little earlier. Tremendous amount of work by Erica and our entire team at the library to be able to get our branches reopened in record time. And thank you to the council for giving us a moment to celebrate the work that's been done on that front. Also, celebratory mood tonight with the recognition of Black History Month that we're headed towards. Wanted to let everyone know there's a lot of great opportunities to celebrate as we move into February. We have a couple of cool events lined up at the library, including the iconic House of Ninja dance performance on February 18th. We've also got a screening of the movie Ruby Bridges on February 28th. All of the youth in the city can also participate in our Black History Month Reading Challenge. We've got numerous terrific book titles that have received a Coretta Scott King Book Award that kids 12 to 17 in Santa Monica can participate in. And we hope that everyone joins us for the 11th Annual Greens Festival on February 28th at Virginia Avenue Park. We'll have a full list of those terrific events celebrating Black History Month in February. And as we heard earlier, embedded into how we do things, even when it's not February, you can find all that online at santamonica.gov. Last thing before we get to a really cool update that we have prepared is meeting our adoptable pet of the month. I had a chance to talk with Chief Jacob, and we are actually really working on seeing if we can't get animals to our council meeting to introduce our pet of the month, but our pet of the meeting, excuse me. Our adoptable pet tonight, though, is a 1-year-old black and white shepherd husky mix named Forrest Gump. Forrest Gump is a little shy at first, but he loves to run. He can run and run and run. He loves being chased in the yard, gets along great with kids and other dogs. He's leash chained. He loves to show off his walking skills. He's neuter, microchipped, up to date on all his vaccines. Somebody, please welcome Forrest and have him run to your home. Please contact the animal shelter if you're interested. And of course, you can visit the Santa Monica Animal Shelter Foundation website to make a donation or shop the Chewy wish list. One of the agenda management items we did move up that I'm excited to share some information about. I'm going to ask our spectacular assistant to the city manager, chief of staff, Sergio Ramirez, to come on up. Sergio has been busy at work really developing an internal process to get launched the program that Councilmember Negrete introduced and this full council adopted to activate our One Samo People's Academy that's set to launch this spring. So with that, Sergio, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Trosis, council members, and city staff. Sergio Ramirez, as City Manager Chi just stated. So I'm here to provide a brief update on the One Samuel People's Academy. And just to give some background, on September 30th, last year, council directed staff to develop a program that strengthened transparency, trust, and civic engagement. Staff assessed the viability of creating the program, and we were able to develop the academy, which directly advances those priorities. Maria, could you put the PowerPoint, please? Thank you. Yes, perfect. And yes, the purpose of the Academy is to give residents a practical understanding of how the city operates and how decisions are made. This will build long-term understanding of city services within our community. The program will launch in the spring. It will include a cohort of about 25 participants. It will include 10 classes, held on a bi-monthly basis, led by departments. I'm super excited to share that all departments are participating throughout the entire organization, so it really demonstrates our values of being One SAMO. The timeline here shows the current planning through council evaluation and a future report back to the council. The application process will start in mid-February and will ensure that there's equity and transparency and access for communities stakeholders to sign up. To measure success, staff will track participation, attendance, program completion, and then we'll also collect feedback to evaluate our program effectiveness and make sure that we make improvements in the future. And really, so our next steps are to finalize the class schedule and locations, launch our community outreach. We will have a portal open for applications in a few weeks, and then the first class will be in April. So we'll definitely share that information with all of you so that you can help us get people to participate and join our academy.
Would it maybe be appropriate, Madam Mayor, can let Councilmember Negrete maybe speak to the item a little bit?
Well, I just want to say thank you for making it happen this year. I know I brought this up maybe a year and a half ago, and it was, the police academy has something that's called the Citizens Academy. And honestly, since I started council, I've been doing tours that have now morphed into like these very specific tours that I do that have a curriculum with them. And they were really for Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts and schools that were coming. But every time the parent group got bigger and bigger and they wanted to come to do the tours, and I started doing it for adults. And it really was to understand how council works and to visit a few of the departments. And then that's when we worked on this. And I know that it was proposed to come back much later. So I do want to say thank you to staff for getting it together. My hope is that we really focus on getting folks who aren't normally in the know and involved to step into chambers and really understand how our city government works and all the amazing work that our staff does. So I just want to say thank you for putting it together.
Are you in the queue?
Yes, I'm sorry, Mayor. I just noticed that we have speakers who signed up for 16I on this item since it was combined with the city manager's report. I think we should hear them. There's 8 speakers.
Oh, okay. I did not see that we had. These ones look like they're here for 10A. Yeah, I mean 16I. These are all people that are here, I think, on right of recall, right of retention.
Are there any speakers here for 16I?
Or that.
If we could would you like to just go down the list and confirm?
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing Don Camacho, Peter Trin, Judy Barker, Fred Denny, Jim Crystal, Jackie Romero, Sean Ahouse, Cordula Omam. So I think that that's not the correct list. Yeah.
Okay. Then we do not have speakers for 16I. But we are going into item 3, public input on consent calendar and closed session.
Just was that the conclusion of the report, city and comments?
I'm sorry, where are the signups that are coming in March?
We're going to actually in just a couple of weeks. We'll start signups in February.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll be using a WUFU portal to collect applications starting February 17th and give people about 2 weeks to submit their application and review it following that.
I have a question. Can we make sure that we're using like non-traditional methods of reaching people? Because I think if, as Councilmember Negrete said, we're trying to reach people who don't normally engage, I think just putting it on our social media or in a newsletter is not going to get the people who are not normally engaged. So, yeah.
Is it possible we coordinate with our wayfinders and things like that, since that is supposed to be giving us some time for city content?
Absolutely. Thank you. That's a great idea.
Okay, great. That is wonderful. Thank you so much. This is great. All right, now we will move to public input on the items under the consent calendar and closed session. And we have Cindy Pfeiffer, Denise Barton, Jim Harris, Tom Kasparian.
And we have one caller on the phone.
Okay, thank you for that. If you could just state your name for the record when you come up, that would be great.
Cindy Pfeiffer, resident and co-executive director of the Santa Monica Pier Lessees Association. We fully support the city signing a lease with California Roadhouse. Local operators help maintain the unique character of the pier, along with generally exhibiting a high level of community engagement. Any business opening on the pier is committing to significant investment to build out their vision. This vision was based on the information provided by the city in the RFP, the city who is now attempting to add a significant roadblock by requiring them to adhere to the recall of workers ordinance being presented later in the meeting. This mandate creates significant operational and legal risks that their investors may simply be unable to accept, and some investors may choose to pull out. The loss of California Roadhouse would be devastating and would leave a significant dead space heading into the World Cup.
Good evening. Oh, look, a special city council meeting agenda item which adds more closed session items. While I appreciate Councilmember Negretti's attempt, you still plan to send more than 1 hour at closed session again. I realize this is your cute way of thinning out the public speakers for the actual city council agenda items, just like you did at the last city council meeting. And it also makes it look like there are more speakers than there really are, so you can cut the public speaking time to 1 minute, which is really disrespectful to the public, and it further shows how you really don't want to hear from the public, as well as you think your time is more important than the public's. Or again, I have to go back to why you put public input at the beginning of the meeting. It was supposedly to make it easier for the seniors and the disabled to take public transportation home. But if you don't come back until after the local buses stop running from City Hall, how's that supposed to happen? Then, City Manager Oliver Chi, do you think it makes you look good as a supposed representation of the public to continue to allow this to happen? Just wondering if further stacking the closed session agenda is another way to disrespect the public who want to give input on city council agenda items at city council meetings. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Terosas, Mayor Pro Tem Zwick, City Council members, and City staff. I'm Jim Harris, the Executive Director of the Santa Monica Pier Corporation, and I'm here to read to you a statement regarding closed session item 5H on behalf of my Board of Directors. The Santa Monica Pier leasing process is a partnership between the City and the Pier Corporation. In light of the additional communication between the City Manager and City Council in closed session tonight, the Pier Corporation Board of Directors respectfully requests an update on the matters being discussed tonight in order to ensure a strong ongoing partnership between the city and the pier. On December 15th, 2025, the Pier Corporation voted unanimously to recommend California Roadhouse as the viable new tenant at 256 Santa Monica Pier. On behalf of the Pier Corporation Board of Directors, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kasparian.
Mr. Kasparian requested 4 minutes.
Thank you. I'll try to make it in 3. Mayor Terosas and members of the City Council, good evening. My name is Tom Kasparian, and I'm litigation counsel to SMF Property Holding, LLC, whom you have sued as part of the city's misguided efforts to shut down the Waymo electric recharging facilities at Broadway and Euclid. SMF Property Holdings is the name of the entity owned by longtime Santa Monica families, the Hardings and the Carlins. They've owned those lots since the families owned Santa Monica Ford when it was used for car inventory since the 60s. I'm not going to lecture you about the lack of merit to the claims against Waymo and Volterra, who hold a permit issued by the city for 24-hour charging. If we are to be dragged into that lawsuit, we will make that case to the court, and I fully expect we'll be successful. I am here, however, to demand that the city immediately dismiss SMF property from its lawsuit. That the city would sue one of its longtime local small business owners who have done absolutely nothing wrong would be outrageous in any city. But Santa Monica has earned itself a reputation for such hostility to local small businesses that it seems to be business as usual. Why the city would sue one of its own small business and property owners that has done absolutely nothing wrong would boggle one's mind anyway. But in a city clearly struggling to support its businesses, it should strike anyone as self-flagellation or suicide. I'll say it for a third time. SMF property has done absolutely nothing wrong. It is merely the owner of the lots. It's done nothing illegal. It has done nothing to create the issues complained about in the city's nuisance complaint. I've read that complaint and the city's motion for preliminary injunction backwards and forwards and could not find a single mention of anything against SMF property. We're just thrown in with the other defendants with absolutely no basis in law or fact. I urge each of you to read the complaint that you authorized to be filed and see if you can find a single allegation that SMF property has done anything to create or further any of the various claims. You can ask your city litigation attorney the same question when you go to closed session. Point out a single allegation in the complaint of something SMF property has done or contributed to. Point out a single piece of evidence in city's 3-inch stack of compendium of evidence in support of the preliminary injunction motion of something SMF property has done or even contributed to. There is zero. SMF property simply leased the property to Volterra, who obtained a permit from the city for 24-hour charging. There is no allegation that any nuisance existed before the property was leased. And of course, none did. The law is clear in that circumstance that a landlord is not liable for a nuisance that is alleged in such a situation. We've set out that law in detail in a letter to your litigation counsel, which was CC'd by email to each of you. I'm not going to quote and cite the case law again for you now, but if you haven't read it yet, I strongly suggest you do so before you conclude the closed session. When SMF property obtains an order from the court dismissing this ill-considered lawsuit against it, the city will once again have egg all over its face for its poor choices in attacking rather than supporting its small businesses and longtime citizens. And at that point, we'll be seeking compensation from the city. Please dismiss us from city's lawsuit immediately. SMF has done absolutely nothing wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we have a public comment online or on the phone.
Jacob Wasserman for 2 minutes. Mr. Wasserman, you may begin.
Thank you so much. My name is Jacob Wasserman, Wilmot resident, speaking for myself, a longtime listener, sometime caller. I'm speaking on item 4G, the short-range transit plan. Big Blue Bus has done a lot of great things with Greater Blue. I'm already excited to see some of the service improvements in action. I just want to talk about Hillgard Terminal. If you don't know, it's the northernmost point of most of the lines at UCLA. You're in a weird situation where you're voting on service for people you don't represent, UCLA students and staff and faculty in Westwood. But Hillgard Terminal is vital because it serves iconic destinations like Royce Hall and the Sculpture Garden and Young Library. And they won't be within a quarter mile of direct bus routes to Santa Monica if the cut goes through. And Hillgard Terminal was operated for almost a century now. And so I would just urge that you pull 4G from the consent calendar, ask that staff come up with a plan to restore service to Hillgard Terminal, and then pass it. Doesn't need to be a long discussion. But otherwise, we're going to have terminus with less shade, less seating, and a less amenable space for transit users and drivers and pedestrians alike. Thanks so much, and thanks to the staff because the plan is otherwise really good.
Great. That concludes the public input on items under the consent calendar in closed session only. On consent calendar, have we received any requests to pull items?
I did not, but I think we should also ask if there are any recusals on the.
Right, I was about to do that, yeah. I know that Councilmember Raskin is asking to recuse on item 4G. Do you want to say why?
Yeah, my law firm, Hanson Bridget LLP, represents the Metropolitan Transportation Authority in various matters, not this one. But out of an abundance of caution, I'll be recusing. Just to be clear, neither I nor my law firm have any financial interest in this matter whatsoever.
Thanks. We will wait for Councilmember Raskin to leave the dais. Oh, wait, sorry, we should probably, you know what, before you do that, is there a motion to approve everything except for 4G? Oh, I'm sorry. Maria, you were in the queue?
I am not, sorry.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'll make that motion to accept everything but 4G.
Second.
Okay. Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Yes.
Councilmember Snow.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick.
I'm sorry, I'm seeing another item that I'm going to be recusing on, so if it's okay. There's a second reading of the AHPP ordinance that I'd like to pull as well. So
Okay, sorry, which item is that?
I apologize. 4H.
Okay, so can we have an amended motion, Councilmember Swell, everything but 4G and H?
I vote to approve everything but 4G and 4H.
I'll second that.
Okay, starting over, Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Yes.
Councilmember Snow.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick.
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
And Mayor Trosas.
Yes, that carries. We now maybe we'll have Councilmember Raskin leave while we vote on 4G, and then Councilmember Zwick leave while we vote on 4H.
Okay, Councilmember.
Oh, sorry, excuse me. We have another item. Councilmember Snell, did you want to say anything?
Apologize. I also have to recuse myself on item 4H.
Okay, we'll get to that in a moment. Sorry, we can call the roll for 4G.
Councilmember Negrete.
Voting.
Oh, Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin is absent. Mayor Pro Tem Zwick.
Yes.
Councilmember Snell.
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Yes.
And Mayor Trosas.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. So now if council members.
Yeah, I'll be recusing for the same reasons I did before, based on the reasons provided by the FPPC and my current employer.
Great, thank you.
And we understand that the recusal of Councilmember Snell is for reasons previously stated on the record with respect to the first reading as well.
Okay. And do we have a motion and second on?
I'll move for 4H.
I'll second that.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Yes.
Councilmember Snell and Mayor Pro Tem Zwick are absent. Councilmember Raskin.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
No.
And Mayor Trosas.
Yes.
Passes.
Great. Council members, you can come back. Sorry, we are now, something's out of order in my agenda, but we're now going to go to the closed session. And maybe, I understand that there's some recusals on closed session. I'm just waiting for, is it possible, Director Gupta, if you could get them back in here? Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Great. So, Madam Clerk, would you mind calling the closed session items? And then we'll talk about who's recusing.
And I'm sorry, I thought we were going to hear item 12A after consent.
Oh, that's what I thought was out of order, because it said we were hearing it at,
This was one of the motions during agenda management.
my sincere apologies. It said 12:35 on my agenda, so I was slightly confused. Okay, 12A, and I don't see, before we get into that, I didn't see that there were separate public comments on 12A, were there?
We have one person who spoke, who signed up in person, and we have a caller.
Okay, so how would we like to hear the public comment first before the staff report?
We can hear the staff presentation and ask for clarifying questions, and then open up the public.
Okay,
hearing.
great. Sounds great.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Yeah, is it up? How do you figure out? Yeah. How do I'm sorry. I don't know how to. And how to bring up a presentation? Oh, here it is. Sorry. All right. Good evening, Mayor Tarosis, council members. My name is Lisette Guisad, and I oversee safety, security, and training for the Department of Transportation. Oh, thank you. Tonight I'm here to seek your approval to adopt the yield right-of-way signage on Big Blue Bus buses pursuant to Assembly Bill 1904, which was signed into law in 2024 and authorizes but does not require transit agencies to equip buses with yield right-of-way signage on the left rear of the buses. To implement the program, the legislation requires a public hearing, resolution signed by council, and a public education program. On February 11th of 2025, the City Council directed staff to explore implementation of the program. After reviewing the requirements, signage options, enforcement, and budget considerations, staff is recommending the installation of a static yield right-of-way decal on the left rear side of each bus. That would be the one that you see to your left. This option is cost-effective, minimally complex, and can be implemented efficiently across the entire fleet with limited operational disruption. If the program is approved, our community engagement team will proceed with a public education campaign, which may include public service announcements on social media, website, and other communication platforms. And as far as enforcement and cross-jurisdictional considerations, the legislation did not create an enforceable duty for motorists to yield to the buses and doesn't authorize issuing of citations, so there should be no concerns as far as different jurisdictions enforcing, since this is not an actual enforceable offense. And then lastly, the impact to our budget would be minimal, since the total cost to implement the static decal program is approximately $6,000. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I don't see anyone in the queue. Does anyone have questions? Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Thank you for the presentation and thank you for working on this. I know it's been a while. I wanted to clarify, assuming the council passes this, how soon would we be able to start seeing these on our buses?
We actually have decals already, so we can start implementation pretty quickly. The beauty of it, all it requires is a surface cleaning and then actually installing them, so we could see it within the next few months.
Right, thank you.
Hello. Okay.
Test. There we go. Sorry, I probably jumping the gun here into comments, but I just want to say thank you, since this was an item that I brought forward with Councilmember Zernitskaya. So thanks for all the work on this over the past year. I really appreciate it, and I think this will be a safer experience for our buses.
Thank you.
Yeah, I also want to echo the thanks. I just want to say that I was really impressed by the low cost of this. I don't know how you guys negotiated that, but nice work. And, I'm prepared to make a motion if. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
Just two speakers. There's one person on your screen, Mayor, and then we have a caller.
I do not see anyone on my screen. Can you call them, please? Because for some.
Micah Jordan?
Not on mine. Okay, Micah Jordan. Hi.
Oh, it's Mika, by the way.
Mika, sorry, apologies.
It's not pertaining to this. So if you guys.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Not 12A.
Then let's go to our caller, Jacob Wasserman, for 2 minutes.
For the record, I do not have a separate, whatever's appearing on my thing is not separate. But anyways, yeah, Jacob Wasserman.
This is Jacob Wasserman, Wilmot resident. Speaking for myself again, I just want to say thank you so much to staff, to council members Hollins Ernestskaya for introducing this motion a year ago. I think we are the first city to utilize this state law, so I am very excited, not just for Big Blue bus riders who are going to get the extra seconds that add up every time a bus pulls out, but also for the rest of the state, because they can look to us and see if it works and hopefully, find some pocket change in their budgets and implement it as well. So thank you so much to staff. Again, as a regular Big Blue bus rider, I am very excited to see this move forward. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much. I think we're ready to entertain that motion now.
Yeah, with thanks to the team on staff and with thanks to my colleagues for bringing this forward, I'll move approval of this item.
Second.
That was Councilmember Negrete seconding.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick.
Yes.
Councilmember Snell.
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Yes.
And Mayor Trowsis.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. We will now read the closed session agenda. And Councilmember Zwick, you want to recuse yourself? We'll wait till.
Should it be read first? Or?
Sure.
Okay, 5A closed session. 5A from the regular meeting agenda is conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation on the John Doe's listed on the agenda. 5B involves the city and ICSOP et al. 5C, conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation, 2 cases. 5D, conference with legal counsel, consider filing amicus brief regarding Harris et al. And City of LA. 5A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Edgar Espinoza versus the city. 5F, Anthony J. Stone versus the city. 5G, conference with real estate negotiator regarding property in 1333 4th Street, 1324 5th Street, and 1234 4th Street. City negotiators, Natalie Verlinich, housing manager, and Augustine Ailman, analyst. And there are several people to be negotiated with listed on the agenda. 5H, conference with real estate negotiator regarding 256 Santa Monica Pier. City negotiator is Oliver Chi. City manager, persons to be negotiated with, Sean Ahouse. California Roadhouse Incorporated. 5I, regarding 2019 and 1905 Pico Boulevard. City negotiator is Oliver Chi. Persons to be negotiated with, Dennis Wilder. 5J is regarding property at 2020 14th Street. City negotiator again is Oliver Chi. Persons to be negotiated with, Thea Capicelli. The 535 special meeting items. 5A is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, City versus Waymo LLC et al. 5B regarding Santa Monica EV Holdings LLC et al. Versus the city. And last item is 5C regarding Waymo LLC versus the city.
And per our discussion, we will attempt to be back at 8:30 pending that we're not in the middle of the item. Just to clarify, as we adjourn to closed session, what item are you guys here for? 12A on the right-of-way for the buses?
I apologize. We put us down for the wrong thing.
Okay, maybe you should talk to the clerk. Yeah, they can help you.
I think Esther?
Oh, well, this is the clerk right here.
We'll talk.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
I will be recusing myself from items 5C, 5D, and 5G due to a potential conflict of interest under Government Code Section 87100.
Great, thank you. And we will see, yes, Councilmember Zernskaya.
I just want to note that I will be recusing myself from one of the matters listed under item 5C due to a potential conflict of interest under Government Code Section 87100.
Okay, thank you. Oh, go ahead.
And also, while awaiting formal guidance from the FPPC, I will be recusing myself from items 5I and 5J due to a potential conflict of interest under the same government code, section 87100.
Okay. We'll see everyone soon. Thank you. Thank you all for your patience. It looks like we have, I'm seeing 77 public comments, but you said 47.
There's some duplicates there, so that's why I think the 61 is for, let's see.
So on items 11A, 11C through E, 16A through H, I cannot tell him. It looks like we have
It's the remaining
61 public comments. We will take the minors first. That means that everyone, per our council rules, everyone will have 1 minute unless you're representing a board or commission, Madam Clerk.
That's correct. But I assume we're going back to report out on closed session.
Yeah, so is there any reportable action?
So we will do another report out after the end of closed session. But during this first round, items 5A, 5B, and 5E, and
5C.
5, I don't think 5C was heard. 5A, 5B, 5E, and 5H were heard with no reportable action taken.
And 5C was heard as well. Conference with Legal Counsel, Waymo.
Yes, I apologize. And items 5A through 5C on this special meeting agenda were heard as well, also with no reportable action taken.
Thank you. Okay, so due to agenda management, we've moved some items, so we'll continue with our travel announcement. Does anyone have any reportable travel that they participated in since our last meeting? Okay, great. And we already did the mayor's highlights, so we will move on to public input on the remaining agenda items. Madam Clerk, do you want to announce the time?
I'm sorry, the time?
Like how much time everyone has?
Well, we have over 25 speakers, so time will be reduced to 1 minute per speaker.
And how much time do people that are representing a board or commission have?
Oh,
Is anyone here to represent a board or commission? I see one hand in the back, 2 hands in the back. So isn't that 4 minutes, or am I making that up?
5.
5, my apologies.
But if they could identify themselves when they come up.
Okay, when they come up, great.
Representing a commission.
Okay, Andrew Hoyer, Jerry Rubin, Cindy Pfeiffer, Denise Barton, and Diane Wolke. You don't need to be in that order, just announce your name when you come up. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, Mayor, could we hear the minors first?
Oh, my apology. So sorry. I'm so sorry. Cody K, Ellie K, and then Micah Jordan wanted to comment. Mika, my apologies.
Speak loudly. Hi, my name is Ellie Kay, and I go to Will Rogers Learning Community. My school has a turf field. I don't like it at all because it always gets in my shoes, and I don't like feeling pebbles on my feet. Grass is better because there's no plastic. It just feels better than turf. When I get home and I take off my shoes, all the plastic comes inside. The turf also gets hot and feels weird. I'd rather have a grass field than a turf field because we should have more natural spaces in our community. We have assemblies at my school. Our principal always says we're on a beautiful field, and I don't agree. I think it's ugly and itchy when we have to sit on it. Thank
Testing? Okay. Hi, my name is Cody Kay, and I attend Will Rogers Learning Community. I've come to speak about the problems of artificial turf and their effects on my peers and me when we play sports. I am a soccer player, and I love to play on grass fields. When I have to play on artificial turf fields, I usually end up getting my knees very scraped up. Also, the turf is very slippery, and I notice more kids falling than we do on real grass. I'd rather deal with a little dirt or mud. I know that plastics used to make the artificial turf has PFAS and lots of other chemicals we know are bad for us, and especially bad for kids. We're heading toward the world of the Lorax, where we have no real green space left. My parents grew up playing on real grass fields, and there are fewer and fewer grass fields around. I don't understand why more artificial turf fields are installed.
Thanks so much. Thank you. Appreciate you all. Does Mika Jordan want to comment as a minor? No, this is a comment on remaining agenda items.
And would this be for one?
What?
1 minute?
1 minute, yeah.
Hi. Regrettably, I return to emphasize the mismanagement and negligence by Community Corporation, originally according to the Pico Roots Marketplace, which was supposed to be and applauded as acknowledged the harm caused by Highway 12 to both Black and Mexican communities during the 1960s. As previously indicated, the Black and brown businesses owners risked their business and interest to secure financing for the marketplace. This wasn't just talk. This is an actual file estoppel. Unfortunately, none of those businesses remain operational. The city has effectively weaponized a nonprofit using taxpayer funds. Over $26 million in taxpayer money was invested in this project, only for it to close in less than a year. Initially, I took comfort in the city's recognition and anticipation to be more proactive in involvement in managing the marketplace. I urge you to safeguard the interests of the citizens. I would like to highlight that since September, we have been in mediation.
Okay. Thank you. I believe staff has spoken with you previously, but if anyone from the staff can just clarify city's involvement or help, that would be. Yeah, and maybe we can read into the record or get a copy of the documents for the future. Okay, thank you. Apologies, team. We will now go back to Andrew Hoyer, Jerry Rubin, in whatever order I called you in. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Hoyer. I'm the Vice Chair of the Urban Forest Task Force. We have endorsed the Master Park Plan, which will pave the way for our great park with no housing, but which will have space for our public works team and hopefully a nursery to grow our own trees. Staff has worked hard to get you an option to move forward quickly at Memorial Park. Please honor that work and accept their recommendations. I am also the president of Santa Monica Mid-City Neighbors, and we endorsed the citywide ban of artificial turf included in this plan. At UCLA, the Deputy Chief Sustainability Officer once mentioned that putting artificial turf on their intramural field was her biggest regret. Last Thursday, I recorded 68 degrees off the field and 92 degrees on the field at lunchtime soccer game. Please use your influence with the school district to stop them from placing any more of it in our city. Thank you. And go Team Marine.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Jerry Rubin. I'm also on the Urban Forest Task Force, but just speaking with myself. I'm also a supporter of the Great Park Coalition, as is the Urban Forest Task Force unanimously and almost virtually every other board and commission. I also support real grass instead of fake grass. Imagine if we had fake trees, artificial trees. We need more park space. A lot more. even with Memorial Park and everything else, we're going to need the great park. And I went to the Rec and Parks Commission meeting. I think the revised plan there without a parking structure will be good. Get on the blue bus, get on some shuttles, get on some school bus. We can do it. We could get another field. We don't need the parking structure there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cindy Pfeiffer, Denise Barton. I'm just going to call a few more names. Diana Wolke, Stephen Johnson.
You have 3 minutes.
Everybody has 1 minute because we have more than 25 speakers.
I have more than one item. Good evening. On item. Finally, item 11E, retroactive justice program. I wonder if this would be anything like Susan Clark's assistant city manager position, which was initially funded with a grant, but then the cost shifted over the taxpayers after that. Then again, you're begging the taxpayers to extend tax and consider a new parcel tax. Why would you consider another department, especially if you're claiming you can't pay for emergency services otherwise? It would also be nice if Mayor Terosas would explain how to all of us now, how us now are responsible, especially financially, for what happened then. I see this as nothing more than manipulation or buying votes. I thought everyone was supposed to be treated equally, not shown different preferential treatment due to skin color. And will the disabled be included, considering how the city continues to discriminate against the disabled and target them? Thank you.
Good evening again, Cindy Pfeiffer, Santa Monica Pier Lessees Association. I'm speaking on 10A. The lessees of the pier represent businesses that have collectively invested millions of dollars in the pier and in the workforce. Our members are united and concerned that this ordinance 10A sends a chilling signal to current and future tenants. The language essentially translates into a private right of action that creates unacceptable risk for small businesses that lack the infrastructure to defend against litigation. Even minor or technical violations could result in lawsuits that threaten their survival. This is an anti-business proposal that threatens the stability and confidence needed for a vibrant, fully leased pier. Let's focus on the revitalization plan and not special interest policies that in the end will cause more businesses to close and more employees to lose their jobs. Thank you.
Good evening. Diane Wolke. I'm a board member of Safe Healthy Playing Fields. I'm a retired advanced practice nurse and a public health nurse. Use of synthetic turf in Santa Monica is in conflict with your bag ban, sustainability rights ordinance, zero waste plan, commitments to the Paris Climate Agreement, single-use plastics ban, climate action plan, the Blue City certification you have, and City's Habitat Vision for 2050. Purchase and use of synthetic turf is feeding the fossil fuel, petroleum, and plastics industries and the turf industry's greed for money and their desire to keep you on the hook every 4 to 10 years for more plastic. There's nothing sustainable about this toxic and cancer-causing product, which exploits natural resources, pollutes land, air, and water, and has created cancer clusters where it's manufactured as well as where it is ultimately dumped. So-called bioplastics are not biodegradable. They have a more hazardous, they're more hazardous to the marine environment, and they have a chemical hazard.
Thank you. Stephen Johnson, Mary Jo Dalton, Jim Harris, Louis Watanabe, Kathy Gentile.
Hi, my name is Stephen Johnson. I'm the chair of the Recreation and Parks Commission, so I appreciate the extra privilege of time I'm given. I'll still try to keep it quick. I'm going to be speaking to 11C Parks and Recreation Vision Plan, as well as 11D Memorial Park Expansion Plan. For 11C, I want to, on behalf of the commission, thank Senior Park Planner Tony Lopez, the Public Works Recreation staff, and I'm just going to call your attention to a few key points. The first point being, if you have a chance, it's 345 words, or it's 345 pages worth of document, and you're going to love it. It's the most comprehensive vision and parks plan you'll ever see. So please give it a read this weekend. The prime thing is a call for 5 acres per 1,000 residents. It sounds like a lot, but it's actually not. It's going to be right for the city. It's something we can achieve. You'll find that they've done an exhaustive study on what we have, what our needs assessment is, and what it acknowledges as a document is the current overwhelming unmet demand for parks and recreation. And this talks about playing fields, what's going on at the swim center. It highlights you have a 12-year, 1,000-person waiting list for community gardens. There's no dog run north of Memorial Park. As of right now, we have no plans for pocket parks along Lincoln Canyon, where we're building a lot of new development. And the Parks and Recreation Vision Plan also really highlights park safety as a key demand across all locations, not just in places that are problem areas, but even places we don't think of as problem areas. So I'm going to focus on just those 3 items and call your attention to that. Otherwise, we have a ringing endorsement. The Parks and Recreation Commission has worked with Tony for 2 years on this, and it's a fantastic document. I'll move to 11D, Memorial Park expansion. This document is 10 years in the making. This document is 10 years in the making, going back to 2016, 2018, when we had our big meetings at the Civic Auditorium meeting rooms and figured it all out. They got stymied by the pandemic and set back by costs, but with your help, we were able to push the whole project forward again, get it in the design phase, and now it's ready to be presented. Linda Cogswell, Senior Project Manager, also want to thank her, Public Works and Recreation staff, for making it possible and for carrying it all this way. They're going to present phase 1 and phase 2 again, some of which you've seen. I think the thing that's very different tonight is they've got a price tag on it. And it's a fairly ridiculous price tag based on just where things have gotten over time. You will be presented with 3 options. And of those 3 options, one option actually removes what's been in the plan for a very long time, a parking structure with pickleball courts on the top. As the commission wants to ask you to direct, if you can pick that option and direct staff to come up with a design that removes that option, moves the surface courts first to a temporary location and then to the more permanent location, so we don't disrupt and go without pickleball for a while. So removing the parking structure takes $20 million at least off the top, and that's a huge thing. Parking structure doesn't even give us more parking. It actually just takes away parking spaces, so it works out pretty well. So we're asking for that direction. That brings it down quite a bit, especially if they're able to get the grants for the SWIP, for other water reclamation efforts. What I will say is it still seems like a lot of money when USC just built a stadium for soccer and lacrosse for $38 million with a press box and locker rooms. So we need to keep the pressure on staff to find a way to build this without planning it into oblivion because of the cost, right? We can't build these parks if we can't afford these parks. Things just get kicked down the way. So I'll stop with that, but those are the recommendations there. Remove the parking structure, phase it so we don't lose pickleball at Memorial Park. Everything else will kind of take care of itself. The last thing I'll mention, because it's a hot topic, the discussion over artificial turf and natural grass. I want to reiterate what the city staff came up with as a compromise position. It's not quite what you're hearing. Grass fields stay grass. Only 2 artificial turf soccer fields that the city owns would stay artificial turf until such time as we have grass fields to replace them. So part of this vision plan is to get enough field space so that it obviates the need for turf. If we can just get 6, a dozen more fields, we can step away from having artificial turf for the soccer, lacrosse, rugby, high impact sports like football. And that will be the big thing that we need to focus on moving forward. But in the meantime, the staff recommendation is grass stays grass, turf stays turf. And
Thank you so much. Mary Jo Dalton, Jim Harris, Louis Watanabe. It doesn't matter about the order. You just come up and say your name. Thanks.
Good evening again, honorable city council members and city staff. I am still Jim Harris, the executive director of the Santa Monica Pier Corporation, and here once again to read to you a statement from my board of directors, the Santa Monica Pier Corporation, this time regarding item 10A. As the City Council appointed body which represents the Santa Monica Pier, the Pier Corporation Board of Directors requests that the City Council table tonight's proposed ordinance, item 10A, and first refer it to the Pier Corporation to host a public meeting with stakeholders at which city staff may present the proposed ordinance, so that the board may subsequently convey to the City Council any concerns about the high probability of financial and cultural impacts to the pier in light of the recent 6 years of economic hardship and uncertainty related to the upcoming, currently happening pier bridge reconstruction. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Yeah.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Louis Watanabe, and I'm speaking on 10A. My family has had a 100-year history with Santa Monica, and I'm pleased that my Uncle Kay retired as your city treasurer. I belong to CLU as well as being a member of the St. Monica Catholic community. And basically what I want to say is that, you know, I think a retention of Rusty's workers is a good thing. I think it's the moral thing. And so I ask you to please pass and the recall and retention, a policy that would ensure laid off workers are offered first chance to return to jobs in the pier. And, you know, as a business professor, I really think it can be made to work.
Thank you. Mary Jo Dalton, Kathy Gentili, Ishmael Kay, Daquan Muller, Gil Lieb.
Mary Jo had to leave.
Okay. Are you on the list?
I am Kathy Gentili.
Great. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Good evening, Council, Mayor, Council. My name's Catherine Gentili. I'm a 40-year resident of Sunset Park in Santa Monica, and I'm here to speak about worker retention, specifically as it pertains to Rusty's, but not so specifically as it affected my family. When my father worked for a restaurant in the South Bay for 30 years, the place was taken over by another corporation, and he lost his job. And what that did to him was not only economically devastating to the family, it was painful to watch him be crushed day by day to not have his job back, a job that he valued, a job that he was very good at, a job that his coworkers valued him for, but because of his age, he was not called back. So not just Rusty's, but any business, the employees, for their own dignity and humanity,
Hi there. Good evening. My name is Ishmael, and I am one of the workers at Rusty's. I'm here today because I care about my job, and I care about my coworkers. My coworkers at Rusty's are among the most hardworking people I've had the pleasure of knowing, people who put their heart and soul into making the Santa Monica Pier the welcome and unique gem that it is. We came from all over Los Angeles to be here because we know that our workplace, the pier, this city, was unlike any other, was special, and we wanted to be a part of what made it special. My coworkers and I, like so many others on the pier, put our hearts and souls into fueling the tourism industry here in Santa Monica. And we sacrificed so much to make sure that the pier was not only a good place to visit, but also a good place to work. When Rusty's was closed so suddenly, it felt like a smack in the face to all of that sacrifice and hard work. We love this job. We love the pier. We, the workers, are what makes this pier great. And we are still here. Rusty's workers, despite what some might have you believe, are not old news. Please pass the worker retention law so that we might go back to work. Thank you. Feeling hopeful that I might be back.
Daquan, Gil Lieb, Eli Quinones, and Judy Kerr.
Good evening. My name is Dick Kwan, and I had the privilege of working at Rusty's before it closed around this time last year. I'm here tonight eagerly awaiting the opportunity to return to work on the pier, and that is why I urge you to vote yes on this worker retention policy. In a time when many of my neighbors are living in fear and uncertainty, I am glad to be here in Santa Monica, where the contributions of working people, including immigrants, are valued. My coworkers and I collectively have years of experience working in Santa Monica, and I've met cooks, servers, bussers, and bartenders who've been working on the pier since before I was even born. And we all look forward to continuing those years of service to the Santa Monica community. So once again, I urge you to vote yes on this worker retention law. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Eli. I work at Miramar, Vermont for 37 years, bartender. And I would like you pass the law of retention recall. I was also laid off on Miramar, and I got a recall, and I'm still recall to get my position back. So please, rejection, recall, pass the law, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Gil Lieb, Judy Kerr, Gloria Shen, Patty Walker, Christina Santiago, Matthew Hom, if you could line up and just state your name and approach the mic. Ma'am, you can come forward and approach the mic. Or not.
Good evening, Council. My name is Patty Walker. I'm here to talk about the right of retention for Rusty's workers. So I've lived in Santa Monica for 4 years, and as you many know, the pier is a place of symbol for families and others that gather here from around the world and feel welcomed by our city. The feeling comes from the buildings and view alone, not. It comes from the workers who greet us, service, and bring the pier to life every day. Rusty workers are a key part in this, whether they work there a year or many, many years. Our community is much stronger when we honor the people that work there. Thank you, and please pass the retention worker law.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Matthew Hom, and I am the LA and Santa Monica organizer at CLU, Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. I urge you to vote yes on item 10A. Santa Monica is on a path to a renaissance and realignment. It is essential that as our city recovers economically, our workers who have come here so many times, and to the Pier Commission as well, get to gain from this recovery and realignment. This measure, 10A, draws from precedents like at LAX and in other cities, as well as Santa Monica's hotel retention ordinance, and will ensure that workers are able to come back to work as the pier and our downtown continue to thrive. Please vote for this worker retention ordinance to make sure that the Santa Monica Renaissance does not leave anyone behind. And as you have seen, our interfaith communities here in Santa Monica and the West Side are united with these workers. Please pass 10A. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council members and Mayor Carlin. My name is Christina. I'm a resident of the city of Santa Monica and proud parent of two high schoolers just up the street, Samo High. Our public land should be used to advance our goal as a city. A right to return is essential so workers aren't left behind when business change hands. As a resident, I want to continue feeling proud of my city, and there is no Santa Monica without the workers. We support the Rusty's workers and all the workers on the pier and the city of Santa Monica. Please pass this worker retention law. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just call a few more names. Roberto Mazariegos, Brady Roberts, Liliana Hernandez, and Miguel M. Yeah, go ahead. Just tell us your name. Oh. Yeah.
My name's Gloria Shen. I've been a resident of Santa Monica for 15 years. I've also been playing in the Santa Monica Adult Soccer League for 10 years, managed several teams comprised of over 100 players, and I'm here representing nearly 1,500 players across the league. The Adult League is an integral part of our lives, providing a vital third space for us to enjoy the outdoors, exercise, socialize, and build community, bonds. Though there are other leagues offered in the vicinity, we choose the Santa Monica League for its convenient location, affordability, and variety of offerings. I commend the students that spoke earlier regarding the environmental impact of turf and share their concerns. I admire their idealism, but unfortunately, when confronted with the realities of implementation, this is not the no-brainer it appears to be. The cost to maintain grass fields can be astronomical, and the amount of water needed to maintain grass fields is also beyond practicality, especially in a drought-prone climate where water is a precious resource that is desperately needed elsewhere. Adults are also currently forbidden from any organized sports play on Santa Monica grass fields. If all fields become grass and that rule is extended, that would spell the end of several adult leagues.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, if you want to just come up and state your name.
Sure. Good evening, Council. My name is Roberto Mazariegos. I worked here in Santa Monica since 2010 and also attended Santa Monica College. I'm here speaking on item 10A. I think you guys are blessed to have something in front of you and make a decision that is going to change people's life. I used to work at the Sportsman Lodge Hotel when Joie de Vie, which was the management company, decided to say, you know what, we can no longer make money here, so we're going to go back to San Francisco. Brofton came in and took over the hotel. 78 workers like myself didn't know what was going to happen with us. And if it wasn't for that work retention language that we had with our contract in there that we fought for, none of us would have come back. Same situation had to help over 250 families at the Lowe's, formerly Lowe's Hotel, now Regent Santa Monica. If it wasn't from the language, you all would have been visited by 250 families that were being here talking about, hey, what happened? So we cannot just allow, like Mr. Trump could come in here and say, you know what, all you guys, I don't need you guys no more. I have my own people who can run the city, and then what?
Thank you.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Torosis. My name is Liliana Hernandez, and I'm a hotel worker here at Fairmont Miramar Hotel for 12 years. And also I'm a proud member of Unite Here Local 11. So hotel workers, we already won worker retention in Santa Monica, and it's made a profound difference in our lives and our families' lives, especially after COVID. Santa Monica recognized that stability and respect for workers should come first. Peer workers deserve that same respect and the same protection. Please pass the worker recall and retention law so that laid off workers will have the chance to return to jobs they once held. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then Miguel M., Angela Scott, Hajar, Robbie Jones, Ashley Olson.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Pastor Bridie Roberts, and I'm here tonight on behalf of Unite Here Local 11, where I serve as Director of Community Organizing, and I am a former longtime resident of Santa Monica as well. We believe in worker retention and recall, and we urge you to adopt 10A tonight. I think this is an amazing opportunity to preserve jobs and build the flourishing community that is here. One change that could strengthen this law is to further clarify the process in situations where the previous or incumbent employer does not provide a list of employees to the successor. The city can and should help put together a list to ensure that no one is left behind. This would improve predictability for both workers and employers. As a landlord for the pier, we do believe the city can also take a role in helping ensure that this law is followed. We urge the council to add language ensuring that any lease on the pier include these retention provisions. Worker recall and retention policies are common sense measures that already apply to many hotels here in Santa Monica and have proved to be helping to stabilize.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Miguel. I am a proud member of Unite Here Local 11 and a worker at Angel Stadium. This talk about worker retention reminds me of my coworkers at Angel Stadium. In 2012, when the food service changed operators, there was almost 1,000 workers who did not know what was going to happen with their jobs. Thankfully, eventually, the new operator did bring back these workers, but me, who has only worked there for a few years and has visited the stadium for 25 plus years, I have the pleasure of working alongside folks who have worked at the stadium for 30, 40, 45 years. And I wouldn't have that honor without that worker retention. And those are the folks who have really made the community at Angel Stadium And I think the same can be said for the workers that would be affected by this worker retention law.
Thank you. Angela Scott. We also have Hajar, Robbie Jones, Ashley Olston, Mike Feinstein.
So Robbie and Hajar have left. Okay. So Angela Scott, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members and City Manager. I'm speaking on item 11E. Let's see. The creation of a citywide restorative justice program and commission signals an understanding that accountability must be permanent, structured, and embedded in governance, not symbolic or episodic. Community representation on the Restorative Justice Commission is not about exclusion or tokenism. It is about shared governance, pairing professional, legal, and administrative expertise with lived experience so that decisions are informed, credible, and trusted by the people they are meant to serve. The balance is what transforms acknowledgement into repair. Santa Monica now has the opportunity to demonstrate what accountable leadership looks like in practice by appointing commission from within the Santa Monica community those who carry generational memory, civic commitment, and lived experience. The city can ensure.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Ashley Olson, Mike Feinstein, Gleam Davis, Lori Lieberman, Benjamin Kay.
Do I get 2 minutes? I'm here representing the commission tonight.
Just
I shouldn't even need it, but
Well,
okay. Ashley Olson, Commission for the Environment, or for Sustainability, the Environmental Justice, and the Environment. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the commission, and as outlined in our letter the commission sent to council, our recommendation is to approve the Parks and Recreational Vision Plan and the set goal of 5 park acres per 1,000 residents. Additionally, at our November 17th meeting, the commission unanimously adopted a motion regarding artificial turf. The Commission on Sustainability and the Environment recommends that the City Council direct staff to prohibit the installation of new artificial turf sports fields within the city, maintain existing natural grass sports fields as natural grass fields, and upon reaching the end of their useful life, replace existing artificial turf sports fields through a competitive bidding process with durable, natural, alternative field materials consistent with the city's operational needs and sustainability goals. And as previously discussed tonight, artificial turf contaminates soil and groundwater by leaching chemicals, but it also stops rain from recharging our groundwater, increases toxic runoff, and destroys the soil microorganisms that I don't think have gotten mentioned tonight. So I'm here to answer any questions you may have on how we came to this position and any other questions on the environmental impact of artificial turf within our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
In supporting the 5-acre goal, I want to say historically how it worked the last time. In '97, when we set a similar goal, what it led to is the teen center at Virginia Avenue Park, because the council then had the mandate to do 2 years of financial set-asides to have money in case new land became open. And when the Plastic Mart went on the market, we had the mandate to go ahead and buy it. And that's why we have a teen center today at Virginia Avenue Park. So getting behind this goal will lead to good policy in the future. On Councilmember Negretti's item on council rules, I understand that reasonable minds can disagree. I hate it when we cut people off and the mic goes off at the end of their time. The only answer is starting the meetings earlier. Anaheim starts at 3. Their closed session is from 3 to 5. It's the only way you're going to get not squeezing the balloon and have it coming out in some other time. So.
Good evening. I'm Gleam Davis. I'm speaking on item 11A, which has to do with the extension of the YY and GS agreements. On behalf of SEPS, I want to refer you to Ted Winter's letter. Please extend the agreement for 10 years and do not muck around with any of the other terms of the agreement, including the termination clause. It's fine the way it is. I also want to speak to item 16C, the affordability item. I am a former co-chair of the Santa Monica Early Child Care Task Force, and I just want to tell you that while I appreciate the idea of baby boxes and making it more affordable for families with young children in our city, if you really genuinely care about doing that, what you need to do is figure out a way to increase the amount of subsidy available to families with young children and expand the number of families who qualify for that subsidy. There are people in our community who quit their jobs because they can't afford child care.
I'm Lori Lieberman, and I'm Vice President of the School Board, and with me is Alicia Mignano, our School Board President. We are here to speak on item 11A, the agreement between the city and SMMUSD, which implements measures Y and YY, which the voters approved in 2010, and measures GS and GSH, which the voters approved in 2016. While we truly appreciate what we believe was the underlying intent in the initial proposal of an indefinite agreement, we believe that the prudent course is to simply extend the current agreement by 10 years until June 30th, 1938. Wow. Both sales tax measures that fund this agreement included advisory measures that directed half of the revenue from these measures to SMMUSD for the purpose of funding public education and the other half to go to the city. The advisory measures, since some of you were
Is Alicia on the signed up for comment? Why not? Council, should we give her 1 minute to Alicia? 1 minute to Alicia. Does anyone want to make a?
Yes, I'll make that recommendation.
Okay, great. So she can continue talking. Oh, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, great. Thank you.
measures passed overwhelmingly, with YY passing by over 68% and GS passing by over 70%. The extension of the agreement we are here to support tonight literally operationalizes the will of the voters. We value our partnership that's been built with this over the years between the school board and the city, and we're committed to seeing it continue to thrive. Our local public schools are very highly regarded, as you know, and our partnership has helped the schools maintain the high quality instruction and necessary support for students in our community. In the case of the two sales taxes addressed by the agreement on your agenda tonight, our partnership has also brought in millions of dollars to the city to address its priorities as well. In closing, we just want to urge the City Council to approve a 10-year extension of the existing YYY and GSGSH agreement through June 30th, 2038, and will ensure that the Board of Education
we have Benjamin K., Denny Zane, Kelly K., Connor Webb, Daniel Campbell. If Benjamin K., Denny Zane, Kelly K., Connor Webb, Daniel Campbell are here, you can approach the mic. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. I'm Benjamin K., science instructor, resident, father of the little kids, and advisor of the Team Marine members here earlier. I'm also a member of your Clean Beaches Committee for the City of Santa Monica. So, hi, everyone. There's been a lot of contention over artificial turf fields, as you guys know, both within the school district and the city. Our school district, unfortunately, has kind of taken a pro-turf stance, while the city is poised and still making its decisions on the future parks, as well as the Memorial Park. I wanted to position myself with the Sustainability Commission's recommendation in changing bullet 3, which is that turf be replaced, well, with turf it says in the staff recommendation, but change that, please, to turf being replaced with advanced, specialized natural grass systems. These are durable grasses that haven't really been experimented with or
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Denny Zane. I'm here representing Santa Monicans for Renters' Rights. I want to urge the council to move forward with the worker retention policies before you, modified as suggested by Unite Here. And I also want to praise the effort in 16C to expand the city's support in multiple ways of families in our community. I'd like to suggest that you also include an expansion of something like the POD program to other needy populations. Those two items is that's an evening of good stuff. Thanks.
Thank you.
Evening, Council. My name is Connor Webb. I'm here to support 16E. Curb ramps are an overlooked but crucial part of our infrastructure. Accessibility is paramount, but curb ramps are also so much more. It's about parents with a stroller carrying a child or a teacup Yorkie. It's our economy's vital tourists with luggage. It's active aging for our seniors that are just one fall away from losing their mobility. However, not all curb ramps are created equal. The best provide separate ramps for each crossing, and inferior ones are diagonal ramps that have a single ramp for both directions. Dual ramps enhance safety, they slow turns, and they don't force people with mobility devices or strollers to enter oncoming traffic to cross. The U.S. Access Board was clear when they issued their public right-of-way accessibility guidelines that requires dual ramps. Despite all that, less than 10% of our ramps over the past year have met this standard. So this is long overdue. Thank you to Council Members Zwick and Hall for this. Let's ensure that our city is at the forefront of accessible design, safety, and active.
Thank you. We have, I just want to make sure the people who I called who didn't come up, Kelly Kay, Daniel Campbell, Mike Soloff, Dora Hernandez, you guys can come up and get in line. Thank you.
Hi. Excuse me. My name is Daniel Campbell. I just wanted to, first, I just wanted to say what a great Santa Monica community tonight. I've been watching all the public comments, and it's really great to see our community standing up and using their voice in a rational and reasonable way. Great job, guys. I'd like to talk about 11D, the Memorial Redevelopment and Expansion Project, and just make a few suggestions in concert with what was said previously. First, I'm very happy that Rick Valti and his staff at Public Works are going to keep natural grass fields natural grass. I think most of the community, as you can see, are kind of demanding that, and hats off to them. Secondly, concerning the budget, and I know the redevelopment plan has been going on for a while, but I would urge council not to rush the plan. If you can't.
Thank you so much. Feel free to email us to Mike Soloff, Dora Hernandez, Brian Sweeney, Miguel V, Grady Hall.
Hi, good evening. My name is Dora Hernandez, and I am a worker here at the Viceroy in Santa Monica for almost 20 years. As you know, as a hotel worker, right, people come from all over the world. They not only just come to see the beach and have a good time, but they're also here and visitors, and they have a great time because of the work that we do. So I believe that it's very important that our workers at Rusty's, they also get that worker retention, because just myself, because of worker retention, I was able to keep my work at the Viceroy when it changed to another different company. And I believe that please pass this work retention policy that will protect our peer workers also. Thank you so much.
Hi, Mayor Torosas, honorable council members. My name is Brian Sweeney. I'm here to speak on 11C and 11D. I know that most of you are more used to, enduring my commentary and writing, but this is just too important. I had to be here for this. So I am urging you all to adopt a stronger position than what staff recommended and not spend any more taxpayer dollars on artificial turf. One thing that I didn't see in the staff report is that the city actually does have a policy on artificial turf already. We are, according to our Cash for Grass rebate program, artificial turf is on the city's website, does not support biodiversity, does not foster soil health. Synthetic turf components are associated with significant greenhouse gas emissions. Artificial turf is not recycled. All of these things are still true, and I don't understand how the city can credibly claim to be committed to sustainability if it's not going to abide by this existing policy and pay for more artificial turf, even for replacement installations.
Thank you. And then, I don't know, Gerardo Cruz, John Camacho, John Cyrus-Smith. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, I'm Grady Hall. I'm here on behalf of the Santa Monica Pickleball Club. We have hundreds of members and 9,500 Facebook members, who none of whom are here. They're playing pickleball or they're sleeping for tomorrow's pickleball. So on a lighter note, what we want to do is on the vision plan, we'd like it to be based more on current data and comparable cities. Right now it's based on, for pickleball courts, right now it's projected to have 10 additional court needs in the next 5 years. And we think that if we do comparable cities, and keep in mind that Los Angeles is the second highest pickleball participation rate in the entire nation, then I think those will change the numbers a little bit and be more on parity with tennis. That's item 11C for the vision plan. On 11D for the Memorial Park redesign, we love it. We just want to support the staff, who's been really great in calling for a proactive plan to fully replace the programming. Pickleball is a little complicated in the noise issues and the surface and the wind, so we just want to make sure that.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Speaking to item 11A, the agreement between the district and the city. I'm the Assistant Superintendent, Gerardo Cruz, for Business and Fiscal Services, speaking on behalf of the Board of Education and Superintendent Shelton. The district strongly supports the approval of a 10-year extension of the existing agreement between the city and the district to 2038 under the same terms and currently in place. This approach is both prudent and fully consistent with the structure of the existing agreement, which already contemplates successive 10-year extensions. The voter-approved measures were founded on clear commitment to a shared investment. The strong community support for these measures reflect a collective belief in strengthening both our schools and our broader community. Our longstanding partnership with the city has been instrumental in sustaining high-quality instruction, essential student services, and strategic fiscal stewardship. We urge the approval of a 10-year extension to 2038. The district remains committed to this enduring partnership, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Superintendent of Schools, where we serve every student, every school.
Good evening, Council. Don Camacho, Marisol Restaurant at the Pier. Just wanted to comment on 10A. I'm just asking you to consider some of the impact on small businesses. So we're a small business, not a large business, because there are some administrative hurdles that are practical that do have an effect. And we take really good care of our employees, always have, and that's a big part of who we are. It also opens up a path for predatory plaintiff attorneys who are always out there, and that's also a tough burden on small businesses. You've heard about tourism, obviously taking some time to come back. The timing of this is tough. The national mood is tough with all the things going on in the country. And, we want to work together with council, with the city. So we actually just think about small business and those impacts. And again, we want to work with you and look forward to doing other things and bringing Santa Monica back. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It doesn't, well, John C. Smith, I see you back there. Peter Trin, Sharice Cryer, Judy Baker. It says Baker. I don't know if it's Barker, but Elisa Ortiz.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, John Cyrus Smith, Parks Commissioner. The Parks and Recreation Vision Plan deserves your unanimous support tonight. 2, Memorial Park. We found a way to shave $15 to $20 million off of Phase 1. Please support it tonight. And also, maybe let's be bold. Let's ask the school district to match the $20 million we got from SMC so we can begin both the Memorial and the Airport Park expansions. 3, Rose Parade float. Imagine our float. It kind of looks like the pier, the signs in the front, There's a Ferris wheel, changes color, got a surfers and stuff. I like it. Finally, council meetings, it's about time. People who show up here have earned 2 minutes to speak. Move the closed sessions back to the beginning. And by the way, lumping all these items, 4 items in 1 minute, it's simple.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Peter Trin, Sharice Cryer, Judy Baker, Elisa Ortiz, Fred Denny.
Evening, Mayor, council members, city executives. I'm Peter Trin. You should move closed session to the end. How's that? No, just joking. Anyhow, as a member of the peer board, I just wanted to come out tonight to lend my support to the current lease for California Roadhouse, because I think it aligns with the shared goals of revitalization, stability, and long-term success on the pier. But I'm worried about item 10A when the rules change, particularly rules that will make it harder to do business in Santa Monica. It just only leads to more vacancies. From a business perspective, why invest when rules keep changing and not perceivably better for the business? Businesses make commitments based on the regulatory environment in place at the time of approval. When the city adds later new requirements that materially change operational risk, it jeopardizes not just one lease, but the confidence of the whole city's leasing process. If we want creditable partners and responsible operators on the pier,
Yeah, feel free to come up and just, is it Sharice Cryer? How much time do you have? Everyone has 1 minute.
Good evening again. My name is Sharice Cryer. I'm a reparations activist. I was on the Santa Monica Reparations and Land Back Task Force, I guess, until today. I'm asking that you all disregard or vote against the proposal. This was not a democratic process. I have ties to Santa Monica. But I do not appreciate the work that we put in. Cost a lot of money normally. We are experts in our fields. Myself, I'm a lawyer, and the way that this was rolled out, it was undemocratic. So I'm asking that you reevaluate the next steps for this task force, and please do the right thing by the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm Fred Denny. I'm here tonight to oppose the right to recall. I know you all know my position on that, but I wanted to be on record. This is just the first step, and such an ordinance can easily expand throughout the city. Any proposal right now that is anti-business is sending the wrong signal to business here in Santa Monica and those who want to open business in Santa Monica. I'm a resident of Santa Monica of 50 years. I am a business person in Santa Monica. I will celebrate 47 years come June 9th. Not that I was counting. But I really feel that there needs to be more input on this before you vote. I would prefer you table it, as the peer director has said. I think it needs more public input and more business input, and you need to get.
Thank you, Fred. I guess Judy Baker, Elisa Ortiz, Jim Crystal, Jackie Romero, Patricia Sandoval, Sean Ahouse, Cordula Oman. Yeah, feel free.
Hello, Jim Christel, co-owner of Back on the Beach. We oppose right to recall, but we are very much in support of worker retention and rehiring people year after year, but we do not like this ordinance. You know, this is burdensome to all the record keeping, and then if it is, if there are attorney fees written in there for recovery of attorney fees, this is going to just drive up predatory attorney-driven lawsuits. This is a curse to a lot of small businesses fighting off attorney-driven contingency fee litigation. workplace infractions are free and very easily settled and adjudicated by the labor board. The
Thank you, Jim.
Can I confirm who's the next?
It doesn't matter the order, just come up and say your name. Jackie Romero, Patricia Sandoval, Sean Ahaus, Cordula Oman.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Aisa Ortiz. I'm a Santa Monica resident and the student body president at Santa Monica College. I wanted to acknowledge the significance of what's being proposed tonight in 11E. Establishing a permanent restorative justice program, a dedicated fund, and a commission creates the kind of structure that's been missing and that is necessary for this work to be sustainable. As this program moves into design phase, I encourage the city to think carefully about how legitimacy and trust will be built alongside that structure. Restorative justice works best when the communities most impacted by past policies are meaningfully included in shaping the path forward. As criteria and governance structures are developed, ensuring strong pathways for participation from historically impacted communities, including Black and Indigenous family ties, will strengthen both the credibility and effectiveness of the program. This is an opportunity to establish a program, but to also model how structure and community partnership can move forward together. I appreciate the city in taking this step forward and seeing how this framework develops. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jackie Romero, and I'm speaking on behalf of the California Restaurant Association, which represents many small operators here in Santa Monica. We strongly oppose Agenda Item 10A, the proposed recall and retention ordinance. This policy would make it significantly harder for restaurants to operate at a time when margins are razor thin. The ordinance imposes rigid rehiring rules based solely on seniority, not operational need. Restaurants must be able to staff appropriately, prioritizing cooks, chefs, or key roles to function safely and responsibly. The 10-day acceptance window is unworkable. Restaurants would be forced to keep positions unfilled while waiting for responses, potentially taking weeks or months to staff essential roles. The private right of action exposes restaurants to costly litigation over technical violations, even when no harm has occurred, inviting predatory lawsuits against small businesses. All of this comes amid continued economic uncertainty, including tourism validity. We have yet to see the impact on visitors as the Pier Bridge undergoes replacement. This order.
Thank you. Patricia. Oh.
I'm Cordula Oman. I've been here in Santa Monica for about 45 years, and I'm just going to say a couple of things. I was just given some information. Los Angeles Unified School District voted on December to transition away from synthetic turf. And the other one I was given is Belmont Park moved away from doing synthetic turf. I totally agree with the idea of having natural grass to play with, to breathe. We need oxygen. Cutting grass, when you cut the grass, it's like perfume. I mean, I feel like a kid. We need a sustainable city. And that means we need to bring healthy things to us that give us health and not put things. I mean, we already have atrocious buildings. And where are rooftop gardens? I remember we talked about that 10 years ago. Is anybody talking about that anymore?
Thank you.
I sent most of you an email, so I hope you get that.
That will be in the public record. Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, Mayor, Council. I have about 20 minutes of things I want to say, and I'm going to narrow it to about 45 seconds, trying to squeeze it all in here. The truth is, I'm Sean Ahaus with California Roadhouse. We oppose a right to recall or a right to rehire. It's easy to say everyone deserves a job, and most of the people that work for Rusty's do deserve a job, and we are open and willing to interview every one of them and hire everyone that's qualified and meets our requirements. However, it's incredibly naive for City Council or Unite Here Local 11 to tell us that we can run our business without deciding who we hire. I've been in this business for 25 years, 30 years. I've managed and supervised over 1,000 restaurant employees. It's incredibly naive to say a business can be successful without choosing who their employees are, without selecting and going through the selection process. The single most important job I have is to choose the employees that work for me and work with me. Nothing determines my success more than many of these great workers. It would be a great addition
Okay, great. You can always email us. I believe, just want to make sure that there aren't some folks that didn't get called. If you're here to speak and I did not call your name, can you raise your hand? Okay, what's your name?
Patricia Ibañez.
I don't see her on the list, city clerk. Got it, but perhaps, does anyone want to make?
Oh, they confused the last name.
Okay, yeah, we got her, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas noches, miembros del consejo. Mi nombre es Patricia Ibáñez y yo trabajo como recamarera en Hyatt Century Delfina, aquí en Santa Mónica. Soy recamarera por 19 años. También soy líder y miembro orgullosa de United Here Local 11. Trabajadores de hoteles ya hemos ganado la ley de retención en Santa Mónica y ha hecho una gran diferencia para mis compañeros y sus familias en esta industria. Santa Mónica reconoció que la estabilidad y el respeto para los trabajadores debe venir primero. Los trabajadores del muelle también merecen el mismo respeto y protección. Por favor, aprueba la póliza de retención para que los trabajadores puedan regresar al trabajo que ya tenían antes. Gracias.
I'm going to translate. Good evening, members of the Santa Monica City Council. My name is Patricia Ibañez, and I work as a housekeeper at the Hyatt Centric Delfina for the last 19 years. I am also a leader and proud member of Unite Here Local 11. Workers in the hotels, we've already won this retention law in Santa Monica, and it has made a huge difference in the lives of my coworkers and also their families in this whole industry. Santa Monica has already recognized the stability and the respect that workers deserve to get first. The workers on the pier also deserve the same respect and protection. Please approve this retention policy so that the workers can return to the work that they already had. Thank you.
Great, okay. That concludes.
Mayor, we have two callers, and I don't know if you want to go down the list. There's some names that did not have a check.
Before we get to the callers, Judy Baker, Miguel V, Mike Soloff, Connor Webb spoke, I believe, Kelly K, Robbie Jones wasn't here, Christina Santiago, Judy Kerr, Gil Lieb, Mary Jo Dalton. I believe if you're here, doesn't seem like anyone else is here to make a comment. So let's go to the phone.
Okay, let's hear Mr. Jacob Wasserman for 1 minute.
Hi, thank you. This is Jacob Wasserman, a Wilmot resident, planning commissioner, but speaking for myself. Just want to talk about 16E, the curb ramp one. I push a stroller, and when I meet a diagonal curb ramp, I have to take my kids literally into the line of oncoming traffic. When I saw that the California Street Reconstruction Project was putting back diagonal curb ramps, even after the guidance from the feds say that you need two-way curb ramps, and the city has acknowledged it. They just said, oh, it's in design. Well, the money you save now is all going to go away if there's ever a lawsuit about someone who gets hit by a car because of a diagonal curb ramp. So I'm glad this motion is happening. I hope that you tell all current projects to stop in their tracks and redesign their curb ramps. Even if it's going to cost a little more now, it will save a lot down the road, because we need curb ramps going both ways. It's a safety issue for not.
And that was 1 minute.
Next caller is Hannah Leshner.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Okay. Good evening. I'm Hannah Leschner. I'm speaking as a mother, a longtime resident, and a lifelong soccer player. I'm asking the city to adopt a no more turf policy. Green space access and sports are very important to our family. We care deeply about how the city handles public spaces. I'm asking the city to be forward-looking in their consideration of the turf issue and direct staff to pursue modern grass management practices and grass varieties so we can enable the access to fields that the community needs in a safe and non-polluting way. I also want to thank Tony Lopez and park staff for their really inspiring vision of the city as habitat, and I'm asking council, make it a reality with no more turf. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I believe that now concludes public comment.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone, for coming out. We will now move on to the ordinances. 10A, introduction and first reading of an ordinance. Oh,
sorry.
Guess I got cut off. And I will defer to the city attorney and city manager to present this item. Thanks.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm here to speak to you today about some potential updates to the city's recall and retention policies. Specifically, it would be to introduce for first reading an ordinance to amend Chapter 4.66 of the Municipal Code and to add Chapter 4.69 of the Municipal Code. Before we get started on the background, I wanted to just kind of, as you've heard and as we've been discussing, there's two concepts before you this evening. One is worker recall and the second is worker retention. Worker recall is the rehiring of workers who have been laid off for economic reasons, and worker retention is the retention of employees during as a result of a change when a change of control of a business occurs. So we can start with a little bit of background as to how we got here. On July 8th, 2025, Council gave direction to staff to develop and return with a right of recall and labor peace ordinances for full City Council consideration. Not too long after, a couple months after, the City Council adopted a resolution identifying local fiscal distress due to the current financial condition of the city. Shortly thereafter, the City Council adopted the Santa Monica Realignment Plan, which is predicated around restoring safety, revitalizing key civic spaces, growing economic activity, rebuilding city organizational strength, and returning to fiscal balance. And more optimism came around on December 16th, 2025, when the Council discussed the city's participation in various upcoming world-class events. Everybody's very familiar with these things, such as the 2026 World Cup, the 2028 Olympics, and the 2027 Super Bowl. Against this backdrop of fiscal difficulties, but also room for optimism and a plan to move forward to revitalize the city manager's office and the city attorney's office, we've spent time since mid-2025 consulting with the sponsors of the council direction on recall and labor peace regulations. Through these conversations, the council's subcommittee identified a preference to strike a balanced approach that's focused on encouraging business activity and supporting worker rights. The policy perspective led to a focus on advancing only a right of recall and retention regulations at this time. The balance focuses on protections of the Santa Monica Pier, which is one of the city's most valuable assets, protecting workers, while also furthering the realignment plan by encouraging business activity and reducing disruption during the upcoming major events. So the proposed scope of additional worker protections that are being presented this evening are to amend Santa Monica Municipal Code Chapter 4.66 related to recall of workers to provide for recall of laid-off hotel workers on city-owned property and hospitality workers on the pier. The second change would be to add Santa Monica Municipal Code Chapter 4.69, retention of workers, which would provide for retention of hospitality workers at the pier for a period of 90 days after a change of control of the business. It's important to, in this context, to note that in both of these scopes that the city is operating its proprietary capacity as a landlord. So a little bit of background on current protections for peer workers that are already in place. The current Chapter 4.66 was adopted in response to the economic conditions following September 11th, 2001. It does require employers to first rehire workers that were previously laid off for economic reasons. The application of that ordinance is workers within the coastal zone and the extended downtown core if the employer had gross receipts of at least $5 million in the year 2000. The current protections for peer workers also include labor peace language in the peer leasing guidelines, which require that new or substantially amended leases include provisions to ensure that peer tenants will not engage in practices that impede employees' ability to organize and contract with a labor organization for the purpose of collective bargaining. Of note, as previously mentioned, existing labor peace provision in the city's leasing guidelines will not be updated or amended through this item. There are also current protections for hotel workers adopted by the City Council previously under Chapter 4.67. Those include a hotel worker retention provisions for a period of 90 days following a change of control of the hotel operator. So the first set of amendments would be to update Chapter 4.66. Through the work of the subcommittee, existing recall regulations in the city's municipal code would remain in place. The updates would apply to operators of hotels on city-owned property and hospitality businesses on the pier with 5 or more workers that aren't already covered under the current regulations. Under the updates, if adopted, the proposed worker recall rules would require operators to offer positions that become available after the effective date of the ordinance for laid-off workers who performed at least 2 hours of work within the geographical boundaries of the city, were employed by an employer for 6 months or more, and had a separation date after September 9th, 2025 that was due to lack of business, a reduction in force, or other economic non-disciplinary reason. The addition of Chapter 4.69 would keep existing rules in place for current hotel workers, but expand those protections as follows. It would require the retention of workers at hospitality businesses on the pier with 5 or more workers for a period of 90 days after a change of control of the business, and provides noticing to workers of the change of control that offers are made in writing, and that workers shall provide and receive a performance of evaluation after the 90-day retention period. This language is very similar to what is already provided for hotel workers under Chapter 4.67. We've also identified some potential clarifications and changes to the ordinance. The first would clarify the definition of change in control to address situations when there is no single document effectuating the change in control. So essentially, it would make clear that if there is no single document effectuating the change in control, the change of control date would be the document that culminates in the sequence of events comprising the change in control. The second change is a similar change to the definition of eligible worker and addresses the situation when the change of control is not effectuated by a single document. The third change would provide the definition of successor peer employer includes a business operating at the same location and providing the same or substantially the same hospitality services as an incumbent peer employer. And to provide more additional context, the successor peer employer is the employer that takes over a business after a change in control and is required to retain the employees of the incumbent peer employer, which is the business that was controlling and employing the employers before the change in control. The fourth change would clarify worker retention period and provide for when the successor peer, if a successor peer employer is not known at the time, that the period of time beginning on the date of the incumbent peer employer commences operations that are open to the public for a period of 90 days. In other words, if there is a change in control, of an existing business, then it's 90 days from the change of control. But if the space is changing over to another business, the successor peer employer is required to do 90-day retention period after the commencement of operations. Another potential clarification expands, also accounts for this situation where the successor peer employer is not known at the time the incumbent peer employer ceases operations. In that situation, the worker retention provisions still apply, provided that the successor peer employer provides the same or substantially the same hospitality services. The incumbent peer employer is required to provide a list of eligible workers to the city at the time they cease operations, and the city is subsequently required to provide a list of eligible workers to the successor peer employer once that successor peer employer is known and they commence operations. The final potential change is to remove a requirement that allows a successor peer employer to not make an offer to an employee if the peer employer has a reasonable substantiated cause not to retain that eligible worker. So it removes some confusion that could occur during the retention process. And with that, we leave it to council for questions and discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we'll do one round of questions and then comments. If people don't have questions, we can go straight to comments. Councilmember Snell.
Thank you very much. Do you have a list of how many actual tenants on the pier would be affected by this and the number of employees each of them have?
I'm going to defer to the city manager on that one.
We certainly have looked at the different listing of businesses on the pier. We don't know how many total employees are associated with each of the businesses. Give me just one moment. We can pull up the total number of actual hospitality that would be covered under this proposal. Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
No one has other questions or comments? I guess we'll finish with the questions.
Apologies,
Okay, Councilmember Snell is done. Zernitskaya, then Zwick, then Negrete.
Thank you. So I know that there are some potential clarifications and changes, but I wanted to get some Sorry, can you all hear me now? Okay. I understand there's some potential clarifications and changes as suggested by the city attorney, but I wanted to get additional clarification so I actually understand exactly what it is that we may be voting on. When it comes to substantially similar positions, how is that similarity of positions determined?
Similarity of positions for the retention or for recall? For which change, I'm sorry?
For the recall.
For recall. So there are job classifications, and if a worker falls within the same job classification, they will be recalled when that job classification takes over. It's an industry standard. And there's also an opportunity if the worker could be trained, just like a new employee would be trained, for a recall in that situation as well.
And is that the same for retention?
For retention, you are already in your position.
Got it. Okay. So it would be like if somebody is a line cook, then they would come back as a line cook. But if there's, an executive chef and a line cook couldn't come back as an executive chef unless they could be trained into that position or they had gotten additional qualifications in the meantime or something.
Yes. And the idea behind the retention is ideally, there is no disruption in the employment.
Okay. And then how would this, and I recognize we're trying to balance a lot of competing interests here. I wanted to ask, how could this ordinance impact our efforts as we try to rebrand as a more business-friendly city?
Sure. So I think that's more of a policy question for the city council, and perhaps the city manager would like to weigh in. But But as you know, as we mentioned before, it's supposed to strike a balance between business activity and worker protection, and really focusing on the pier, protecting that asset and making sure that there isn't disruption, labor disruption during these major upcoming events, which are generally going to be centered around the pier.
I think the only other thing we would add as relates to the business interest, I think the subcommittee we worked on spent a lot of time trying to balance out and take feedback. It's part of the reason why the labor peace agreement components have not been brought forward for consideration. How do you balance business-related support, a business-friendly environment with some of the worker protection priorities that the council has, or I think really shaped the policies you're considering tonight. And to Heidi's point, really is a policy decision for the council. If I can jump in very quickly too, in terms of the total number of leases that we have, there are 6 restaurant leases on the pier, 9 retail leases, 6 $1 or nonprofit leases. We have 9 concession cart leases that exist on the pier in total. We believe that the proposed regulations certainly would cover the restaurant, retail, nonprofit leases on the pier. As it relates to the carts, I apologize, there's a nonprofit exclusion provision, so that wouldn't apply. But the carts, we would have to depend on the nature of how many employees operated each of those carts. We'd have to do a little bit more research on those.
But you would think they would apply?
On the concessionaire carts, you'd have to meet the employee count in order for it to ultimately comply.
Thank you.
And I will also add that there is also a definition for the hospitality businesses. So it's really focused on hospitality, which is eating and drinking establishments and large-scale facilities such as arcades and amusement parks, and then smaller scale facilities which provide more of an entertainment and hospitality and tourism function. So it may not apply to retail, as an example.
Thank you.
I would say it's currently drafted. That's another question for the council if you would like to expand.
How did the subcommittee come to the threshold being 2 hours per week for recall?
We'll say that language is fairly standard across several ordinances for worker retention and recall.
And let me see here. So for the provisions in section 4.69.020C1, that's substantiated cause. I know we just discussed it, but you just went over the potential changes. How would that be defined? How would it be documented? And is this fairly typical language in other worker retention / right to recall ordinances?
Right. So this language is currently in chapter 4.67 with the hotel worker retention provisions. Later adopted worker retention provisions does not include this language. So it's one reason why you may want to consider not including it in these newly adopted regulations for peer workers. The substantiated cause generally would probably be interpreted to mean that there is some evidence to support whatever cause is being cited to not to have, for this disciplinary reason. But perhaps those kinds of questions that you're asking is one of the reasons why this language is not showing up in future retention ordinances.
Okay.
Difficulty in implementation.
Thank you. And hopefully final question for now. Why / how did we come to the threshold of 5 workers as being the threshold of when it applies?
That's a policy question for the city council, if you'd like to. Again, these numbers, are across several we've looked at several jurisdictions for examples.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Zwick.
Couple questions quickly. When it comes to other jurisdictions, you mentioned that we studied a number. Is it correct that the cities of LA and Glendale Glendale and West Hollywood, San Francisco and Berkeley have some similar ordinances, but they tend to not apply when it comes to the case whereby a new business would replace an existing one.
That's correct. The hotel worker ordinance does not necessarily apply that way either. It's actually a change of control of an existing business rather than shutting down one business and opening up a new business. There are examples in other jurisdictions where, in different contexts.
Whereas at the airport or Long Beach, there are some examples where even a substantially similar new business would be subject to this.
Yes, in the context of convention centers and airports is usually where you'll see that.
Okay. And it says somewhere, I believe, I think was mentioned that this question of reasonable and substantiated cause not to retain an eligible worker. I believe I saw somewhere that it says it's not included in newer worker retention ordinances, but I am looking at the West Hollywood recall and retention ordinance, and I feel like I do see a paragraph of that language. Is that outdated or?
Right. There's again, it's these regulations sort of evolve over time. So we have seen ones that were more newly adopted in recent years, but you know, the city's hotel worker retention was adopted in 2019. And
I just see
examples.
I just see in notes here that it says Glendale and West Hollywood.
I don't believe
do not include it, but I'm seeing
don't.
language in the ordinance provided from West Hollywood that I believe does. I know I should have asked this sooner, but this is what I'm seeing it, so I'm just gonna
Let me just pull that up.
maybe ask you to take a look if you have a moment.
Absolutely.
And I think those are my only questions right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Negrete?
Well, I don't have questions, so if other people have questions, do you, Councilmember Hall?
Okay.
I'll
And then
go
Raskin.
after.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor and City Attorney, for your presentation. I just had a question on one of the proposed clarifications from 4.69.020B, the incumbent peer employer responsibilities. The last sentence says the city shall provide the successor peer employer with the list of eligible workers within 15 days of the commencement of operations by the successor peer employer. I'm curious, where did the 15 days after the beginning of operations comes from? And wouldn't it make more sense for that list to be handed over before operations commence so they can hire the right workers?
You could actually adjust it if you'd like to. It's the 15 days came from the 15 days that are responsible after the change in control if it's the same business. So there's just this 15-day requirement. You'll see it in the first provision. So if there is no gap, right, then and there is just a change in control, the requirement is to hand over the eligible employer list 15 days after the change of control. So we just kind of mirrored that. But if you think it makes more sense, we can adjust that language to make it clear that it's 15 days from. It's just to give them some period of time, but we could do it 15 days from
assumption of lease.
Assumption.
Yeah, I think assumption of lease, would make sense.
And I don't know that it would always be an assumption of lease, but yes, but when, or signing, or completion of we can work with something on that. And bring
it just seems like if we're going to add this layer of work to a business, that we should be providing the list ahead of time.
Right.
Before they open up. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
I have a question. Councilman Raskin, did you have a question? Okay. Can you just go back to, again, the best practices from other jurisdictions and let us know, why this is an evolving legal issue and what other jurisdictions that we look to clarifying that it's related to government-owned land?
Yeah, so we've seen a distinction, and of course, as I mentioned before, that this proposed scope this evening, the city is exercising its authority as a proprietor. It is city-owned land, so there is more flexibility with the city's ability to regulate how businesses operate, because the city is ultimately going to be the lessor in the situation.
And again, the other jurisdictions that we
Yes,
looked
and
at?
the other jurisdictions that you will see that that operate similarly, that have similar regulations, are going to be the City of Long Beach. They have similar regulations with respect to the operations of the Long Beach Convention Center and the Long Beach Airport. And the City of Los Angeles has regulations with respect to contractors on city-owned property, concessionaires on city-owned property, and LAX.
And then West Hollywood, Glendale.
West Hollywood and Glendale, those are more, those, at least the regulations we found, are similar to the city's hotel worker retention. And we did not see similar ones with respect to any large proprietary functions that they have.
Got it. And then how does the 90-day retention period after a change in control support continuity without locking businesses into long-term obligations?
Sure. So I think it is simply an obligation to offer employment and then retain people for 90 days and give them an evaluation at the end. They're not required to retain after those 90 days.
And if there's misconduct, is the worker permitted to be terminated?
It is not a violation of the ordinance to terminate for cause during the 90-day period.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so I guess we'll move into comments. And it looks like Councilmember Negrete has herself in the queue, and if anyone else wants to. Thanks.
So yeah, I have lots of thoughts about this. As a business owner myself, I find this to be completely anti-business and in some regards anti-resident, because residents suffer when businesses close or don't come to Santa Monica because we've made it ultimately too difficult. So I believe as it's written, and I'll get into what you just mentioned, Mayor, in terms of whether or not people can terminate someone after 90 days. I think we should put good faith in our businesses that they know how to hire. I think as council members, except for some of us who maybe do this in my day job, in our day jobs, we are elected officials and we're not here to jurisdict and tell people how to run their business. I agree that when you talk about large scale businesses like the airport or large hotels, when there's just a change of ownership, that's different. But when you have a change of business just because it's a restaurant and, a few months later, another restaurant comes in, it's a completely different business. I also want to speak specifically to the enforcement mechanism in this item. As written, the ordinance creates a private right of action. So that fundamentally changes who benefits from how this policy operates in the real world. A private right of action does not protect workers. It incentivizes litigation. So it gives attorneys, not the city or workers, control over enforcement. We're already seeing right now in other legal contexts how systems intended to protect people can be distorted into revenue generating models for lawyers, especially, those that get impacted are small businesses. They absorb the legal costs regardless of merit. So that dynamic is anti-business and also anti-resident, because when businesses face increased litigation exposure, costs rise, hiring slows, services are cut, and sub-businesses just leave entirely and residents pay the price. This approach, in my opinion, directly opposes our realignment plan, which was adopted to stabilize our economy, reduce unnecessary legal drag, and support recovery. So I support worker protection. I do not support policies that rely on private lawsuits as the primary enforcement tool. And for those reasons, I can't support it. But I also do want to say that I want to be transparent about the context of this proposal. It's being advanced with strong support from Unite Here Local 11, which is a well-organized labor union representing tens of thousands of hospitality and airport workers that are actively involved in political campaigns and endorsements locally and nationally. So my concern is not about the union members themselves, but about whether this item reflects a broad community priority or a politically active special interest pushing policy through council. In an election year, I think we all need to be really careful how we consider whether we're making policy based on demonstrated resident demand or small business demand or organized political advocacy. And for that reason, I can't support this item.
Thanks so much. Did no one else want to say anything? Councilmember Raskin.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I want to thank our city attorney team, city manager's team, everyone who's put work into this. I know there was a lot of long nights and long hours that are put into the research behind this and drafting it. I want to be clear that being pro-worker is pro-business. And the entire community benefits when workers have security. When folks can go home at night knowing that they have a safe job, that benefits all members of our community, and it's pro-Santa Monica. Our city council has proudly stood behind city workers for a long time, and I am proud to support the work that's gone into this ordinance. I also want to be clear that this strikes an important balance. We gave direction last summer to look at a broad range of pro-worker policies, labor peace, retention, and recall, and we're not moving forward with labor peace tonight. I would say more about that in other contexts, but the purpose of this ordinance is very targeted. It's limited to a specific set of places where the city is the property owner. It's limited in its scope, and I think it's also important to note that, you know, I also hire people for my job. I understand how important it is to make sure you get it right. And this ordinance is crafted to make sure that you can get it right. It gives employers an opportunity to give people a tryout. And if it doesn't work and people, you know, can't stay on for cause, then that's baked in there. But this is an important step forward in our community in making sure that we as a city respect the rights of workers and respect the importance of job security at a time when affordability has never been more challenging, at a time when folks are scared about where they can afford the next meal. So I think that this is an important step forward, and I will, well, I know there are other people in the queue, but I'm prepared to make a motion when it's appropriate.
Oh gosh, what just happened to the queue? Put yourself back in the queue if you wanted to talk. Otherwise, I do have something to say. Okay, Zwick then. Sorry, it all deleted on my screen. Sorry, guys. Zwick, Hall.
Just a follow-up question related to the private right of action. Am I to understand that there would not be such a recourse available if it wasn't written in, or how does that work? I'm sorry.
Yes, it is better practice to place that language in there to make clear that it's not just the city who could enforce it, but there is a private right of action available. That is the way our most of our worker protection ordinances work.
But if a law is violated, there would not be a private right of action otherwise?
It is better to have that clarification, yes, because this is a city. Because it's a city ordinance, right? So usually it's the right of the city to enforce. So if you want to give somebody else the right to enforce a city regulation, then you need to make that clear in the ordinance.
I see. Thank you.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I want to start by acknowledging that a right of retention and right of recall can make things harder for businesses, especially during ownership changes and operational transitions. My partner once founded and operated a restaurant in San Francisco, so I know this is true. But it is also true that these protections, as we heard tonight, can be life-changing for workers. We heard from many of these workers who are in fact residents in our community as well. These protections mean stability instead of uncertainty. And I think both of these things can be true, and reasonable people can have reasonable differences in priorities here. I personally believe that when commerce happens on public land, as the governing body of that property, we have the right and responsibility to demand a public good on behalf of our community. For me, that means standing for stability and respect for workers who keep this place running every single day. So for me, if I believe that both of these things, both of these points of view are valid, I'm going to choose the side of the workers because I believe that that is pro-responsible business. So I'll be supporting this motion tonight.
Snell.
Thank you, and thank you for all the work that staff and our attorneys have done. I too had an incredibly difficult time with this ordinance. I'm a strong supporter of of labor and people, workers in a difficult time. But I also understand the difficulty of being a small business individual during this plight, and particularly a restaurant owner, single restaurant owner. I went back and forth and talked with a number of people about it, and I support the motion, but I'd like to maybe think about some corrections with respect to it and see how my fellow council members would go along with it. One of them has to do with item 469 with respect to the attorney fees and costs. I know under civil action, this really, and we've heard this from some of our council members, but also this really puts any kind of civil action into the attorney's hand. And I was wondering, would my council's members be attributable to eliminating item D, attorney fees and costs with respect to the particular item? In addition to it, the reason I asked about how many employees each of these different businesses would have, I know we say a number of 5 or more. I'd like to know whether we would like to increase that to like 25. And the reason I say that is what it would do is give some of those businesses that have less than that amount of employees much more flexibility with respect to those small businesses in concern. So I am in support of this particular ordinance, but I'd like to offer those 2 suggestions with respect to the amendment.
Councilmember Zerniskaya.
Thank you. I agree with Councilmember Snell on striking the 4.66.060 section D, or I would be okay with amending it to have some sort of threshold that's larger so that smaller businesses don't get put at risk of being bankrupted by having to pay out attorney's fees. I'm okay with that private right of action as long as there are some of those limitations on attorney fees recoveries. I am also okay with increasing the threshold of number of employees from 5 to 25. Ideally, I would personally be more comfortable with the change of control rather than the substantially similar business, but I understand we need to strike a balance, and if there's a way that we can incentivize new businesses to recall workers from the prior business without it being mandated, because I don't own a restaurant. I don't know what it's like to own a restaurant. I don't know what it's like to have to run it. There's lots of different types of businesses out there, and what I might think to be substantially similar, restaurant owner might not. But if we can provide some sort of incentives there instead, although depending on what the rest of my colleagues up here think, I can probably live with the substantially similar as long as we can create some sort of protections and flexibility in rehiring. One of the public commenters did note a need for flexibility in rehiring priority from seniority to highest need. I believe that the language as drafted does account for that, where it says that seniority among people within the same classification, unless I'm mistaken. So since that provides for it, assuming that language does provide for that flexibility, I'm okay with that.
Councilmember Raskin and Zwick, and then I'd like to request to speak, but for whatever reason, it's not putting me in there.
I'm, just for the sake of moving this forward, I'm prepared to make a motion, but I don't want to jump the kind of... All right, I'm going to move that we approve the ordinance as drafted with the edits that were read into the record tonight. I think this is an important step forward. I think that it's important to include the private right of action because otherwise it would fall on the city's shoulders to enforce this. And it's just an extra burden for taxpayers and for us. So it's going to get enforced anyway. And it just shifts the burden onto the taxpayers. So yeah, I hope we'll get support for this. Thank you.
I'll second that. And I'll wait. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Just so I'm clear, was the proposal, I'm hearing something about a private right of action, but I'm also hearing about attorney's fees. That's one portion of a private right of action. Is that correct? I mean, are you saying that you're against the idea of removing attorney's fees, or just that the entirety of the private right of action?
No, I think we should keep it as drafted. I mean, you can conceivably get attorney's fees through a whole host of other laws that already exist. In Section 1021.5, private attorney general fees. There's all sorts of ways to get fees. So I think it's good as drafted.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Just so I understand, because there's a lot of moving parts here, and I don't know if we have all the information, but when we're talking about businesses, whether the employee count is 5 or 25, for instance, I've heard both those numbers. Do we have any sense of then what that does to the scope of, how many businesses would be affected or suddenly then not affected based on those different numbers?
Well, we need to define full-time employee.
I guess I have a question for this. I mean, again, these are things that are being thrown out now, so I don't expect all the answers to be had, but to the extent that we do have it, if we were to raise that employee count, I mean, how many businesses are then exempted or would still fall under the threshold?
No, we would be speculating, but just looking over the list of businesses that we are in sort of renting to, some of the smaller leases, if you look at leases for spaces that are less than 1,000 feet, 1, 2, 3, 4. Of those leases, you probably end up with somewhere between 9 to 15 businesses that would qualify if you went with a higher employee count. Again, that's speculating based on sort of a general assessment of an estimation of what the employee count could be. We'd have to do a survey and really identify the number of employees at each business to see to be able to answer with more certainty.
Would our head of the Pure Corporation happen to know the answer to that question? The question is how you're defining a full-time employee, though.
I think the way that it's currently defined is any employee that works more than 2 hours per week.
Over how many weeks a year?
Over, for at least a 2-month period, I believe. 2 hours over 2 months counts as an eligible employee. And then the second trigger is how many employees at the establishment.
Okay. I mean, that's information that I'd love to know more details about, I guess. The other thing I'll say, just as comment, I've also struggled with this a lot. I want workers to experience stability and continuity in their jobs and in their lives. There was some idea that workers are a special interest, but I think everyone here has an interest and a stake, and I support those that are trying to achieve greater rights and stability as workers, and those that are trying to run businesses successfully with enough flexibility to do so. So I don't think anyone's a special interest. There's just different interests that we are trying to weigh in this difficult decision. I will say that I hear what my colleagues Zernitskaya and Snell have said about this, and I agree with them on the item specifically about awarding attorneys' fees and costs. I'm also curious about the threshold and whether there is a different one that could be established, but it's hard for me to make that decision without more information. And the last thing I'll say is that I do see written in other ordinances, including the ordinance in West Hollywood, that when it comes to recall, there is language that indicates, as we did before, that if a successor employer has reasonable and substantiated cause not to retain an eligible worker based on that eligible worker's individual performance or conduct while employed by the incumbent, peer employer, the requirement would not apply. And, if we're talking about trying to provide some flexibility here for employers, that seems, new employers, that seems like a fairly reasonable one to me.
Are you making a substitute? Are you amending our motion or accepting it?
I haven't made a motion, but yeah, I was giving my comments. I don't know what to say about this employee count, to be honest. I wish we had a little more information on this. I guess if we pass this tonight, the idea is that there would be another reading, but ideally that wouldn't be one where we're relitigating this. So I would propose an amendment that at least, I don't know how to frame it in terms of the employee threshold, to be honest, but I would at least propose that we strike the language around attorney's fees and we add back the language around reasonable and substantiated cause. I guess as an amendment, does someone need to second that, and then is that voted on?
Well, it goes whether it's friendly to the maker and seconder. With the employee count, I think we're going to have to make a policy call at some point, and at some point it's going to be arbitrary. I'm fine, talking about that a little bit more. I'd be curious to know, from the representatives from the Peer Corp tonight, if they can share maybe some more info about that. With respect to the attorney's fees and the other portion you asked to take out, I mean, my point was that it doesn't really matter if attorney's fees are in there or not. I think it's good to have it, but there are other provisions in state law that could potentially provide for attorney's fees. I think it's going to get a lot more complicated if you have to implicate those state law provisions in the context of civil remedies, so I would keep it as is. And there was a third thing too. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting what the third part was.
The cause.
The language that is included in some other ordinances, model ordinances, and was included until I guess it was proposed to be changed.
No, so my motion was to incorporate the edits that our city attorney read, and so you're asking to put that back in?
One change. Well, no, one thing that was stricken.
Oh.
What's on the screen.
Right.
No, I think the reason why this was taken out is that it gives potential options for employers to not comply based on subjective judgments, and I think that it opened the door to some gamesmanship that we were concerned about.
Well, I would then move a substitute motion that we table this till the next meeting until we can get more data on the size of these the businesses that would be affected or wouldn't be at different thresholds, because I don't really know what we're voting on in that regard.
Do you need a second for that? Oh, she's saying, okay.
Well, we have the representatives here tonight. Jim Harris is here.
What's your question exactly? How many people this applies to, if it's 5, 10, 15, 25?
Yeah, if we went to 25, would it be, how many businesses would then would it still apply to or not? 5 seems like it would encompass almost all, I assume.
Does Oliver know?
No, we don't have.
No, I don't know that we have the leases that we do engage, lease areas, lease terms. We don't have the employee counts handy. But if I see Jim, if Jim has any insights as relates to the thresholds impact of 5 versus 25, or if there's a discussion at that point, Jim, we'd love the benefit of your wisdom.
The benefit of my wisdom. Thank you for that vote of confidence. The Peer Corporation is one of your unique nonprofits, and we're not a bid, so we aren't as privy as some other organizations here to that kind of information. So anything that I could state right now would be a guess. I was consulting with a representative from the Santa Monica Pier Lessees Association, who's much more intimately involved with each of one of the businesses, and she feels the same, that right now it would just be a guess. You know, we would be happy to help with that information. We are just not prepared to do so tonight.
Okay, well, look, I'm gonna withdraw my motion, and I'm gonna propose something a little different. This will come back for a second reading. There's nothing that says we can't change it if we get more information that determines that we need to. So I would propose that we move the item as proposed with 2 changes. This is a substitute motion. One, again, being to strike the attorney's fees, and the second being to add back the language around reasonable and substantiated cause.
Second.
Okay, just because I haven't had the opportunity to talk, I wanted to say a couple things. Just so that I don't think that the attorney's fees is the hill to die on, because as Ellis stated, there are ways to get attorney's fees, period. But I just do want to ask our city attorney, does our hotel right of recall have attorney's fees in it?
Yes, the language in both the updated language in the in chapter 4.66 and in the new chapter 4.69 is identical to the hotel worker protection ordinance.
And does LAX also provide for a private right of action at LAWA?
Yes.
Okay. And in our peer leasing guidelines, do we ask for new leases to adhere to right of recall?
You are required to adhere to all city laws, so it would include the right of recall.
Right. Okay. I mean, I would just say I'm deeply concerned about how anyone would enforce this new provision here. I do not want the city with limited resources to be in a position to enforce that, which is why, you know, I thought it was important, or I agree that it not be in there. Jesse's asking that, or Councilor or Mayor Pro Tem Zwick's asking that it be added back in. I don't support that. I would just say, because I haven't had the opportunity to say my piece about this, I want to be very clear that Council provided direction back last summer to bring back very targeted worker protections for hospitality on city-owned assets. And we have significantly narrowed the scope of what we've asked for, because we are trying to be extremely judicious, given that we are effectuating an economic revitalization for the city. But at the same time, I would say across California, in peer cities, the right to recall and worker retention have become best practices, period, especially in cities that enjoy high tourist destinations, that are hospitality centers. And quite frankly, Santa Monica would not be what it is today without our hospitality industry, full stop. That we are what we are on the backs of our hospitality industry. I think we all recognize the realities that our operators are facing right now. I really want to appreciate the California Restaurant Association and all of the restaurants that we've heard from. I do this work every single day in my day job. Inflation is high, margins are very, very thin. We absolutely get that. High turnover is the reality, and it makes it really hard to deliver consistent service. But at the same time, we have an obligation as stewards of public land with the most iconic pier, I would argue, in the world, to ensure that we are delivering a benefit. And as we say, we're inviting a renaissance here. We're bringing FIFA. We're bringing the fan fest around the Super Bowl, the games, all of the hospitality houses we're going to see with that. Our workers have to benefit, period. So I just don't see this as an option. I don't see delaying this as an option. And I think that we have a long history of supporting workers' rights here. That is not a surprise. No one who showed up to do business in Santa Monica should be surprised that we care about protecting our workers. And again, you know, this is an economic asset for our region, and we own it. So we can't have people losing their livelihoods simply because a business changes hands. And I think, you know, again, like we mentioned, this strikes at a very appropriate balance. We significantly narrowed the scope of what we were talking about. So we can, yes, we can come back and talk about the number of employees, but I think what we have for micro enterprises, usually defined by 5 employees or fewer, we could talk about what the definition of a full-time equivalent is. But I think, you know, we've been very fair. This exempts nonprofits. excludes managers, allows collective bargaining agreements to supersede, provides flexibility. And I think it also aligns with our realignment plan and our economic recovery. So I would urge our council to pass this and move it forward. Thanks. Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't belabor the point. +1 to everything you just said. I think you're spot on. I also am not in favor of adding this section back in. I think if we're going to be consistent with how we've been thinking about things, we should ensure that this is as objective as possible and not subjective in any way. And I am fearful that this adds in a layer of subjectivity that will open up a lot of litigation.
Yeah, I agree that the attorney's fees provision is not a hill to die on. But I do want to urge the maker of this motion to, again, really think about taking out this language for the reasons Councilmember Hall just said. There's already a provision separate from this that allows anyone to be discharged at any time for cause, for performance conduct. But this opens the door to saying, I'm not going to hire you in the first place because you don't look like a team player, because you don't look like somebody who's going to match our values. You don't look like somebody who's going to be part of the workplace culture. I think that's far too problematic, and I really urge you to take this out.
I wanted to withdraw my second for the substitute motion, but I would ask that we get more information when this comes back in terms of the number of employees of how many businesses would be impacted if we change the threshold for number of employees. Because I agree with much of what has been said about Santa Monica being known as a very pro-worker city, and us wanting to maintain that, and us wanting to maintain predictability for workers. But I also want to be very mindful of especially those smaller businesses that may be significantly negatively impacted due to the additional administrative burden.
So is there a second to the substitute motion?
I would.
Right, I'm asking if there was someone else that wanted to second it. Okay. No, it's, okay, so it sounds like.
I just,
go ahead.
yeah, I mean, if no one wants to, then that's fine. I just want to be clear here that I'm pretty sure, I mean, and the city attorney might have been in the queue, and if there's a clarification you want to offer, I'm happy to. I'm just reading the West Hollywood recall and retention ordinance. I'm reading the words, a success. We put it in our ordinance because we were trying to mirror other ordinances that are models that we were asked to look at. And this ordinance in West Hollywood says the successor employer shall not be required to offer employment to an eligible worker if the successor employer has reasonable and substantiated cause not to retain that eligible worker based on that eligible worker's individual performance or conduct while employed by the incumbent employer. I mean, my assumption is that reasonable and substantial are not, or reasonable and substantiated are not terms that one can just make up. I assume that there is a standard that would have to meet. Obviously, everything can be fought over in the courts, but this is language that we have in other laws that we use to say, to try to make something concrete and not subjective. And I see it in this ordinance. And when we're talking about trying to balance needs, to me, provide at least that flexibility to a new employer seems reasonable. But if no one agrees, then we can vote on the original motion.
I think everyone was amenable to removing the private right of action because that didn't really seem to be a big deal. But I don't know. Sorry. I would just say that the one thing that people seemed amenable to in the spirit of trying to get something going here was the removal of the private right of action. No? Okay. All right.
Well, I think what we're back to is the original motion. I'm fine taking out the attorney's fees clause, and I think we'd give direction before this comes back for a second reading to get more information about the
employee size.
Yeah, the sizes of employers, and it's coming back for a second reading. We can potentially, restart the reading process if we need to make significant changes, and With that, unless Councilmember Hall, you want to say something else, I'd call a question.
That's what I was also going to do. I would question my colleagues if they would be amenable to providing direction to include the reference of right of recall and right of retention into the leasing guidelines explicitly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
So if I may ask for one clarification, I believe you earlier asked a question about whether or not the 15 days from commencement of operations, we could replace that with something more like 15 days with the city entering into an agreement with the successor peer operator. Is that an acceptable change?
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Okay. And then just a small clarification on process. I think Councilmember Raskin did refer to it, but if the council does desire to make a substantive change, such as the number of employees, then we will need to bring it back. So we can bring it back for second reading, but if you want to make that change, we would actually need to bring it back a subsequent time to introduce the ordinance again.
Okay. Before we had the second reading?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So a second reading is really only scrivener's errors. It's nothing substantive that you can change in between the two, but you can always reintroduce.
Okay.
Okay, with that being said, I think we'll take a vote.
Okay, Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Apologies, could you please restate the motion with all of the amendments?
All right, so it's the ordinance as drafted with the amendments that were shown tonight, with the exception that we're adjusting the 15-day threshold. We're removing the attorney's fees clause, and we're giving direction to get information about the, I don't know how to put it, the sizes of employers.
The threshold applicability.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, and incorporating this into leasing guidelines.
Yes, and then one other, small clarification just for the record. So that attorney's fees provision removal would be in two places. It would be in 4.66050D and 4.69050D.
Yes.
Well, hold on.
One for each. So I just want to make that clarification just to make sure that that's your intention.
But that's not removing an attorney's. 4.66 is already on the books, right? I mean,
4.66 is already on the books, but that provision is being updated because it was from 2001, so it's being updated. So it's up to you. I just wanted to make that clarification because it is actually in two places in the ordinance. So I just wanted to make sure.
Okay,
that was my recommendation.
Okay, if we're ready to vote, Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
No.
And Mayor Atrosis?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We will now move on. Appreciate everyone who came out, but we still have lots of items to get through. So now we will move on to the staff administrative items, item 11A. Hopefully that could be a relatively succinct discussion. No? Someone's recusing. Oh,
I'm recusing.
Did you want to say
Yeah, I wrote it out. Just well, you wrote it since front. So, as a longtime small business owner and vendor with the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District, I am acutely aware of how perceived conflicts, real or not, can erode public trust. And while it is not confirmed whether or not I have a legal conflict under FPPC rules, Measure GS involves school-related funding and agreements. Out of an abundance of caution and in the interest of transparency, I'm choosing to voluntarily recuse. So.
Okay, we'll call you back when we're done. And I believe this is not, do we want to say that they're changing the title of the item?
Yes, this is extension of Measure YYGS agreement with the school district. It's a 2-slide presentation. We made some proposed adjustments, and Oscar, maybe you could run us through it all real quick.
Mayor, Oscar Santiago, Finance Director. We're asking your approval of the extension of the Measure YYGS agreement with the Santa Monica School District tonight. As a way of, on a way of background, on May 7th, 2018, the city entered into an agreement with the school district for Measure YYGS for the Master Facility Use Agreement, and the agreement was for a 10-year term. The existing agreement is set to expire in June of 2028. This agreement facilitates city funding to the school district in the amount of about $18 million annually. Through this agreement, residents get or are provided with use of certain Santa Monica school district facility use. So based on recent discussions with the school district staff, we have developed a proposed extension of the agreement. And so the proposal is to extend the agreement for 10 years, for an additional 10 years, as per the terms of the agreement. And that would extend the agreement through June 30th of 2038. And all other terms of the agreement will remain the same as in the original agreement. This is basically the section of the term of the agreement where we indicate that it's going to be a 10-year renewal option that we're exercising, terminates on June 30th. The rest of the language remains the same on the agreement. It's a modification that we're asking you to approve. And so tonight's recommendation is for council to approve the 10-year extension with all the remaining terms of the agreement staying the same. And we're here for questions.
Great. I see Councilmember Snell has one.
I don't have any questions. I just want to make a motion to support the staff's recommendation to extend it for a 10-year agreement with the school district.
I'll
Second.
Councilmember Hall will second that. Councilmember Zwick?
I'm excited to extend it. I'm just clarifying, first of all, I was reading a staff report that said something different. So just to be clear, 10-year extension from 2028 to 2038, all other terms remain the same.
Exactly. We have a revised proposal, which was what we're presenting to you tonight.
Okay. Sorry, I just was, I guess, on a different.
Yeah, the staff report had a different, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So that's the first thing. Beyond that, I really, it's unique to some extent what the city does in its partnership with the schools, and it's really something that I think makes Santa Monica special. Our schools are stronger and our community is stronger as a result. So I'm very happy again to continue that partnership. I'm happy that we're keeping the terms the same. I do have one question, not question, but just something I wanted to just raise, that at least when it comes to issues of joint use, and I'm hearing regularly in the community that residents are attempting to use school facilities and report them back as closed during hours that they're supposed to be open to the public. So if this is partly a joint use agreement, I would hope that we would be in regular dialogue with the school district about making sure that these spaces are available to members of the community on the nights and weekends that they're supposed to be, because this is something I've been hearing. So that's all.
Certainly.
Can you just talk to us a little? I don't see, is that your only question? Just, can you tell us briefly if we need to cancel this agreement, how we do that? Do you want to speak to that?
Well, I can quickly jump in. There's a cancellation of the agreement. You have to provide 3 years advance notice and a basis for why the agreement is being recommended for non-renewal. So that provision will maintain in this agreement even as we're extending it for an additional 10 years through 2038.
Great, thank you. Okay, I believe there's a motion and a second on the floor. Does anyone have any further comment? All right, we're ready to take a vote. Thank you.
Councilmember Negrete is absent. Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
And Mayor Trosas?
Gladly, yes. All right, thank you. 11B has been pulled at the request of staff. So we will now move on to 11C. Oh, can someone bring in Councilmember Negrete by any chance? Oscar, thank you.
Already, I'll thank former school board member Barry Snell for making that motion.
Oh, thanks, Barry Snell.
Am I waiting for?
Bathroom, I believe, but that's his loss, so you can.
Okay. Good to know. Good evening, members of the City Council, the community who is here today. My name is Tony Lopez. I am the city's senior park planner within Public Works. It's a pleasure to be presenting to you today. The purpose of today is to discuss the Parks and Recreation Vision Plan. First, we'll be discussing the recommended actions, review the plan in of itself, and review comments and staff recommendations this evening. So the recommended actions this evening is to adopt the finding of categorical exemption pursuant to Section 15262 of the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines and receive and approve the 2025 Parks and Recreation Vision Plan. So we did it. The update to the 1997 Parks and Recreation Master Plan began in 2018. Outreach began in 2018 with over 2,000 participants. In 2020, a draft was set to be presented, but due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the project was put on pause. In 2024, the project resumed with continued outreach to communities, commissions, and neighborhoods. And in 2025, in noticing that there was a gap in the level of information that was being provided, we conducted a community interest and opinion survey, which became known as the Community Recreation Arts Needs Assessment and Level of Service. And in 2025, in the beginning of summer, a draft went live and for public comment, and that included an additional 10 public meetings. So where are we now? Just a bit of a network refresher. The city of Santa Monica offers 144 park acres, which works out to roughly 1.55 acres per 1,000 residents, with 72% of the population living within a 1/2 mile of a park. In 2016, the county conducted a LA County-wide Parks and Recreation Needs Assessment, and in that assessment determined that the county average is 3.3 park acres per 1,000 residents, and defines Santa Monica as a city that is quote-unquote moderate in terms of overall park need. Now that park need is based on acreage, distance to parks, and population served. The map you see on the right is pulled from the Countywide Parks Needs Assessment Interactive Map Viewer. And you can see that all the neighborhoods around Santa Monica are red and orange, which indicates that they're high or very high need in terms of park. Where we left off, again, the 1997 Parks and Recreation Master Plan was our last city's adopted master plan. And those vision plans usually last 20 to 25 years. That particular plan targeted a goal of an increase in park acreage from 112.7 park acres to approximately 143.8 to 170. As I mentioned, in 2025, our acreage is at 144, so we met that goal. Part of the goal of the outreach related to this update was to determine what our new goal will be. So what is the vision? City as habitat. In short, it is a vision for nourishing habitat for people, plants, animals, and program, continuing the city's commitment in striving to prevent harm to the natural environment and human health. A vision that addresses community open space need through acquisition, expansion, and improvements, enhancing resilience and reinforcing sustainability initiatives. Some of those goals serve and act to support water self-sufficiency, zero waste, and carbon neutrality, enable open space to grow with our growing city, position the city to respond quickly and responsibly to opportunities that enhance our parks as settings for habitat, maintain an open dialogue with the community on nature advocacy, and reaffirm our sustainable rights ordinance. We really wanted this plan to be user-friendly. Not only are the staff within the city using the Parks and Recreation Vision Plan, but the community has an opportunity to use it as well, and helping to identify opportunities for them to participate in growing our network. The plan in itself is set up in 4 chapters. Chapter 1 being about vision and network. Chapter 2, community voices. 3 is about the actions and recommendations, and Chapter 4 is all about implementation. The first chapter, Vision and Network, this is our hub for everything related to parks. It consists of matrices that give information about what amenities exist in our current parks, what are their acreage, how do we define those parks, and looks for opportunities to consider new amenities that might be integrated in those parks based on the amount of real estate that is present in those parks. The Community Voices chapter gives an overall synopsis of the outreach thus far. Again, 2018-19, we had 2,000 plus participants. In 2025, we had over 600 participants. And I will echo Jenny Rogers, our Director of Recreation and Arts, in really reinforcing these numbers in that 96% of respondents to this survey visit a parks, arts, and recreation facility in a typical year. The national average is 81%. 49% of respondents participate in a city program in a typical year. And on average, the national average is 36%. So people really love our parks and what we offer. One of the top priorities that rose to the top was safety. And in terms of amenities, you can see the list here below, but I won't get too much into that right now. When it comes to the actions and recommendations within this document are all actionable. We want them to provide a sense of accountability when it comes to how we improve our parks and open space network. Those 8 principles are therefore validated by 5 strategies that came out of the original 2018 and 19 outreach. And from there, we have developed 32 actions and sub-recommendations to help support those principles. Those 8 principles are nourish existing parks and park facilities, expand new parkland and open space, raise new park facilities, ideate the Santa Monica State Beach, connect open space and the community, gather recreation and arts programming, sustain parks and facilities sustainability and maintenance, and support funding and meaningful partnerships. At a glance, the vision, reaffirming the Sustainable Rights Ordinance and advancing through actions citywide goals to achieve water self-sufficiency, zero waste, and carbon neutrality. Action 1.1.3, demonstrate potential to increase species biodiversity and canopy coverage in accordance with the Urban Forest Master Plan in existing parks and open spaces. Action 1.2.2, develop a CIP refurbishment plan to address maintenance of high-use amenities, including general site components, and determine opportunities to integrate sustainability alternatives. Action 2.1.8, integrate cultural landscapes within new parks and identify opportunities to expand restoration, preservation, and rewilding. So how do we implement this vision? The 2025 process helped us define our inventory, again, with that vision and network chapter. It also helped us determine what the costs are to maintain our existing inventory. The level of service survey helped us identify the gaps in our level of service. And all of that combined helped us daylight a need for funding streams to address those gaps. Now, new parks are great, but having the ability to fund the maintenance of our existing parks is really, really important. Part of this process really dug into the opportunities we have to establish 5, 10, and 20-year work plans related to estimated costs associated with maintaining our current park system. We worked interdepartmentally to collaborate on how we prioritize those maintenance efforts in terms of providing the maintenance to those directly serving the community benefit in the greatest means possible. Our level of service analysis also confirmed that what we need in terms of park acreage to meet our current and 5-year projected population growth need when it comes to park acreage. What we also learned from that is understanding how many more of what amenities do we need to add to our system to help serve our community to the best of our ability. Now, again, when revisiting that idea about what our goal is for this plan, there are a few considerations that we had to take into account and present to the community. Now, again, we currently sit at 1.55 park acres per 1,000 residents. We are considered moderate, and that when we consider the county average of 3.3 park acres per 1,000, we are below that. Common planning standard is 5 park acres per 1,000. In 2025, the National Recreation and Parks recommended approximately 6 to 10 park acres per 1,000 based on a population of 100,000 to 250,000. And I'm sure all of you are familiar that our current population is hovering around the 100,000 mark, but our daytime population is around 250,000. The NRPA does include the beach, but the countywide average does not, because not all cities within the county have a beach to lean on when it comes to open space. Now, if we just looked at the Santa Monica State Beach of approximately 202 acres, adding that to our inventory would boost us up to about 3.72 acres. If we were to add the Santa Monica Airport, all of its 192 acres, that would bump us up to 3.61. So but we must consider, and this is coming from the National Rec and Parks Association, that recreation agencies are as diverse as the communities they serve. What works well for one agency may not be best for all. So what that tells us is that not only do we have to look at these metrics as a basis for understanding what our goals will be, but we also have to continue to monitor the trends. I know that there was a comment earlier on about pickleball, for example. Now, the level of service that was provided in the appendix of this vision plan is just looking at what the averages are in the county, just to provide a baseline. But we do know that when pairing this project with parallel projects like the Santa Monica Airport conversion planning process, we heard that there was a strong, overwhelming demand that came through the vision plan comments that 24 courts at the airport is what we need. That is well beyond what our current level of service is telling us. So that again tells us that we have to stay in constant communication about what our city needs and respond accordingly to that. We all know that we have various funding sources. There's the general fund. We apply for various capital improvement projects. Our park improvement program, as an example, is a $250,000 annual budget to help maintain our park system. We look at our development impact fees for expansion and acquisition of parkland. And we look at our current grant funding, Measure A allocations, and CDBG grant matching. But again, this vision plan being actionable helps us really pinpoint what current grant opportunities are out there and really pinpoint what actions we want to pair with particular grant opportunities so we can be successful in those applications. So what we've heard in this process, there's been a desire to integrate the 2025 City Council priorities. And we've addressed that, and if you reference attachment K within the staff report, we've rolled in a pairing of the 2025 council priorities with not only the 2018 council priorities and the 2024 priorities, but correlating them all together to help support this plan. We've heard overwhelming support for that, our new goal to be 5 park acres per 1,000. And if you recall in the little breakdown, if we add our beach, if we were to add the airport, we will get somewhere in just shy of that 6 to 10 national recreation metric. And then when we add the beach to that, we'll get right into that sweet spot. Level of service and how we compare, again, monitoring the trends. We heard overwhelmingly more pickleball, more courts, more fields to accommodate tournaments and city-owned aquatics facilities as well. An increased overall feeling of safety in our parks, recreation, arts facilities, and bringing CAP action forwards. That's the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. What we've done in addressing those priorities, we've moved those actions and priorities to the front of the first chapter, so that as you start to look at what our goals and actions are, the first 2 you read are about sustainability and about safety. And when it comes to prioritizing accessibility, that was another element that got rolled into that front end of that chapter. And I will now turn it over to the other comment we heard was the conversation about natural grass versus artificial turf.
Great, thanks, Tony. Good evening, City Council. Amelia Feichner. I'm the city architect within the Public Works Department. I'm pleased to be here this evening to share the city's analysis of and draft proposed policy for grass and artificial turf on city-owned sports fields and how that applies to our current and future field inventory. This proposed policy was drafted in response to public comments requesting that the city phase out artificial turf fields. This policy will be submitted to City Council as an information item in its final draft in the coming months with additional details that address feedback we have and will receive tonight. I feel it's important to emphasize that staff's recommendations are focused on city-owned sports fields. The proposed policy would not apply to any public agencies, private entities or SMMUSD, just to be clear. In the following slides, I will address the key considerations that factored into the development of the policy and discuss our commitment to ensuring we have healthy and safe playing surfaces for our community and the environment without decreasing available playtime on our fields. We will also be available for questions after the Park and Rec Vision Plan presentation. The Office of Sustainability and the Environment, Community Recreation, Public Landscape, and Architecture Services came together to analyze the use of artificial turf and natural grass on city-owned sports fields in Santa Monica. After carefully considering environmental and human health impacts, player safety, durability and playability, maintenance requirements, and life cycle costs of various options, staff arrived at this approach. No new artificial turf fields will be installed at city-owned sports fields. Existing city-owned grass fields will be maintained as grass fields. Existing city-owned artificial turf fields will be replaced as artificial turf fields. While the city works with experts to develop a request for information for market transformation within the artificial turf industry to provide safer and recyclable products. This effort is paralleled by ongoing work by staff to explore more durable natural grass systems and maintenance practices with the goal to phase out artificial turf over time without decreasing field availability and playability. Briefly looking at the city's existing field inventory, there are currently 11 diamond sports fields, all natural grass, and 2 rectangular sports fields, both artificial turf designed for high-intensity use at Airport Park and historic Belmar Park. In general, diamond sports fields can be maintained as natural grass without significantly more maintenance because the use is relatively low impact. However, sports played on rectangular fields such as soccer, rugby, football, and lacrosse have more wear and tear on their fields. Therefore, with only 2 existing rectangular fields, they were designed with artificial turf to withstand the high intensity use without the requirement of periodically closing one or both of them for regular maintenance that would be required if they were grass. There's currently more demand for field use than the city can accommodate. Therefore, families are regularly required to travel for practice and games, and there is resounding public interest in maintaining and increasing the available playtime on our fields. As the city expands our parks at Memorial Park and through the airport conversion as examples, new proposed fields would be grass. At the same time, we know that the field at Airport Park will need to be replaced soon. When funding is identified, the replacement of the field would be proposed as artificial turf consistent with this policy. Looking at the comparison, staff found natural grass fields stay cooler, cost less to install and replace, and when well maintained, provide a forgiving surfaces for players that fall, tackle, slide, or dive on them. Access to recycled water has reduced past concerns about high water use for natural grass, but maintaining playability, especially for intensive uses, requires significant ongoing maintenance, periodic field closures for resting, and higher operational costs. These costs generally, when we look at the entire life cycle, including replacement, generally offset initial savings, making that complete life cycle cost comparable for both grass and artificial turf. Grass fields are also more susceptible to weather-related closures, increasing scheduling pressures during rainy seasons. Artificial turf provides a reliable all-weather playing surface with minimal downtime and limited irrigation needs, although irrigation generally is installed to mitigate heat concerns. And while they cost more to install and replace, they generally require less ongoing maintenance than grass. However, nothing is zero. There is definitely maintenance and operations costs needed. The city is addressing health and environmental concerns by using alternative certified organic infill materials requiring compliance with PFAS standards, and adding protective measures such as drainage controls and shoe cleaning mats at our artificial turf fields. Advances in turf design and footwear have improved player safety, and emerging recyclable turf products may offer more sustainable end-of-life products. The proposed policy was presented to the Recreation and Parks Commission and the Commission on Sustainability, Environmental Justice, and the Environment. Each commission had some recommended alterations to the proposed policy, which are reflected in this slide. A few of the recommendations were incorporated. However, the overall policy was not substantially changed. Overall, the RPC supported the proposal of no net new artificial turf fields, while the Sustainability Commission does not support the use of artificial turf, which you heard earlier tonight. Over the last year, staff has listened closely to our community through public comments received on this policy, on the Parks and Recreation Vision Plan, and on the expansion of Memorial Park. The message we received is clear. The needs of our residents are dynamic. Most would prefer natural grass fields. However, they expect well-maintained playable surfaces that are not closed for periods of time for maintenance and or weather. Therefore, with our current field inventory and until we can add more fields, staff feels artificial turf is still a key component to meet the community needs and expectations for high intensity use. That is why our policy is structured this way. All new city-owned fields would be grass. High-intensity use artificial fields will remain artificial turf with strong safeguards in place, and we'll continue exploring whether over time artificial turf can be phased out completely on our city-owned fields as we commit to working with our professional community on market transformation within the artificial turf industry to provide safer and recyclable products while we explore more durable natural grass systems and maintenance practices for eventual use on our high-intensity fields. Thank you so much for your time. I'm going to turn it back over to Tony to finish the Park and Recreation Plan.
Thanks, Amelia. A couple more slides, not too long. Again, city as habitat. Again, enable our open space to grow with the city. Our needs are dynamic. And I think it's important for us to always consider the opportunity to reach out to our community, understand our needs and our trends so that we make data-driven decisions that also reflect the needs of our community. Again, tonight's recommended actions is to adopt the finding of categorical exemption pursuant to Section 15262 of the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines and receive and approve the 2025 Parks and Recreation Vision Plan. Thank you, and I'm here for questions.
Okay, I don't see any questions. Councilmember Snell?
First, I want to thank you very much. That was a really extensive report. You showed statistics with respect to the number of people versus park space, and then you showed including the beach. And I guess when you look at other with the county numbers and what have you, it doesn't include the beach. My question is, as we go forward in looking at this vision, will you or do you include the activities on the beach as part of that park space, or you do not?
We do not, but we are in the process, the early stages of doing the beach and pier vision plan, which will then roll that into the mix. And then we have had discussions about how the two documents will speak to one another in terms of...
Because there'll be some overlap.
There will be.
There'll be some overlap. Because I honestly think that, you know, when looking at this plan, this vision plan, which is, believe me, I think is done very well, not looking at how we as a community uses our beach with respect to recreation, kind of it doesn't give a full picture as to how our parks and recreation are utilized. And I give a perfect example. We're going to have ESPN coming out next year to do some activities with the Super Bowl, and they're planning on building a football field on our sand court, on our beach. And so my thoughts are that as we look at this, I think we need to continue to encompass both. And the fact that you're going to do a beach vision plan also, when you start thinking about activities, I think you have to overlap the two. And when we look at the numbers, we actually are a lot closer when you include the beach to our county numbers with per residence.
Thank you.
Council Member Zernitskaya.
Thank you. Thank you for all of the hard work on this. I know a lot of time, energy, effort, and probably sleepless nights went into this. But I did have a couple of questions just to make sure I understand. I know it's a 345-page document.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. It's actually like pretty readable. I wanted to clarify because maybe it didn't jump out at me. Did we look at any specific options, or do we foresee exploring options for increasing parks and recreation areas in Mid-City?
Mid-City.
Like in
Yes.
Mid-City and Wilmot area? Because
Yes.
I know those are kind of...
Yes. We, as part of this process, we had conversations with each neighborhood group in which they provided their direct thoughts on how we can start to expand park acreage. Certain areas understand that there are limitations in terms of like breadth of real estate around them to incorporate parks, but a lot of the recommendations that came in kind of the elements of looking at parks differently than just a traditional like rectangle or a space for parks, and looking at opportunities to study street closures, street segments, ends of streets, capping ends of streets to maintain park space, or looking at existing parks in like the Mid-City area as an example, and looking at how we can reposition or reallocate amenities accordingly to increase like the opportunities. Like, for example, there was talks of when you look at Park Drive Park in relation to Shader Park, Park Drive Park has elements where people post-pandemic have been using that as a dog run, but the signs say no dogs. So can Shader Park, as an example, become a dog park, or can we integrate a dog park at Park Drive Park? So those types of conversations have been community driven that are helping to, again, with the actionable recommendations and understanding the path forward in terms of grant funding, right sizing the grant application, being very specific, being very deliberate, pulling the community input to drive that decision helps a great deal.
Thank you. And I know it's mentioned in the Parks and Recreation Visioning Plan, but just for public awareness, could you clarify what the total acreage of like private parks in the city are? Because I know that we've got some parks that are on private land but publicly accessible that were developed as, part of development agreements or some other agreements with the city, like the Colorado Center has a park, for example, at 26th and Colorado. Or is it Broadway?
Off the kind of
I get
balancing
confused,
that.
sorry.
No, so within the vision and network chapter in the matrices on the last matrix portion of the chart, there is other facilities, and they are highlighted as Colorado Center is X amount of acreage. Then we go into matrices that are related to joint use and other elements. But the primary portion of the front end of vision and network describes all of our parks and within the neighborhood, so you know within which neighborhood those parks apply. Does that answer your question?
Kind of, but at least it tells folks where to look if they want to find out what kind of private parks we have available that are outside of our direct control. And then for some of the longer term actions that were listed in the vision plan, for example, redesigning wide medians for arts and recreational use, it was, I think, action 2.3. Mm-hmm. Have we also thought about smaller, shorter term actions that we can take, like installing temporary benches and some lighting, anything like that can help activate it in the meantime?
Directly, no. That's a good point. I mean, there's a lot of components with that. Like if we were to look at the medians as an example, adding a bench, let's take San Vicente Boulevard as an example. There is no direct public access formally on that median. So if we wanted to add a bench, then we have to look at the broader contextual elements to support that. So it's integrating additional crosswalks, integrating accessible paths of travel, understanding like the proper sight lines to support those benches. Those are conversations that we are having, and we'll continue to look at within the realm of that particular goal and recommendation of studying the medians.
Thank you. Yeah, that's really helpful. I didn't think about the broader kind of implications of adding benches and other types of infrastructure to those types of areas. And then final question for now. It was mentioned that the field at the airport park will need to be replaced relatively soon. Would someone be able to clarify when that's going to need to be replaced roughly, and of the teams that play on that field, kind of what's the balance of adult sports to youth sports, if we know that answer?
I will probably tag in Micah on who is using it, but we do have currently in this CIP cycle, we have an application in to do it in this next CIP cycle to replace that turf. But in terms of the usage, that particular field is one of the fields that takes in the high intensity, high volume, heavier use sports activities.
Good evening, Council. Micah Ackerson, Community Recreation Manager. Airport Park is definitely a wide use of uses. AYSO is there quite often, a lot of our club teams. So we have kind of certain schedules, but that is also the spot for our adult soccer league. We have over 100 teams per season in our adult soccer league. And so they typically play about 7:30 and after weekdays. And then we do have some adult permits on weekend evenings. Otherwise, I would say the majority of the time is for youth.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Councilmember Negrete.
Hi, thank you. Okay, a few questions. One is just, I know we try to make these pocket parks, and I'm all for green space wherever we can, but, and I'm assuming we're going to prioritize, hopefully, because I think these joint use agreements, we have to not just rely on them. I mean, those are great, but we need rectangular park space so that we can have natural grass fields that, when they're having to rest or whatever, we have this balance of the other fields, so that we're not just dependent upon these joint use agreements, or these, sort of accessible public spaces that aren't really considered like a public useful recreational park. I mean, have we identified already, like, I don't know, underused plots of land or parking lots to look at rectangular recreational park space?
Yes, there's not a lot. When it comes to the joint use agreements in terms of the calculation of like our acreage, those were not added. We are not relying on those as part of our analysis. We are starting to look at the opportunities. We had the last grant cycle, there was an opportunity for acquisition of property for parkland. We didn't find too many, especially when we start to look at like parking lots provide revenue. But again, it's something that we can continue to look at for sure.
I would just say, and I don't know the numbers, maybe it doesn't compare to parking revenue, but being a soccer mom for, 2 decades, it feels like there's a lot of revenue going to other cities that have tournaments when you stay within there. So, I mean, obviously those parks have a huge, huge, huge space. So hopefully we're looking at that. The other thing, she meant, Councilmember Zarnitskaya said benches, and I just thought about how I will leave this person shall remain nameless, but someone I know put a memorial bench kind of on their own in a park because the city doesn't do it anymore and it got removed. I was curious, I mean, people pay for those and it might help support, maybe not in a big way, some additional funding to park maintenance. I don't know. Are we considering bringing back these memorial benches?
We are looking at bringing it back. There is some coordination between ourselves and RAD in terms of who's managing that. There has been a system in place before that we are looking back towards as to like how we do that effectively, because there has been comments that we've been receiving about that process in the past and how after they pay into it, then it technically becomes ours to manage and operate. If we need to remove it, then we can remove it. And then someone asks, like, where did our bench go? Well, we had to remove it for this reason. And it says that in your agreement. So there's a lot of things that we're.
Yeah. And might I suggest in Manhattan Beach to have this, like, maybe it doesn't always have to be a bench. It could be a rock or something smaller that, doesn't take up as much space and has a plaque and gives people the ability to honor a loved one or whatever it is they want to do, like an adopt a park type of thing. And it doesn't take up so much space and maybe doesn't even require much maintenance because it's not like a bench that has to be repaired. And then again, I don't know if I'm skirting on the outskirts of what you guys can do, but I see somebody in the crowd and it just triggered the conversation around prioritizing youth access to parks earlier in the day and having adult sports and recreation be at night. I mean, this might be something that's mainly naturally done, but what I've heard from residents is oftentimes that's not the case. And I don't know if that's a rule that we have in place or if you guys consider just kind of making that a standard rule.
I'll kick it over to Micah on that one.
Yeah, we do have field permitting guidelines, and adult use is typically 7 p.m. and after on weekdays at certain parks. A lot of parks do have youth access till 9 p.m., as do the school sites. For example, John Adams, Lincoln, Samuel High, and Belmar. Actually, all the use is youth until 9 p.m. At those sites, it's 9 p.m. until about 10:30, 11. We do have adult use. At Memorial Park and at Airport Park, we do start some of those adult leagues earlier. 7 o'clock is typically like the earliest time, I think, for the softball league, and the soccer league's a little later. I think 7:15 or 7:30 start, and it is youth up until those times.
Okay, I would just say that maybe there's community members who have said that they find, you might know who I'm talking about.
I think I'm sitting right
I'm
in front
making
of one of
eyeballs, daggers, that, youth are not given the opportunity to get the earlier time, and it would be easier to just maybe adjust some hours so that adults can play later and the kids are there before it gets too dark.
Yeah, we've had those discussions, and it's definitely a balance for sure, and the youth do get the vast majority of the time. But we do have a very strong need for adult recreation as well, and so we do want to accommodate that. And just looking at the general kind of adult sports industry and all the other cities that do it, we do kind of align ourselves very similar to that. And I wouldn't say that we're any earlier. I think City of LA actually starts a lot of their leagues around 6:30. But I definitely understand your point, and that's a conversation we've had extensively with the community.
And then lastly, just thank you. Play structures, just assuring that, like, I'm assuming we do this, maybe it's been a while. My kids are 18 and 15 now. I'm not taking them to parks. But in the same way, but that we have the ADA swings and things like that for.
Sorry, continue.
Yeah, no, it sounds like.
No, our approach is beyond accessibility. It's inclusivity now. So it thinks about not only equitable access, but cognitive play, different, all-inclusive. So it's not just access to the equipment, but it's also thinking about holistically and how kids learn. So it's going above and beyond.
That was it. Thank you.
Councilor Zwick, Pro Tem Zwick.
Thank you for this presentation. Exciting new goals for our parkland, expanding it in our city. I do have just, I will bring it back to some few quick questions about grass and turf, and I'm not sure if that means that's for you or for our expert here. But I'm just curious because I've certainly been made aware of the subject more than I thought I would, and one of the things that I've learned about are, I think what's been referenced as would be part of future study related to other natural systems, alternatives, more durable strains of grass or otherwise that we don't, or even maintenance techniques that we don't maybe currently employ. And I'm just trying to understand where we're at in that process, whether we do any of this now, what we're looking at, and what you guys have learned so far in that sort of research effort.
Oh, sure. So most recently, as the conversations about the turf and natural grass have come up, I mean, the stars aligned such that we happen to be at Greenbuild, and we were having some conversations with companies that are looking into regenerative soils, and we've started to understand what the scope would be related to kind of a full-fledged analysis of like what it means in terms of not only like the species of grass, but the soil, how we treat the soil prior to the installation of it. There's also an element of that scope that would look at our current maintenance and operations to then recalibrate or make suggestions as to not only like once we get it in the ground, how do we, there's maintenance and operations that go into it being installed to ensure that it maintains its performance as a regenerative product. So that combined with understanding the additional scope, again, is looking at the hours that our current program is being run on our natural grass systems and also our artificial turf systems to then help guide the quantification of like offsetting the demand on an current artificial turf field and what it would take to offset that demand with a natural grass system. So whether it be like 3 natural grass fields to offset the artificial turf field, all of that would be part of the scope to analyze that system. Because again, it's not just put it in the ground and you're good to go. There's a lot of different factors that they will study to help provide us with the recommendation and the costs necessary to meet that demand.
So if I'm hearing you partly, I mean, there's some idea that there's maybe an adjustment in the intensity of use, but there's another element whereby theoretically grass could cover a lot of our needs. It might require more sort of care and maybe cost involved in the way that we maintain it or otherwise, but that it could certainly be, if we were willing to pay for it, for instance, be something that we could accommodate.
Yeah, yes, assuming we have the real estate to do so. So in our existing planning studies, as an example, the Santa Monica Airport is understanding, like, if we have the right amount of real estate, it's not only, to your point, the cost to maintain it, but also having the amount of acreage to implement the quantities of the rectangular fields we need. Our level of service has told us that in 5 years' time, we're going to need an additional 2 rectangular fields. But when we start to roll in the analysis of what our current demand is on our artificial turf fields, with transitioning that to a natural grass system and giving them the opportunities to rest and whatnot, that 2 fields kind of grows in number. So studying how that number can be accommodated in that open real estate is also key.
So when I look at the Memorial Park, I guess the EIR that was conducted to determine whether we would use natural grass or other alternative systems, natural systems. I mean, it does, it chose to go with natural grass. I understand you're talking about diamonds versus rectangle fields and intensities of use, but it also is pretty clear about, it being a superior option, at least for the environment and health in that way. And I guess my question is sort of broadly when it comes to this compromise policy, if there are potential better options that we might be able to employ down the road, why are we locking ourselves into saying we definitely will replace the turf with turf, for instance, as opposed to, basing that basically on whether or not we're able to identify durable, natural alternative materials that could serve?
Right. I think that there are a couple things there. One, when what Tony was just referring to in terms of us initiating this study into more durable natural alternatives, we really are at the beginning of that process. So included in that is a real study into our microclimate and what we can do there. Also, what we are proposing is a pilot project so that we can test that out to make sure, to prove that it can be maintained and it will provide a consistent playable surface before we make a shift without having a tested and a tried and tested alternative. What we know is that, or what we believe is that the airport field will need to be replaced before we have completed that pilot. And therefore we are, again, we are proposing a compromise for now until we can complete this. Long term, again, this is the policy for now. It is not in perpetuity, right? We can come back and have results, proven results for more durable natural surfaces. And as Tony said, we also, no matter what, a natural surface will need maintenance and resting time at times, right? So we also are looking at aligning that with expansion of our field inventory. So Again, this is the proposed policy for now for our existing inventory. But again, the long-term goal is to invest in testing, invest in research, invest in testing, prove it out, and then be able to remove artificial turf altogether.
Thank you. I mean, I appreciate the way the city has approached this, contrary to the way the school district has approached this. I would say that, based on all that we know about potential risks to the environment and human health, it would seem like something that we as a community and as a council would be willing to devote resources to if that was the issue at hand.
Councilmember Hall.
Is it okay to move into comments? Okay. I'll be quick. Thank you for all the work to the staff, to all of our advisory bodies and commissions that have worked on this for years at this point. Just a few quick comments. I'm supportive of the compromise policy. Our advisory bodies are also recommending it long-term and short-term if we can. I'm absolutely supportive of natural grass. I do agree with the vision plan and keeping the beach separate when it comes to our needs assessment, largely because we have limited ability to program or to build on that with how we're thinking about use of our parks in the future. I think we want to, we need to recognize that the Coastal Commission could be very challenging when it comes to that stuff. So it makes sense to keep what we control as our needs assessment. I would agree with Councilmember Negrete. I've seen some proposals in the community, specifically from one of our members of the Field Sports Advisory Council, that seem to make sense to me. So if you're asking for policy direction, I would say that I'd definitely like us to look at ways that we can prioritize our kids during daylight hours. And then the last thing is, I know it's mentioned in the plan, but I just want to reiterate, I think as we're thinking about where the majority of our housing is likely going to be built in the next coming decades, with where our housing element has put it, where the expo line is with relation to state law, it's going to be in that light industrial zone between Colorado and Olympic. And I'd certainly be interested in exploring how can we better use that median in Olympic for green space. And, if it makes sense with our traffic flow and our green park needs, should we vacate 2 of those lanes and create a giant linear park along Olympic that would create tons more space for playgrounds, running trails, dog parks, community gardens, even where a lot of that housing is going to be built. So just something to think about as we approach our next housing element too, is how are we marrying up our parks plan with that? So thanks.
Councilmember Raskin.
Thank you to the team for the great work on this. Thank you also to all the city commissioners who spent many long hours working on this. I just have a few very quick comments. I concur with Councilmember Hall on this. I think with respect to the turf issue, I'd like us to focus on solutions that are public health focused in the long term. I think there's some important balancing acts that are going to need to happen here, but my policy compass is telling me we should find solutions that are public health focused. I'm not really sure how you'd articulate that into policy, but hopefully you can help us out here. I also just want to say, if this is a plan that's going to take us decades into the future, I really would encourage my colleagues in this council to think about reusing the freeway land for a public good and for public parks. Let's not cap it. Let's get rid of it. I'm serious. It's worked in other cities. And did it in Centinela, turned it into parks, housing, all the things that are great for our community. And if we are serious about building a future-focused city, that needs to be part of our park visioning plan.
Councilmember Negrete,
I was just going to say that as we were talking about the fiscal, the ability of creating park space and having it have the competing, idea that a parking lot generates more income. And I was just thinking that, like, I don't know that we have to choose between those two things. And I think we could look at maybe how parks can be co-located with revenue generating uses. So whether it's coffee stands, I mean, I don't know. I've missed at the promenade that we used to have all those little stands that sold things, and maybe this is also can tie into a later discussion about how we look at how we reinvest in communities. And we talk a lot about giving marginalized groups who are wanting to start a business opportunities. We had a big issue with vending carts down on the pier that were done illegally. This could maybe play a part in putting people in a pathway where you can vend fruit and hot dogs in a place that's safe to do it, and the city invests in helping people find a way to do that. I know that seems like it's so separate from our park plan, but I think it could be part of it in attracting people and generating activity that might very well solve a little bit of the financial strain on having park space. And then I just want to make the comment that as we continue to densify, because I know I'm the lone vote on the overcrowding and housing development, I hope we are really looking at those numbers as we're building and adding more density, that we're adjusting those numbers to create more green space that's truly open and green, usable recreation space, and not just like adding some pretty trees and bushes along in the middle of a highway street that you can't really, recreate on. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Zwick.
All right. Talk briefly here because I know we have a long agenda ahead still. I'll just say that I heard a lot of comment on this issue, specifically related to the grass and turf. And I'll say that I sympathize with the kids as a person who played soccer, and the turf fields, I think, are worse in most respects. They do get hot. They do lead to more injuries. They do leave nasty burns when you slide. I guess what I'm hearing is that you guys are evaluating options and that you're going to, use that evidence to then determine how you want to do things in the future. But when I read the actual language of this compromise, it seems, obviously, yes, everything can be rewritten. But if we're going to try to provide flexibility for, information to guide your thinking going forward, I don't know why, as a policy, we would say that turf fields will automatically be replaced as turf fields. So I guess I would propose that we move the plan and that language with one amendment that would say existing city-owned artificial turf fields will be, and I would say, reevaluated at the end of their natural life to determine if durable, natural grass alternatives may feasibly replace them. And that's my one proposal, which I think is consistent with what I heard from several of my council members. And I'll move that if there's a seconder.
I'll second that.
Sorry, would you mind just restating explicitly what your motion was?
It's to move the staff recommendation, and then when it came to the policy that was proposed, there were 3 items. One was that this is as written, no new city-owned artificial turf fields will be installed. Existing grass fields will be maintained as grass. And then there was a third one that said existing city-owned artificial turf fields will be replaced as artificial turf fields. And instead, I was proposing that it say existing city-owned artificial turf fields will be reevaluated at the end of their natural life to determine if durable natural grass alternatives may feasibly replace them.
Councilmember Zernskaya.
Thank you. I will try to go through my comments very quickly. Maybe it'll just be me talking quickly. So love the idea of more dog parks, including, hopefully, if we can, let's get a dog park at the beach. I know former Mayor Brock had brought that idea forth, and whatever we can do to keep that moving would be wonderful. I encourage and want to support more opportunities for parks and recreation areas on privately owned land like that park at Colorado Center, because then we don't have to maintain it, but our residents still get the benefit of that access. I appreciate the compromise language of the turf versus grass that Mayor Pro Tem Zwick brought forward. Totally supportive of that. In terms of I would love to also look for more opportunities for community gardens, maybe where sidewalks are sufficiently wide, there's some opportunity to do some above ground community garden kind of thing. And then in terms of the community and climate resilience, I would love to see how we could continue to create more microgrids, emergency energy storage, emergency supply storage, and to potentially also look at our community gardens through the lens of emergency preparedness, in addition to trying to give folks more access to healthy, fresh foods. And as part of signage at parks, I would also love to look for more opportunities to show the history of those areas, including but not limited to the history of the Native folks who were originally on this land, and how the city has changed over time, including particularly more stories of marginalized communities who have been part of the making of Santa Monica. And I think that's all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to do a substitute motion that moves the staff recommendation as written. I want to be clear that I am definitely in favor of real grass moving forward, but I'm also a realist and a pragmatist here in that Airport Park, which is one of our biggest fields for adult sports, particularly high-use sports like soccer and rugby and football, it needs to be replaced. And we do not have the funding or the park space, frankly, to have additional fields of that size for adult use of that intensity until we build several more fields. If we're going to transition that immediately to grass, it's going to require maintenance that will need us to lessen the intensity that we currently have on there. So if we immediately transition that to grass, we are going to lose capability for our high intensity sports, particularly for adults. And so the staff report and recommendation has gone through years of public input from our commissions, from our field sports advisory teams, council from all of our adult sports to our youth sports. And I think we should honor that and think about the grass transition in the long term. But I think we also need to be realist about if we transition that field immediately to grass, we are going to lose capacity for adult sports.
If I may respond, I'm in the queue. Well, I'll just respond quickly. I mean, everything you said is appreciated by me, and that's why I used the word feasible when it came to letting staff make that decision. The other one actually locks us into a policy that just prescribes that it will be replaced that way, and this one actually allows staff to determine what's feasible based on the results of research that they're engaging in. So I don't think it precludes anything that you are saying, but and I will also just say that there were multiple commissions that weighed in on this, and they weren't all unanimous on that particular question. The Sustainable Environmental, I can't say the word, commission did have a different set of recommendations. And as mentioned by several commenters, it's based on our city's own conclusions. And I'll just quote very quickly, the city's EIR on the two alternatives indicated that using grass would avoid the use of per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, or PFAS, and microplastics that have potential to degrade over time, resulting in potential contamination of water and soil and potential adverse effects on human health. Where simultaneously in our own program that reimburses people for replacing their lawns, we don't allow them to use artificial turf, and we say because it doesn't support biodiversity, it doesn't foster soil health, it allows for the production of synthetic turf is associated with significant greenhouse gas emissions. It's not easily recycled. It's a contributor to heat island effect. It has no ability to sequester carbon, and as existing chemicals may run off directly into storm drains and waterways without the beneficial filtration that live vegetation and mulch provides. I don't really see how we can possibly be living our values when those are the things that we as a city say about these materials. That said, again, I'm going to let staff determine what's feasible and not lock them into a proposal that they have to replace turf fields with turf fields unless, in fact, there is no other feasible option.
Councilmember Hall.
Yeah, I think you're preaching to the choir here. I agree with all the points that you're making, and as long as feasibility includes that we are heavily weighing loss in adult sports time as well for high-intensity sports, then I'm fine with that. If staff finds that we're able to include that in our assessment, and recognize that we're not losing any capacity for adult sports, then sure, I'm fine with that, and we'll withdraw my substitute motion.
Can staff do that? Okay, that's a yes for Hugo.
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin.
Just make this real quick. I'd like to ask for two hopefully friendly amendments to be incorporated as direction. One, that as part of this feasibility analysis, that it incorporates a consideration of public health.
Yeah, I mean, I think partly what's guiding the preference, but yeah.
Okay. Second, that we give direction to, as part of these work plans, to prioritize looking at how streets and the freeway could potentially be reutilized for public recreational purposes.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's friendly as well to me. I think on a short-term cost basis, certain neighborhood streets would probably be an easier lift than the freeway. But I mean, I'm for studying all of it, and I would agree that on a system that we have that's a perfect grid, there's a lot of opportunity in the amount of space we have on our streets to look at park space, especially in our denser neighborhoods. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm fine. I just want to prioritize recreational sports spaces so we can have large parks. I mean, I like all this. I just don't want to send you guys on some wild goose chase around. I'd like to prioritize like what's feasibly doable to create usable recreational park space and not obscure pocket parks in a dark corner somewhere off the side of the...
Councilor Zernskaya.
I just wanted to clarify so that I make sure I'm understanding the direction. I'm okay with the amendments. In terms of the turf versus grass, the where feasible, is it effectively saying that unless staff can feasibly figure out an alternative for natural playing fields that can stand up to our durability and capacity needs, they may be able to replace it with turf in the short term until we figure out a longer term strategy? Is that effectively the direction, although in probably better language?
I think so. I mean, I think the policy as written now says they will be replaced as turf, and as proposed, it's that would be an evaluation based on feasibility, which would include such subjects as cost, overall intensity of use and capacity needs, and issues of public health.
Yeah. So we're trying to not lose any capacity on the limited field space we already have.
Ideally, but from what I've been told and what I've sort of gleaned is that I'm actually quite optimistic about some of these durable natural alternatives of being quite durable and hardy, and I don't want to preclude that as being a possibility.
All right. Yep, that sounds good. Thank you.
There's a motion on the floor.
I made a second.
Yeah. So I think we're ready for a vote.
Let's go.
With Councilmember Raskin's additions.
Correct.
Okay. Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Yes.
Councilmember Snell.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick.
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
And Mayor Trosas.
Yes. Congratulations, everyone. Thank you for all of your hard
Thank
work.
you.
We now will move on to, it is past midnight, and we have several items. I just want to ask the city attorney and city manager, how time sensitive are the items that remain in closed session? I'm trying to do some agenda management here.
Understood. We are evaluating that right now. I believe that highest priority would be D, which we do not believe would take long. It's the request for
5D?
to join the, yes, 5D, the request to join the amicus.
I just feel badly because this is the problem. We have staff now that have sat here all night waiting to present to us. And
And I will just say those are from the litigation items. The manager's office may have other priority items under real estate.
Can I just ask that we discuss the closed session items in closed session?
no, I'm just asking if any of them are time sensitive.
Yeah.
You want to discuss all of the closed session items on the closed session agenda?
Well, no, I think we can make that decision when we get to closed session.
Okay. I was trying to see if there's anything we can move. Okay. All right, let's do 11C.
Aye.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Linda Cogswell, Senior Design Manager with Public Works. I'm joined by SWA Group to present the proposed revised plan and EIR for the project. I'm also joined by city staff from multiple departments to support council discussion. To move the project forward, staff's recommendation is for council to certify the EIR, adopt the mitigation measures in the EIR, approve the revised plan, and direct staff to proceed with final design. As an alternative, we are also recommending that you direct staff to eliminate the elevated pickleball and tennis courts, proceed with on-grade courts in place of future Field 5, and consider incorporating future Field 5 development into the airport conversion project. I'll start with the project background, then I'll give a review of the design process and basis for staff's recommendation. Then I'll turn it over to Jana to review the proposed revised plan and close with next steps. So Memorial Park is a key component of the overall park system. It is the primary park for softball and baseball, and it's the home to Santa Monica's only pickleball and tennis courts. The project would expand the park from 10.3 acres to 13.2 acres by incorporating the former Fisher Lumber site. So the project has been in the works for nearly 30 years. It really gained momentum in 2016 when council identified it as a high priority initiative. That same year, voters approved Measure V, providing up to $20 million from Santa Monica College. In 2019, council approved the master plan, and in 2020, a design build contract was awarded, but it was never executed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The project was suspended. In 2022, council approved restarting the project with a reduced initial phase, with only the $20 million from SMC available. In August 2024, SWA Group was awarded a design contract for phases 0, 1, and 2, and we kicked off the project early last year. So phase 0 refers to the Sustainable Water Infrastructure Project, which is separate from the park redevelopment and expansion project with its own EIR and funding sources. The SWIP is a critical component of the city's water sustainability strategy, and it involves an underground system that would harvest stormwater and urban runoff. In designing phases 0, 1, and 2, the project team worked from the approved master plan and the original objectives of the project, while also revisiting additional design considerations that were identified by council. Additionally, meetings and presentations occurred throughout the design process to share updates and gain input. So the original objectives were to maximize fields, consider community programs, integrate the city's bike and ped action plans, integrate buffering, and consider the park's relationship to the surrounding context. The additional items for design considerations reflect programmatic and dimensional considerations intended for study during schematic design, where the master plan may be refined to incorporate these items. The schematic design process began last spring, and the project team worked through alternatives to develop and refine a proposed revised plan for council approval. In parallel with design, an EIR was prepared in accordance with CEQA, and final EIR certification is now before council. The EIR focused analysis on air quality, cultural and tribal cultural resources, greenhouse gas emissions and climate change, and hazards and hazardous materials, and determined that there would be no significant environmental effects. So prior to starting design, staff updated construction budgets based on the original master plan. Preliminary cost estimates based on the proposed revised plan indicate higher construction costs. We believe that the increase reflects the difference between a conceptual master plan versus a schematic design revised plan, which is much more detailed, providing a more accurate and complete construction cost estimate. Currently, none of the phases are fully funded for construction, and both the SWIP and the park projects are facing funding shortfalls. Aware of the funding gap, staff is actively pursuing grants. staff has submitted 4 applications, one of which has been paused. Given the remaining shortfall, even if all grant funding were awarded, alternative actions were outlined in the staff report. Staff supports eliminating the elevated pickleball and tennis courts and proceeding with on-grade courts to bring the project back closer to the original construction budget of $40 million for phases 1 and 2. This alternative would maintain 6 fields while increasing overall playability with the addition of the combo fields. And recognizing that the master plan's objective to add a 7th field was a key component of the master plan, this alternative includes consideration of incorporating the future Field 5 development into the airport conversion project. If directed to proceed with on-grade courts, staff would prioritize evaluating on-grade courts at the future 5 location. And if challenges or opportunities arise that would warrant further consideration of alternatives, staff would then assess other potential locations. So pending council direction, staff anticipates up to 4 months of additional design to assess alternatives and finalize the layout. While this may delay the start of construction, proceeding with on-grade courts would likely shorten construction duration. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jana to walk you through the proposed revised plan.
Thank you, council members and city staff, for providing this opportunity to collaborate with your community on this project. My name is Jana Waby. I'm a principal at SWA. And we understand there's been a long road to get to this point and important objectives established during the master plan process. And we're committed to carry those ideals forward through to implementation. So our team started, as Linda mentioned, with a review of the 2019 approved master plan. It's shown on the left side of the screen, and assess the design considerations requested by City Council at that time. Through a collaborative process with city staff, we prepared the revised site plan with key changes to optimize the park use. These changes respond to project objectives, in particular to provide a more welcoming entry park experience, to accommodate community amenities in addition to the sports programming, and provide additional parking without compromising recreational amenities. This proposed revised plan is the result of these changes and updates, along with additional development of the master plan programming. So I'll give a brief overview. I know you received a very good staff report from city staff. I'll hit on the ball fields, some of the community amenities, and the pickleball and tennis courts in the central area of the park, the strategy for trees in phases 1 and 2, and conclude with streetscape and parking. So first, with ball fields, our team scrutinized the ball field dimensions and support elements to fit within the park's footprint to support multiple levels of play, from Little League to college softball, and the potential for simultaneous games on the combination fields on natural grass fields, while also integrating community amenities and providing clear entry into the park. This process has caused a portion of combination field 4 and its dugout to be located within the right-of-way of 16th Street, so this will require a summary vacation of the right-of-way. Also, by reorienting future Field 5 from what was shown in the master plan, we've been able to provide additional space near the playground and picnic for picnic and barbecue grill amenities. This is a potential view of what this looks like in the current revised plan. We're showing providing shade through canopy trees as well as belt structures for a variety of conditions. And it should be noted that if the tennis and pickleball courts are moved to be located on the ground, this area would be redesigned, but the amenities would still be accommodated in the park. In our process, we're also able to incorporate space for a dog run. And here we see a view of the pickleball and tennis courts on the elevated structure. The plan still has the 4 tennis courts and 16 pickleball courts that were in the master plan. And In this version that you're seeing, or if it's located on the ground, it's providing improved circulation and waiting areas for players compared to the current condition. For phase 2, you see here the addition of the community hub. The revised plan shifted the elevated courts to the east to connect with this building and provide additional parking spaces and improve the park's open space and circulation. If the elevated courts are removed, the team would redesign the community hub as a standalone building that's still coordinated with the park open space and circulation. It would remain a central location and key focal point of the park. Here we see the community hub from the ground level. Our team is proposing building materials that are contemporary while also complementing the existing recreation center, since they will coexist for an unknown period of time. We're considering maintenance, cost, and sustainability with the building materials. As our team reviewed the amenities, we also did an assessment of the existing trees in phase 1 and 2 areas of the park. This diagram overlays the proposed plan with the existing tree locations. And you'll see that there are a lot of trees along the existing dog run and the palms along the back of the field that are right in the middle of the combination field, so those will need to be removed. However, we evaluated the park design and have proposed changes that allow us to protect some of the existing trees along 14th Street. So in total, we'll have 14 trees that are protected or relocated on the site, and 82 removed, and in the current plan, about 110 new trees planted. The new tree species that we've selected are based on the Urban Forest Master Plan and prioritized native species. We presented to the Urban Forest Task Force and received their support. So moving to streetscape design. On Colorado Avenue, this is based on the master plan, providing the removal of parallel parking to expand the width to support shared use, bicycling, and walking along Colorado and improve connectivity. And the revised plan for fire department access keeps the current street lane width instead of the reduced width in the master plan. This is a view of the proposed promenade entry from Colorado into the park. We show amenities at the entry to provide a welcoming entry point, and you see the idea of potential artwork in the central area of the park to help draw people in. On 14th Street, we've revised the design to keep a wider parkway to protect the existing trees and allow us to fill in gaps with new street tree plantings. And on 16th Street, we've maintained the master plan's 8-foot wide community loop trail, but changed some of the parallel parking to be angled, which helps to increase the number of parking spaces. And we've also provided consistent street trees. The overall parking approach reduces the number of parking spaces on the street, but provides additional parking spaces in the park compared to the existing condition. So we are increasing the total number of parking spaces from existing condition compared to the master plan, which slightly reduced. And we do not anticipate any significant changes to parking counts or streetscape design based on the potential relocation of the elevated courts to be on the ground. So just the final quick point regarding sustainability certification, our team did preliminary assessment, and the park project appears to meet prerequisites for the site certification system. We would target gold level certification. The community hub building, it's small, but it does appear to be eligible for LEED certification if it's desired to pursue that. So I'll hand it back to Linda.
Thank you, Janice. So for next steps, here's staff's recommendation. And if council follows staff's recommendation, we would then move forward with alternatives assessment followed by final design and begin planning for construction, which includes accommodating displaced programming during construction. Staff anticipates returning to council in the spring, completing final design by the end of the year and beginning construction in spring, summer 2027, contingent on available funding. So thank you for your consideration. We look forward to your questions and comments.
Councilwoman Negrete.
I have a couple questions, but one just popped up and it maybe is a stupid question or unpopular, I don't know. But being LEED certified, like what does that actually do for us? Because I know it's expensive. And I wonder, like, can we be sustainable and do all the things but not pay for the certification? But maybe that's...
You could. You know, the LEED certification provides a framework to guide decision-making and show accountability that the city is meeting those standards. It also impacts ongoing operations. So I think it's really about the accountability and commitment, but you can still make those same choices and not go through the actual certification.
How much is the
process.
certification?
I don't know the
Isn't it like
cost off the
$50,000 to
top of my head.
$100,000 or something like that? Or-
Building, it would be less than that, but I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. But when you say it affects ongoing maintenance, how does it affect?
LEED includes measures for operations. So the way waste removal, cleaning products.
But don't we do that stuff in Santa Monica? Aren't we pretty like aren't we the leaders of sustainability, and what some would say? I've been to so many of the events where people come from all over the country to see how we do things. I'm just asking because if it's about money and there's ways to save, I wonder if these certifications sometimes are more about paying for a seal on a building and less about...
Yeah, I mean, I would say part of the reason that we are those leaders is because we have committed to these certifications on our buildings. Again, the cost for it is much less than $100,000.
Okay.
We can come back to you with the exact cost, but especially for a small building, it is not that much. But again, it is really about following that framework, making sure everybody is accountable, not just us, where we are generally responsible stewards. But yeah, I mean, I think that it is something that's really aligned with our values and our typical practice.
I would just say if it means we can get pickleball courts.
It's not going to be enough to move the dial on that.
And then I would just say, like, I know you guys are saying that the pickleball courts will be replaced around the city. Like, is that really going to happen right away, or?
So we understand the community's concerns around displaced programming, and we are having internal discussions, identifying alternative locations, and considering all feasible options. And so we are thinking about the construction phase, displaced programming, and like mitigating the impacts and disruption. But I think it's important to acknowledge that although, we're going to put in every effort to do what we can with displaced programming, fully accommodating all of the displaced programming is going to be a challenge. And so we do expect some reduction in programming during construction. And pickleball is definitely, softball, baseball will all be affected.
I wonder if it's feasible to work with the existing indoor or outdoor pickleball courts, or I don't know if the outdoor one will still be there during this time, but like just maybe having some partnership to provide some, I don't know if the city can participate in making it feasible for them financially to provide some free time during their slower periods or something so that people don't lose access to free pickleball space. That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Zwick. Thank you.
Hi, this is, thank you for the presentation. It's a beautiful vision for, a part of our city that needs more investment in green space. So it's exciting. And I think my main focus is just how we actually get to do it in this resource constrained moment. Couple quick questions. So I'm trying to understand. So phase 0 is just the SWIP, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and then phase 1 has to do with that sort of smaller portion now that we've kind of resized, I guess, in terms of what phase 1 is.
Yes.
But so what's the shortfall now that's sort of currently anticipated for phase 1?
So I can go back to the slide. So the shortfall for phase one, we have 18 million from the college. The cost estimate came in at 40 million. But we're saying, you know, with up to 15% value engineering, which we haven't gone through that process yet, we could possibly bring it down to 34 million. So the shortfall is between 16 to 22 million.
Okay, and I've heard multiple comments on the idea that there's maybe some way that we could cut the costs further.
Yes.
Is that what the value engineering is, or is that a separate proposal that is, you know,
So
separate
that's
from
the
that?
alternative action. So removing the structure and making the elevated pickleball courts on grade would save us about 17 million.
Got it. And is that something that we're weighing in on tonight?
Yes.
Okay. So two more questions. So phase zero, I mean, is that money we also don't have money for phase zero. Does that mean that precludes us from moving forward with anything else until we find that money?
So it does not, I think, is Josh, do you want to? So it doesn't preclude us. Phase zero has separate funding sources, and Measure W, the grant is specifically for phase zero, and there are some approaches that we can take to move the project forward, even if we don't get the grant funding.
Hi, this is Josh Carvalho with Public Works. Yeah, so phase zero is independent of one or two. So we're still looking for about half of the project funding for phase zero, but that can go independently, and it can go either with phase one or phase two.
Okay, thank you. Last question. These combination baseball fields or baseball softball fields, the ones that face each other, my understanding is you can't really have two games playing at the same time, or can you?
You could have two Little League games going at the same time, but if you're playing high school baseball, you wouldn't have another game, or if you were playing college softball, you wouldn't have another game.
Okay, so I guess my question is sort of, you know, if we can't always really even have games playing simultaneously on them, why is that determined to be the best sort of use of limited space then to have these combo fields?
So currently, there's what we call Memorial Main, and it's 4 fields, but it's very compacted, and you can maybe get 2 games at the same time out of them. With 2 sets of combo fields, you could get 4 at the same time. So the playability with the combo fields increases drastically versus what we have currently.
So there is a possibility,
Yes.
assuming it is small children,
Yes.
that you can have them all being played.
Right. You could have 2 adult games happening at the same time versus now you could only have 1.
You can only have one now currently, despite there being 4.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation, team. Just a quick question. If we consider the shift of the pickleball and tennis courts to where the potential field 5 would be, does that affect the playground at all? And forgive me if that was in your report. I may have missed it.
We would shift the playground, but aim to keep the same size, and it would still be centrally located.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Councilor Raskin.
If folks don't have more questions, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Great.
I'm going to move that we adopt the resolution to certify the EIR, adopt the mitigation measures, and approve the revised plan per the staff report. So I need to include anything else in the motion?
Can I just clarify, are we approving the less expensive at-grade pickleball courts in that item? Yes. The ones that were value engineered by the Rec and Parks Commission. I just want to clarify that those are the ones we are adopting. Councilor Raskin.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, I think so, right?
I mean, I support that.
Yeah.
That's what okay, great. That's the motion you made and I second that.
Okay.
Just clarifying.
Can I just ask one real quick question? I know so for Field 5, I know it was in the staff report you said that shade and sun were consideration for that. To the extent that it's possible to not have it looking in the setting sun, I know you're looking at it, but just think about that in the future.
Oh, Mr. Revolte? Okay, never mind. I saw some rapid movement happening. Okay.
Did he get a second?
I seconded it.
Yes. Okay, so if we're ready to vote, Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick.
Yes.
Councilmember Snell.
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Yes.
And Mayor Trosas.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you all so much for your work on this. Just because it's late doesn't mean we're not enthusiastic. Okay, we will now move on to 11E related to the establishment of our restorative justice program, and I will turn that to the city manager.
Thank you, Madam
I know you all want to stay here for that, though. Don't leave. This is very important. Okay, never mind. Thanks. No.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the council, we have a relatively brief presentation on really the start of what would be, we believe, a truly impactful program establishing a restorative justice program for Santa Monica. If we can go to the next slide. As the council is certainly aware, we've really been examining here in Santa Monica our history and our policies historically through an equity lens. A lot of this work over the last couple of years has taken place through our adopted statement apologizing to Santa Monica's African American residents and their descendants in 2022. We developed and started a land back and reparations task force at the staff level in 2025. And most recently, in the summer of 25, we adopted the city's first citywide equity plan. As all of that's been underway, we've heard repeatedly from the council the importance of not just articulating what we intend to do, but developing a programmatic framework to actually start addressing claims of historically rooted harm in the city. And as we worked through the Ebony Beach Club matter, council identified an opportunity to really move this conversation from a lot of intention into actually funded action. If we go to the next slide, council's aware in late 2025, we did reach a final agreement with the family descendants of Silas White related to the Ebony Beach Club situation. And through that settlement process, the council identified a need to establish not just a solution to solve for the issues at hand in that particular case, but to also develop a broader citywide restorative justice program that would address all of the harm that's been impacting Santa Monica via past city actions. If we go to the next slide, that really started when we finalized the settlement with the Ebony Beach Club. There were a number of terms associated with that agreement, but one of those terms really pointed to the next step the city would be taking, a commitment that the descendants of Silas White would be able to file a claim through any future restorative justice program established by the city. If we go to the next slide, the framework that we discussed with the City Council as the Ebony Beach Club matter was getting really resolved. It involved really the formal establishment of a restorative justice program that we would use to address past harms caused. We would look to actually allocate real resources behind the program in a financially responsible way, using one-time funds that didn't impact the city's operating budget. It's a $3.5 million allocation of one-time dollars the city's received through the deal we recently did with RAND. There's also the possibility of supplementing that initial funding with additional dollars that we're going to receive within the next 3 years, an additional $2 million tranche of money. There was the thought, too, that now once you have money and the program, we really do need details related to how the program would work. Practically speaking, how do we develop program terms. That's where the establishment of a formal city council appointed commission, the Restorative Justice Commission, could lead the program development for us. That commission would include really a program where we would find members of our community to help develop the details related to how we would utilize the resources we're allocating to begin redressing past harms caused. Lastly, in addition to allocating city staff resources to supporting the commission, because of the nature of the work and the nature of a possible claims process, really engaging a professional administrator to provide supplemental support as the program's developed is also part of the overarching program. We go to the next slide. As the staff's been going through the analysis of different types of restorative justice efforts, we just wanted to note the program that this city council's identified to establish, one where it's intended to address multiple categories of historically rooted harms, where we're allocating substantial dedicated funding in an amount that really is constitutes one of the largest locally funded restorative justice initiatives of its kind. The program the council is contemplating really is different than most of the programs we've seen across the country. Some of those types of programs include initiatives that are trying to address a specific instance of historical justice related issues. There are lots of symbolic or advisory initiatives that have been launched with no real resources allocated. There have also been pilot programs established that are addressing maybe one component of historical harm. That's really not what we're intending. We're intending to do something much more expansive. The staff report, if we go to the next slide, includes a summary list. There's additional cases, obviously, or situations across the country, but a summary of certain programs we identified that you can compare against what we're proposing to develop here in Santa Monica. If we go to the next slide, from a funding perspective, we really are looking to identify a financially responsible way to advance this. Certainly it is discretionary, but it's certainly massively important for us in Santa Monica to move this forward. How do we do that? As the council knows, in mid-2025, we adopted an agreement with RAND. Through that agreement, we secured $3.5 million in one-time funding. In addition, within the next 3 years, no later than the next 3 years, an additional $2 million is coming to the city. From that bucket, we're really looking to program these one-time dollars. We can do so without it impacting the city's existing operational budget. In addition, the city's overall operating budget is getting healthier. The actions the council have taken the last couple of months through the realignment plan, we'll be presenting an update in February, have us on track to meet a balanced operating budget in the next 24-month period. If we go to the last program design slide, ultimately what we're looking for council direction tonight is the next step in this restorative justice program and journey that we've been on in Santa Monica. We are looking for council authorization to create the dedicated Restorative Justice Fund, seed it with $3.5 million initially that we have on hand from the RAND transaction. We're looking for the council to provide authorization for staff to begin the work of establishing a Restorative Justice Commission and authorization to start the process of procuring an independent program administrator. The council approves these actions. We'd establish the Restorative Justice Fund immediately. We anticipate by March or April of this year, we'll be able to bring back the formal creation of the Restorative Justice Fund and the engagement of the program administrator that would happen within the next couple of months. So ultimately, the staff recommendation, we go to the last slide, is listed here. The allocation of $3.5 million into a Restorative Justice Fund is one recommended action. To create and establish, direct the staff to start the process of establishing the Restorative Justice Commission, to authorize and direct that staff secure the services of an independent administrator, and lastly, provide us some direction on the remaining $2 million, would you like that additional allocation of future dollars to be earmarked for inclusion in the Restorative Justice Fund. With that, Madam Mayor, we'll turn the issue back to you and the council for discussion, and staff is here and available for any questions.
Thank you. I have some questions, but I see Councilmember Hall and Negrete. Please proceed, Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager Chi, is it fair to say that typically when we've established task force, they're established first and it's considered a temporary body? And when the city determines that there is a permanent need for community oversight and participation, we upgrade the task force to a full council established commission that the members are appointed by council versus staff, like we just directed with the Urban Forest Task Force. Is that fair?
That's a absolutely fair description, yes.
Okay, thank you. Second question, sorry to be nitpicky about this, but you described the 3.5 million in slightly different ways throughout your report. So I just want to clarify what staff's intent here is. In the written staff report, and I think at the end of your recommendations, you discussed the 3.5 million as seeding the fund. And in other parts of the report, it sounded more like this is the fund, period. What is staff's vision for that $3.5 million? Is this something that we're going to invest and then draw down on the gains that is made, or is that the fund, period?
No, we believe this is seeding the fund initially, and that over time, as we identify additional funding sources or program requirements as the program's built out, there would be an established mechanism for allocating additional resources towards the effort. So the $3.5 million is the initial seeding of the fund, and as the commission gets established and the program criteria, certainly we've heard there's going to be a reparations component. Will there be other programmatic support efforts associated with this also? Likely there will be. It will be fairly expansive as the program matures and grows over time. That will require more resources. So the $3.5 million, again, it's the initial allocation of dollars to start. As time moves on and additional resources are identified, this becomes a mechanism through which those dollars can be invested.
Okay, got it. And is it your vision that the final work product of the Land Back and Reparations Task Force, the report that several of our members, the task force members discussed tonight, would be presented to this future commission or to council at some point to close their body of work, and that be the basis of the initial recommendations that this new commission would then develop a suggested program and bring that program to council?
Absolutely. All of the work of the task force will inform the programs that we develop moving forward through the commission. And there's an initial draft, I do understand, of the harms report that's been developed. We're going to work to finalize that pending council's determination on this, and absolutely that report will be embedded as the framework for how we start thinking about the next step in this process.
Okay, and last question. Can you describe the vision for this independent administrator? Is this a third-party expert? Is this a staff member? How does that play out?
Yeah, the independent program administrator will be a supplement to the staff support for this effort. We've identified a couple of different members of the team that will be supporting this particular effort moving forward if the council decides that this is the right approach. The processes that we'll engage, though, will likely involve some type of claims process, claims criteria, program administration, and procuring the services of an independent program administrator to help develop those criteria, who understands the space and has done this before, but also can help with the administration of the program once it gets up and running. That's the vision for that particular element of the recommendation.
Got it. Thank you.
Councilmember Negrete.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. I know I heard what you just said about some programming, but also, so I just want to make sure, like, is this just to give out checks? Because I saw stuff posted publicly and, you know, out there that was like, is it all just to go to cutting a check for a certain amount and having a fund for claimants to come, or is it also going to seed this $3.5 million potentially programming? Because I mean, that's what I wanted to suggest about how we invest. Because no, there's no amount of money that's, you can't put a price on lost generational wealth, but what we can do is invest in our future today and going forward with programming. And I know we talk about what the $2 million is going to do, But are you separating, like, is the 3.5 million just for this fund that people can address claims to? Or is that money potentially, are we discussing at some point, or is the group going to discuss that, how it can go towards programming in the future?
I think yes and yes, all of the above. That I don't think there's a predetermined outcome for what the commission will establish as part of the restorative justice program. I think as we've thought about it at the staff level, there's certainly a reparations component we know has been discussed and is important. We also have heard and know there will be programmatic, what do we do in the future to help support current generations, folks who are still afflicted from the past harms. All of that we envision would be part of the work that the commission undertakes in developing an overall program that would be administered. So all of that, I think, the initial funding is to identify that, yeah, there are resources being allocated now towards the real resources towards this effort. How the money is going to be used, we do believe it will be identified through the work of the commission moving forward.
So the commission will decide that entirely, and is there a timeline that people have to address, to be able to submit their claim, I imagine, and we're going to do all the communications around that, but okay, because I just wanted to know I've had a lot of discussions and work on like how we can do programming going forward. So those suggestions aren't going to be made by us. It's going to be really the work of the commission.
Yeah, and my thought would be the council will have a lot of influence in how that works out. Ultimately, the commission will be established, appointed by the city council. That will certainly help inform, I think, the work of the commission moving ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Zwick.
Thank you for this. I think a lot of my questions and comments were already addressed. I'm glad to hear that the work of the task force will be incorporated into this new phase of our work. I'm just generally excited that a process that was initially undertaken, I guess, in 2020, and has involved many apologies and some plaques, now has real resources that can go into some of the restorative justice or reparations or other things that we as a community have had, but haven't had the resources or haven't been willing to commit the resources to doing. And I'm excited to be entering this next phase. I do imagine, if I'm not mistaken, that there is some element of reparations that's considered here based on like a claims process. Is that also correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to ask a couple of questions. I think there are some comments about making sure that we're honoring commitments made in our Black apology. And so to Councilmember Negrette's point, yes, the claims process is important, but so are programming that help to honor and center those who've experienced the harm and what they need. And so I would, City Manager Chia would ask that we look at kind of co-governance models for how we move this forward. Not something that we're doing to people, but with them. And then I would just say, like, did we look to other best practices in determining that an outside administrator is the best model for administering the fund?
Yes, and we're continuing research on other best practices to engage. There's additional programs that we're all engaged in, and really, Mayor Teresa, you're helping to lead, that will inform the work here moving ahead.
And then I just want to underscore, are we moving away from reparations because this has a different name? I'm asking you.
No, I think the thought is this is encompassing reparations as part of what the program entails, but there's more than just reparations at play. I think even the conversation tonight on parks, the freeway discussion, the discussion that Councilmember Negrete described on programming to help address future issues for individuals, all of that gets wrapped up in the work of this commission moving ahead.
Okay, and I would just say that before we appoint people, I would like a presentation on the body of work that was put together by the Reparations Task Force. If it's an information item, that's fine. but I want specific information on the harms report, like was just mentioned, because I know a lot of work went into that, and that should inform, how we move forward here. Yeah. And then, I would just say, really very excited about this. People have been asking me since I came on the council, what are you doing? Where are you putting meaningful resources behind this? And this is the first time that we've ever actually moved forward in a meaningful way with resources. And I just want to thank you for coming with creativity to figure out how to find that money. And also kind of helping to quickly right our budgetary ship so that we can find some of this money, invest it, and help have this money grow. And I wish I could be more eloquent. This is very important, and it's unfortunate that we have to discuss it at 12:48. Councilmember Negrete.
Thank you. Yeah, on that note, I just wanted to say that I've done a lot of work the last few months in meeting with major corporations in our community that have philanthropic dollars and are ready to invest in meaningful ways. And I've been working with the community itself. And I just want to note this is a community that the women I'm working with today, I went to high school and middle school and elementary school with their kids. And it's a community I lived in and experienced. So I'm coming to this from experience. I think, like I said earlier, we can't go back and undo the past, and there's no dollar amount or reparation that'll ever fill the gap of that. But we can empower people and give people the tools that created this, not just a generational wealth gap, but a gap in education and tools to survive in the world and be successful. Again, speaking from experience, having, parents who maybe tried their best but couldn't give me all of those things, I understand. And in the work that I've done before, when I had my 6, my 63, and my 7, my partner and I would go out to the projects where we grew up and teach financial literacy. And so I spoke to U.S. Bank, Union Bank, and other major entities, and I hope that we consider growing this fund with other organizations who will do things like holding a day at 2 libraries that is just dedicated to doing 8 to 10 week courses in financial literacy that maybe they end with $1,000 being deposited into a high CD, high yields, a savings account, and the city matches it. Whether it's gifting up to $1,000 in college applications. I know that for myself. I went through that process and there's not a lot of help for parents. We heard former Mayor Gleam Davis talk about childcare, maybe it's subsidies to support families in need that way. But I do think just handing out money and turning around, just providing business spaces for people without the support is where we're lacking. So where we can provide the actual tools to teach people the things that maybe some of us didn't grow up with, parents who were invested in the stock market, or who understood the financial gains through life insurance, whole life insurance vehicles, things like that, and put behind it these dollars that are invested that can hopefully grow so it can sustain for years to come, grants that match once you complete a course. Maybe it's learning how to fix your credit, and then at the end we help pay off the highest yield credit card, but it comes with the tools to be able to continue that work and pass that on for generations. So I hope that we do that and we don't just say, because I've seen programming where we offer communities spaces and then we walk away and we say, here's a space to do your business. But there's nobody there to actually give them the tools to team them up with other business owners. So I'm prepared to help make suggestions and connections, and I hope that we implement that and really lean into the amazing businesses that are here that we can help add on to the money that we've got here.
Councilor Hall.
Yeah, thank you for that suggestion. I think it's a really great one, specifically with seeking out corporate partners and community-based corporate partners that we know are looking to stay involved in our community. I'm prepared to move the staff recommendation and would suggest for the additional $2 million that we hold off on a immediate allocation to the fund and have a better understanding of what our program is going to be, but maybe hold that in reserve. If it's helpful to grow the fund, then use it. But refrain from committing the additional $2 million until we understand what the restorative justice program is going to be.
Second.
Great. Councilmember Raskin, you want to say something?
Oh, yeah. I was also going to make a motion. I support that. I think we've really come a long way, and really excited about the work we're going to be doing. Yeah, I mean, this is groundbreaking. I think I speak for all of us when I say that this is intended to be a project that's ongoing and incorporates and values and accepts feedback from all voices, Indigenous peoples, people from all backgrounds. And I would just ask the maker and seconder, just if it's friendly, again, to give direction to look at how we can reuse our freeway land to promote restorative justice.
Yeah. Love that.
Yes, that's friendly.
Yes.
That's great. Great, we're ready for a vote.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Yes, let's put our money where our mouth is.
Yay.
Councilmember Snell.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick.
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
And Mayor Trosas.
Yes. Congratulations. Okay. We will now move to flipping my page, 16 items, and it looks like we have to select council members to participate in the SCAG Regional Council District 41 special election. That's 16A. We need 5 of the 7 council members to go to the West Side COG board meeting, and the 6 council members, the alternate. Let's hear anyone who wants to make a suggestion on this.
Mayor Trosas, I just want to clarify, there aren't a group of items that you want to vote on all together?
Well, 16A has to be heard separately. My apologies. We also had a request to pull 16C, and there was a request to pull 16H. And if someone wants to make a motion to approve everything absent those ones, feel free. Yes. A, C, and H need to be discussed.
Yeah, I'll move the rest. I do want to thank. There's a lot of really important work that went into a lot of these items.
Yes.
I want to thank everyone for
Yes.
the work. Especially, I just want to especially recognize Councilmembers Hall and Zernitskaya for bringing forward the work on gender affirming care. It is life-saving work, and it's just crazy to me that. Well, I don't know. My motion is what it is.
Great, and hope everyone supports our entry into the Rose Parade.
I'll second.
Not as important as gender affirming care.
I was about to go on a rant.
I mean, I could go on a rant about all these items. I guess we'll vote.
Okay, Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall. Yes. Councilmember Raskin.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick.
Yes.
Councilmember Snell.
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Yes.
And Mayor Trosas.
Yes.
Okay, motion
Great.
passes.
Back to 16A. Is anyone itching to do this?
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
This was done remotely last time. Is that not an option? Is there a date that was special that this is set to happen at the West Side COG? Do we know that?
Great question. Is Mr. Kirby's available? He was the one who coordinated this last time. I believe that there was a remote participation option at City Hall. I participated at SCAG. I'm sure there are like alternate options, but I don't know the answer to that. Mr. Chi, do you know?
I don't.
Okay, well,
And there's no date that we have either.
I mean, I haven't been, there's no one that's been noticed
It
to
might-
me. Do we need?
Yeah,
I
because
assume it is because it's on this agenda.
I mean, I know that they're seeking applications. I'm not sure when it's scheduled.
I'm looking in my emails right now to see if they sent us anything.
The special, according to the staff report, it says that the special election is on Thursday, February 12th, 2026 at 12 noon.
There we go.
And it'll take place at the West Side COG board meeting at Santa Monica's main branch library in the multi-purpose room.
Great. Thursday, February 12th, at what time, Councilmember Zerska?
Noon.
Great.
I'm
So-
happy to vote. I nominate myself.
Sure. So it says that SCAG will conduct a special election on Thursday, February 12th, 2026 at 12 noon to fill the District 41 seat. The election will take place during the West Side COG board meeting at Santa Monica's main branch library multi-purpose room.
Oh, great. Well,
Well, I'll take myself out because the U.S. Conference of Mayors Winter Leadership Meeting and this other thing that I'm doing is conflicting, so I can't do it.
all right, well, I'll volunteer for a spot.
I'll volunteer as well.
Who wants to be an alternate?
Well, there's how many of us?
I'll be an alternate.
Okay, so yes, so we have 5 people voting as members, 1 alternate.
Well, only 2 of us said we were.
I think everyone has to do it except for I just said no.
Got it. And Barry's
and Barry will be the alternate.
Okay.
So I'll make a motion that we appoint.
Sorry,
go ahead.
Wanted to know if I can participate remotely. I can be like a backup. I'll just be in Newport Beach for a work conference, so I can sneak out of the.
Okay, we're making you the alternate then.
Yeah.
Mr. Kerpies will have to figure that out. So we are going to be appointing Councilmember Snell, Mayor Pro Tem Zwick, Councilmember Raskin, Councilmember Hall, Councilmember Negrete as our main voters, and Councilmember Zernitskaya as our backup, as our alternate. Is everyone amenable to that?
Aye.
Well,
I'll second
okay,
the motion.
I made that motion second. Okay,
Second.
Great.
There's a third request here, 7th member to vote if fewer than 5 votes have been cast. And
I'll
all
do it.
Okay.
She'll fly back.
I'll do it remotely. I don't see how that's reasonable, but okay. I mean, I will just say that last time we went, there were not enough people from any of the other cities except ours, because we're on top of it. We'll make sure we're on top of it.
Okay, so then if we're ready to, Mayor Pro Tem Zwick, your name is in the queue. Did you have comments or are we ready to vote? Okay. Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
And Mayor Trosas?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. We now will move on to 16C. Did anyone want to introduce it, or did you want me to do it? Okay, the makers of this motion thought it was important to talk about because it is quite extensive, and just so people understand what it is that we're voting on here. So as we talk about having a renaissance, a revitalization in Santa Monica, I think it's clear that we can't do that unless people can actually afford to live here. And so this is now tackling affordability. It's not taking any direct action tonight, but it's asking staff to come back with concrete, legally viable options across 6 specific areas. And we just wanted to identify those 6 specific areas. First, food costs. We know that inflation is rapidly on the rise. We heard about it with our restaurateurs. We are asking staff to evaluate public or municipally supported grocery models that have been nationally recognized across the country so that Santa Monica is not one closure away from losing access to affordable food, especially in neighborhoods like Pico. Other entities are already doing this. We just want to understand how these are financed. There are some community development financial institutions and others who can help us finance these. We're not saying to have an extensive capital outlay, but come back with options. Second, early childhood education and baby baskets. We're exploring a baby basket program that would provide essential supplies at birth for residents in Santa Monica, paired with existing family supports to reduce stress, prevent early financial crisis, and are relatively low cost. I just do want to make a comment about reducing the early childhood education costs and potentially subsidizing childcare that was mentioned by former Mayor Davis. While we are extremely supportive of that, that the reimbursement rate and the model for reimbursement for childcare is predominantly funded through federal block grants, which actually are in peril right now, and then a reimbursement model is determined by the state that comes to local jurisdictions. So while we, of course, support that, that would have to be direct city subsidy. And of course, we want to tackle that and would love to hear more about anything we can do on an advocacy level. Third, tipped worker, worker wages and tip transparency. We're asking that we evaluate rules that ensure that delivery app tips actually go to workers on top of their base pay. That's about enforcing longstanding labor standards and protecting workers and consumers from opaque practices. And that's been something that we've seen with third-party delivery apps. Fourth, consumer pricing fairness. I think that people have heard recently in the news about surveillance pricing, specifically on platforms like Instacart and others. Additionally, reports that it's happening at and in grocery stores. Digital-only discounts that will leave seniors and lower-income residents paying more for the same goods. Surge pricing, demand pricing, depending on who you are, when you're buying, what the item is. We're asking for transparency and fairness from a consumer protection standpoint. Fifth, something that is already being looked at but is really important here, wage recovery for workers that are detained by ICE. We're not trying to regulate immigration, but what we are saying is that workers are entitled to all the wages that they've earned. And if someone's detained by ICE, there needs to be a proactive on the front end designation of where the worker's last paycheck goes, whether it's to the place that they've been deported to their family members, their bank account, et cetera. That should be designated on the front end so that we can prevent cascading impacts like eviction or food insecurity for the entire family. And then finally, housing stability and anti-displacement. We're directing staff to evaluate tenant opportunity to purchase models. This is something that Santa Monica, quite frankly, is behind on. It's something that's being talked about regionally. Are there opportunities for us to opt into tenant opportunity to purchase models, protections when family members move in for renters, and clear support for tenant organizing so that renters can exercise rights they already have without retaliation? Finally, I would just say that we would welcome study of expansion of the POD program, as was mentioned. If there are opportunities and future money that comes into the program, I know last year we voted to expand it, but if there's an opportunity to look at additional populations, we would expand it to. I just want to, again, reiterate, this motion does not adopt any ordinances tonight. It is asking staff to come back. It does not commit to any funding. We want analysis, guardrails, order of magnitude, and what the best impact for our policymaking and potential dollars could be so that council can decide with the facts in hand how we would scale an affordability agenda here for Santa Monica, because if we're serious about a renaissance, we need a city that people can actually live in. Thanks. Councilmember Negrete.
Okay, so first of all, that is like an amazing dream board of affordability, and I love the idea and the yeah, that's a lot. That was a lot. And so along those lines, what I am concerned about, and I just, don't take this any kind of way, but I remember not that long ago being told that there was a council here that was just continuously putting 16 items and directing staff to do things that would become unfunded mandates. And during a time where we have a realignment plan that we're trying to get off the ground and all these other issues I don't need to mention, it's pretty obvious. It feels a little bit far-reaching and like they're very, they sound really great. I just don't know if they're actually realistic. And some of the reasons are because they're state and federal mandates that I don't even know if we have local jurisdiction to do. I mean, as a small business owner, as a, being born and raised here, I've discussed all the time about, we can build these affordable apartments, but if you put them on top of a business where people can't even afford to get a cup of coffee, what's the point? I just don't know how we monitor the price of food and how we get involved in some of these things. So it feels like some of these fall under federal and state jurisdiction and would require a lot of staff time and resources without a clear path. It feels like these need to be broken up almost. And I would just propose that we have staff return with a threshold and legal and fiscal feasibility in identifying what clearly is within our authority and what's not. And also like impacts to the general fund and whatnot. I also want to say when it comes to childcare, as someone who's had children and been in the position of needing help with both childcare and the things, when you say this basket of like necessities, I just want to be realistic. Like there are programs and you get things regardless of your financial situation when you have a baby. So I don't know if you mean physical items like onesies and diapers and formula, if people use formula, or breastfeeding tools. Those things are widely available. There's something called WIC, Women and Children. There's other programs I myself have participated in when having needed to, that far exceed like having to go through the city to give you something. So I would propose that the idea of childcare and funding something more is actually, like you were saying, that would be federal. Those are harder to get sometimes when you fall outside of a tax bracket. It would actually be more useful and to capture the misty middle of folks that don't qualify for a lot of those programs, but literally you consider whether or not working is even feasible because you may as well just stay home with your baby. Unlike, we are not like Europe where you get a year off to take care of your child. And infant care is extremely expensive if you don't have family members to help. So I would consider something like that if we could, do that. I mean, we've figured out doing rent relief and things like that through the We Are Santa Monica Fund. Those are strategies I can kind of understand. But anyways, I just wanted to say that I want to just make sure that we're not just like saying all these things and then staff's going to go back and then they're going to come back and tell us like, well, here's what we found. And then we're going to be like, oh, that's cool, but we have no money to do it. So I'd really rather just see us come back and see what's legally and fiscally feasible and identifying what's within city authority, anticipating staff and general fund impacts, and whether any further work is warranted before launching ordinances or pilot programs.
That's friendly. I think that's absolutely contemplated within the guardrails here. And I don't know if City Manager Chi wants to talk about the new process for 16 items in the City Manager's office.
Yeah, certainly one of the things we've been trying to do the last several months is there are 16 items developed. Instead of the items being sort of dispersed citywide for departments to coordinate responses, there's a centralized assessment process where the manager's office, working with Heidi, will collect information from departments and try to package the information together. I think certainly the comments, there's a lot in this, but to do some analysis and work, the council's direction tonight is to move forward. We can certainly put some ideas together and do some research, get it all back to council for consideration, move it ahead.
And I would just say that that the Trump administration is currently under a TRO for their federal funding freeze, but a lot of the things that we're talking about right now are like in direct peril from the federal level. Mm-hmm. So deeply concerned about that, and hopefully we can just be as proactive as possible. Sorry, I know it's not my turn. Thank you, Councilor Negrete. I think you also gave additional direction that we look at how we could fund additional subsidies for childcare. And I don't know if what do you guys think about that?
Sorry, I was just sort of saying, I don't understand the baby basket thing. When you say to give new parents what they need, what were you referring to? Like physical items or?
Yeah, so this is modeled after a couple of programs. Finland has a national program that provides, I think, 167 euros worth of physical goods. New York City had a program established under Mayor Adams that's getting expanded under Mayor Mondani that is similar. I don't believe they've formalized the specific dollar amount that it includes. Our federal government under the Biden administration had a care package plan that was piloted. It was in partnership with a nonprofit. So the federal government was providing some dollars towards it. The nonprofit was providing the actual box of goods. That pilot has since been sunset by the Trump administration. So this is a proven way, and in our motion it talks a proven way of like addressing some affordability, particularly for lower income residents if they need it. Having a child is obviously very expensive. Mm-hmm. In our motion, in the 16 item, it talks about, I think it's like 2/3 of parents who received these types of boxes reported significantly less stress for their first like several weeks of bringing home a child. So it's at this point, again, something where we'd like staff to explore in what our ability to provide some sort of program like that specifically for Santa Monica residents, and do we have the capability of using any of our departments to provide such a program?
I just want to say, in doing that, because obviously there's some staff members that are parents, but I don't know that they're going to use their personal experience. I would just say that as a new parent, like regardless of your income structure, I don't know that that a box that is predetermined by whatever we decide should go in there is the best thing you need when you first have a baby. I think at the end of the day, I'd rather see a Gerber, like a check amount to invest in your kid's future or money, because everybody's different. Even if you're low income, you may not want bottles because you're breastfeeding. Like I know for myself, that was like, I did not want to give my kids formula, but some people just want to give formula. So their needs are different. Some people have specific issues around certain type of clothing your babies can wear. I had one kid who couldn't have certain type of clothing because of allergy. I mean, I think I don't know what are in these boxes. And I wonder if the money would be wasteful, because some things might not be used, where I would think a dollar amount, actually, if we're going to find the money to do it, whatever that box equals to, I think giving someone the money so that they can get what they need for that child, to me, would actually be more impactful. Because I hear you, but I will tell you that there's a lot of things that you get when to go home with. And I think to be able to purchase a car seat, that's one of the most expensive things. And you don't get that. So I'm just saying, maybe consider talking to somehow making an assessment from people who've had kids and what the modern needs are of folks that are having kids that fall without the range of just being able to receive items. Maybe talk to the people who they fall right outside of that and they're like, God, I wish I got a car seat. Maybe that's a car seat. I don't know.
Great. I would look forward to staff helping us make those recommendations. Councilmember Zerniskaya.
Thank you. So I absolutely love the spirit and the intent of this item, and just quick thank you to the drafters of this item. I do share some concerns about potentially being overly prescriptive with this. So if it's friendly, I would love to include some direction that if there are other options for getting the desired outcome of having more affordable, healthy, fresh foods, of having better support for childcare resources and early, the early life of a small human, as well as the other items that are on here. I would just love for staff to be able to come back with not only options, but also an analysis of actual need in the city, and include some options for expansions of existing programs, because we do have a good number of existing programs and resources available to folks. Like, for example, in terms of access to financial literacy education, we have Haven Financial Services that does some classes through Virginia Avenue Park. So I think us better having an understanding of what resources we already have and where we can get the most bang for our buck, so to speak, in order to really achieve the outcome and the spirit of and the intention of this motion, if that's okay.
Yeah, Councilman Hall.
Yeah, I think that's largely friendly. I'll just say that what I would not want to see is staff water down any of these recommendations. Like, a lot of these recommendations are coming very specifically from affordability advocates and organizations like Local Progress, and we're taking these examples from other progressive cities that have made meaningful change in their communities using programs like this. So I'm happy to explore other things that might get us to a similar outcome of supporting new parents, or increasing tenant protections and tenant unionization if it's not prescribed specifically in the 16 item. But I don't want to give staff an excuse, forgive me for putting it that way, it's late, to water down any recommendations, if that makes sense.
If I may respond, I hear that and I recognize kind of where you're coming from, and I appreciate like I said, I appreciate the intent, and I appreciate that these suggestions are coming from affordability advocates and folks who understand these policies. But I will note that Santa Monica may have unique and different challenges. So while, yes, it'd be great to see like a Santa Monica grocery store, maybe that's not feasible, and maybe there's a better way that we can accomplish that goal. So I would just want to provide some flexibility, and yes, I'm happy to learn more about options exactly as they are listed here, but also what are alternatives that will get us to the same outcome. Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Zwick. Mayor Pro Tem, I'm so sorry.
Well, I go by either.
Yeah, me too.
So, I won't belabor this. A lot of cool, exciting things here. It's no question that food costs and childcare costs are a big issue for a lot of people right now. So I think the spirit is totally well received. I do share Councilmember Negretti's concern just about, not just about money, but about staff bandwidth. I don't really know how to propose that be circumscribed, but I do want to hope that we are giving our staff enough time to execute on all the core things that we really care about and have already identified as priorities. That's just a general comment that I hope we can, give everyone the grace to also make sure that we're executing on a really high level on all of the core priorities that we identified prior through the realignment and Renaissance and otherwise. There were other things. I'll just, I have to just point out that, like, even in our budget, we proposed limiting trash pickup on weekends in parks, not resodding fields that need to be resodded, in some of our field parks, speaking of grass. And I just want to not lose sight of doing the basics really well. That also really help people and families. On the child care issue, just speaking to specific programs that exist right now that I think have been really impactful. The money that we give both to Growing Place and Connections for Children specifically supports both referrals and subsidies for parents to get childcare. And I just think that's a very impactful program we have. And I just would, again, concur that be a part of it. But, generally, I'm excited to explore these things. I would just say myself, I hope it doesn't take all your time, staff, but, a lot of good ideas in here, and it's exciting.
Yeah, I first want to thank the co-signers of this item for bringing this forward. This really is a reflection, I think, of the values that we as a council have in making sure that we're working to advance the interests of people who are worst off in our society, to make sure that people have a secure home, secure financial situation. I've been pretty selective in terms of the 16 items that I've signed on to over the past year, but this one is important. We've got a federal government that's attacking working class people. It's making life impossible. And so there really is urgency behind these programs. People are losing the most basic safety nets that keep them afloat in society. And so if we're really going to reaffirm our values as a council towards supporting working class people, this is the work we need to be doing. And I hope we can support it. I agree that I think that the intent is that, we're targeting very specific things, but not to get lost in the weeds, that, there is some flexibility here to make sure that we can tweak it as we go along. And, I look forward to working with all of you to make sure that we're really advancing the interests of people who really are, like I said, literally under attack right now.
Yep. And we're probably going to have another shutdown.
Sorry, I had my name in there. I just wanted to say along the lines of what Councilmember Zernitskaya said, that we have programming, and in the name of like not having staff go out. I hear you. Like, these are federal issues, but we also have to be realistic that we jurisdict Santa Monica, and there's only so much we can do, and we don't have money to do some of the most basic things. There are things that would actually fulfill two things. To your point, after-school childcare, the $75 a year playground access, being able to hire back some of those city workers for CREST so that many parents, myself included, I depended upon that during elementary school, having very affordable after-school programs, free, the $75 a year for playground access, childcare. We haven't gotten back that fully staffed, so I would like to, if we're going to prioritize anything, that does two things: gives folks their jobs back, and helps those people's family, and then also helps the working class families that can't afford for expensive after school care. Those are programs I'd like to see. I'd like to explore. This is why I think sometimes talking to the people also that live it instead of just sort of like saying these things is important, because, you know, where Boys and Girls Club can be on campus, and if we can support efforts like that, I mean, those are the things that I think are realistic in terms and would provide jobs and after school care. So anyways, as we're thinking about it, when Councilmember Zernetskaya mentioned that, I am reminded that there are a lot of programs that went away that were specifically designed to help working parents have childcare after school. So I just hope you guys can prioritize maybe some of those things that might be easier to actually fund and turn back on.
Yeah, I think that's a great suggestion. And just to be clear, we did consult with several parents and community organizations and folks who have lived experience in these things. So I think seeing the list exhausted, I'd like to move the item with the added direction that folks have provided tonight.
Second.
Any more comments? Okay. If we're ready to vote, Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zweig?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Zernetskaya?
Yes.
And Mayor Trosas?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. And then final item before we go to closed session. 16 H. Did anyone?
I mean, do I need to introduce it? I'm the only one that's on it. I think everyone has read it. You guys have pulled it, I'm assuming, because you have questions and comment. We've heard from the community. I know that we want to speed up meetings. I understand that. But I do think that when people prepare, they come down here. Speaking of childcare, a lot of people have to get childcare for the whole process of driving down here, parking, however it is they get here, and then they get 60 seconds. You know, I know it sucks to be here late at night, but this is their only opportunity to talk to 7 council members at one time, to address the city attorney, the city manager. And I feel horrible when we have to shut off the mic for people. I feel awful that people didn't get to speak on all the items they wanted to because they couldn't anymore. So if, you know, my goal is to help, you know, we talk a lot about that process and transparency and access and giving people a voice. And I think that it's important that we give people their time. The other portion is the closed session. So over the decades, it's been handled differently. And I would hope that maybe you guys are amenable to, I know maybe starting at 3 o'clock might not work for everyone. Maybe it's at the end of the meeting, or really, I think if we can all figure it out, it might not be every other Tuesday because maybe there's not a lot of closed session items, but if we can have it on a separate day, so that we're not having the community sit here, staff sit here and wait for 2-3 hours, or us going back into closed session at 1 o'clock in the morning. It's obvious why I'm asking to do these things. The other item, alternating meetings. I just want folks to consider that I think for so long we've been saying that having them at night is because people can't get here, making the assumption that everybody works from 8 to 5. I run a retail store and I run a music school. And actually, we have things that go on till 9 o'clock at night. I have a family. I know some of us up here can understand that we miss those moments after you are at work all day and you don't have the evening. There's been many times when we were talking about outdoor dining that restaurants literally had to close to bring their staff here to speak. There's a whole workforce that works after the hours of 5. So if people could find a way when we make this commitment, I know a lot of us during the day, we're doing city work anyways, to have one council meeting a month that's during the day, it might give more people more access to the meeting. And maybe that's the meeting we do the most difficult things because we're all awake and it's during the same day. So those are the three items. It was to create a better atmosphere for the public to engage in our city council meetings.
Councilmember Hall, did you? No. Councilmember Snell?
Okay, I think today's council meeting is a great example. If we had given everyone 2 minutes to speak, as much as I think the public needs to be heard, and we probably would have not even started this discussion for about another hour and a half. I mean, let's just give an honest opinion about it. I mean, we had over 60, 70 speakers today, didn't we?
Yeah.
So if we had given everybody 2 minutes to speak, we probably would still be here at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm exhausted. And, I really thought about, what it would be like if we started our meetings earlier. Well, to be on council requires us to keep our day jobs. I mean, there's just no way around it. I mean, we're not capable, or just the way it's situated, to be able to move away from our day jobs and still be able to maintain our livelihoods.
Unless you're rich or retired.
Right.
What about your night
And
job?
so I'm really trying to figure out how we could do it. I like to hear from our other council members. I could see where we take our closed session to another day, if that's possible, and I don't know how that works with everything. But I don't think that I personally can support having a council meeting during the day as much as I want to hear from the public. And with respect to the 2 minutes, I mean, I want to give our residents as much time to speak as possible. But the reality of it is that this is a perfect agenda to show that we're not going to leave here till maybe 2, 3 o'clock this morning with the closed session that we have to do. And this is usually the case with most of our meetings. So I'd like to hear from the other council members, but I don't see how we could give individuals more than the 2 minute time. And definitely, I don't think I could support going during the day with the kind of work schedule I have.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yeah, I mean, we've had some pretty robust discussions in the past on how to increase public participation, whether it's through more speaking time, opportunities for remote participation, a whole host of things. Cities of our size and sophistication, I think, really struggle with finding the proper policy balance between giving those opportunities for true participation and getting the work done. I mean, when we come to these meetings, usually it's an 8-hour workday. It starts at 5:30 p.m. and we get out of here after our 8 hours. In other cities like Long Beach, they cut off public comment on non-agenda items after, I think it's a half hour.
30 minutes. Our meetings too.
Yeah, Board of Supervisors, City of LA, even on agendized items, they have a cap on the total amount of time. So we're going to have to make some tough policy choices, and I'd be interested in having staff come back with various options for us to consider. Obviously we can't make any changes tonight. This is going to require rules amendments. I think all of us are interested in getting this right, and obviously there are policy trade-offs, and we'll have to consider that carefully. I would just say, as we're considering options both tonight and in the future, we can shorten the agenda. We can move things to other nights. We can give the public more time, less time, whatever. And there is value to going into more depth in these items, but I'm worried that, if we free up agenda time, we're still just going to go to 2 o'clock anyway, because these items are so weighty and it's going to take all the time in the world. So, unless we turn this into a full-time job and we have a charter amendment to do that, I don't know. There are going to be tough trade-offs on all sides, and I'd like to have some options as to what we can do when this comes back for rule changes.
Councilor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Negrete, for bringing this. I think there's some potentially good ideas in there that I think council's, what I'm hearing, is willing to explore. You know, when thinking about how our meetings are scheduled and run, we're like constantly navigating between various tensions, right? Accessibility and public input, the opportunity for working people to come and participate and give public comment, the opportunity for working people who are not their own bosses or self-employed to serve as council members in this form of government, with council manager form of government. You know, where we have these part-time council members, if we were to have day meetings, I think we'd never have teachers or city employees of other cities, or basically anyone who has a job in daytime hours of requirements to be at their work. And so we'd end up with a council that is either fully self-employed, their own business owners, or retired. And I don't think that's particularly representative of our community, although those are obviously important voices to have up here. I also think we're navigating between doing the people's business at a reasonable hour and not at 1:30 a.m. in the morning. You know, tonight, for example, we discussed financing one of the most significant reparations programs in the country at 1 a.m. in the morning. And that's simply just quite absurd. Other nights we've had dozens of public commenters lasting hours. I remember one meeting where the general public input item number 1 was flooded by comments from the Great Park Coalition and Unite Here Local 11 on 2 policy issues that we were not discussing that night. And we sat here for hours listening to those comments, and we weren't even discussing those concepts that night. You know, I'd happily support daytime meetings and longer public comment if we had a full-time council where this was our only job. But we can't do that on $19,000 a year. And if the community wants us to have daytime meetings, I will happily sponsor a full-time council charter amendment, but I don't think it would be financially responsible at this point for paying 7 council members what would need to be a 6-figure plus salary to reasonably live in this community. So what I'm hearing tonight, and I'm gonna try an alternative motion than what's explicitly in your 16 item, because I can't support the 16 item for those reasons, would be to ask staff to, and so this is my motion, have staff bring back the following changes, again, all of which would be further agendized and have opportunity for public comment and debate at future meetings. The following ideas. 1, for long agendas like tonight, schedule catch-up closed session special meetings on alternate Tuesdays. Move general public comment, which is currently item number 1, to the end of meetings so that we can hear comment on the business ahead of council in a timely manner. I'd also direct that we change public speaker time when we automatically shorten it due to the number of requested speakers. When we proposed that rule, it translated to 1 minute per speaker per session or per section of the agenda. And I think if I remember our original intent, and I could be incorrect, but I think our original intent was to do 1 minute per item per speaker. So with the limitations that we had previously had and in the total amount of time. So I'd like to explore bringing that back, but still having the threshold where if we exceed it, it automatically shortens to 1 minute. And then finally, you know, this is probably going to be quite controversial, but I'd also request that we explore options to increase collaboration amongst council members and the community to ensure that we're bringing items that aren't going to fall flat and spend a lot of time debating before issues are really ripe for discussion. For example, some jurisdictions require multiple council members or legislators to bring items for discussion. Some jurisdictions allow for organizations and private citizens to co-sponsor their equivalent of 16 items or state laws. You know, if I think about one of our most controversial 16 items that came before us last year, endorsement of SB 79, forgive me, Mayor Pro Tem Zwick, but, you know, you brought that request alone before ensuring at least one other council member was on board with it. And we spent a lot of time that meeting debating it and ended up tabling the item. So, you know, I'd be interested in at least exploring the idea of ensuring that multiple council members are interested in a policy item. Sorry, that was long-winded, and maybe
There's
detailed.
a substitute motion to schedule catch-up closed sessions on alternate Tuesdays, general public comment at the end, potentially. This is all exploration. 1 minute per item per speaker with our previous limitations on total time when there's over 25 speakers or something like that. Options to increase collaboration between council members and the community. And we will defer to staff on how to effectuate that.
Mayor, I have a question for your substitute motion and a comment. I just want to reiterate, you were describing the current workforce. Many people have the luxury of working from home with companies that allow them to have flexible work times. And I know many people said I'm ready on day one when I take this role, regardless of what their current position was. So I would imagine in some people's situations, you could say, I'm a council member and I might have to work an evening from home and I'm going to have to attend this meeting. I just don't want to rule out, you said teachers and things like that. Well, there's professors who teach at SMC at night. There's waiters and waitresses and workforce that works at night. So I don't think we should discount that. It also excludes people who have families who are tomorrow night, the public may not realize we're going to be here. And we could probably be hearing some of these closed session items tomorrow night while we're already going to be here. So I also just didn't hear the portion about closed session. I mean, I think removing closed session from the middle of the meeting is a big deal. I didn't hear you say anything about that.
Yeah, that was contemplated in the first part about scheduling catch-up closed session meetings, like special meetings on alternate Tuesdays.
But just the catch-up portion? Or you mean
I guess catch-up is a weird way to phrase it. Just like if we have extended closed sessions, let's move some of that to alternate Tuesdays.
Right, but you want to leave it in the middle of the meeting.
No, I'm saying having special agendized, like special meetings that is only closed session on like alternate Tuesdays.
Well, that's what I proposed. So you're supporting that piece.
Right, but I'm saying I can't support your entire 16 item because of the 10.
Right, but you support that part of the moving the closed session to an alternate Tuesday. It may not be every other Tuesday.
But exploring the opportunity to spread out closed session into other parts of the meeting or to other Tuesdays.
That's not really clear, but okay. We're in an exploratory mode. The other thing I wanted to just point out is that before, when we had all the minutes and people would come in, I used to go out and ask, if you're all coming and speaking on the same item. Now, we all know that everybody's written something and it doesn't matter. They want to read what they wrote. And even though it's repetitive, I don't know if there's a way or how it can work, but it would be nice the same way we give a representative of a board or commission a set amount of time. If organized folks are here, there's a way to sign up differently where, hey, I'm speaking for 25 people, but I get a little bit extra time. I don't know if that's feasible. To make an actual process for that, as opposed to just asking and hoping that people will do that. I don't know if you guys are amenable to that, but that seems kind of what happens. Like organized groups come and it's up to us to ask them like, hey, we have a lot of speakers tonight. I used to do that in the past. I don't know if there's a way to add a process where we can say the Great Park Coalition's here. We know there's 40 people here to speak. Is there any way you'd be willing to have one representative have 6 minutes or something like that? Or whatever we give to boards and commissions.
I'm gonna second Councilmember Hall's motion. I don't think we have to decide on that tonight, but we can.
Right, think about that. No.
Okay, Councilmember Zernitskaya, did you have a question?
If it's friendly to the maker and the seconder, I don't think it's technically a substitute motion because I don't think there was an original motion on the floor. Sorry, just for process. I really appreciate the intent of this item and trying to have more public participation, trying to be more respectful of the public's time, of staff's time, of our time, and to try to do the public's business at a reasonable hour. I agree with many of the comments that have already been noted. I'd also ask if it's friendly, if we could ask staff to explore other ways to give the public more opportunities for public input, potentially outside of specific council meetings. So if we could maybe have like a quarterly town hall or something where we don't talk, we just listen, and have it on maybe not a weekday night, maybe a weekend. Because I remember we had our budget session last year on, I think, a Saturday at the library, and that was helpful. So if that's friendly, that would be wonderful. I believe the prior council had moved the non-agendized public comment from the very end of the meeting to the beginning of the meeting to give the public more more access to being able to share their thoughts, because I don't know how many folks would still be here other than the 3 people we have in the audience right now at 1:41 a.m. So, you know, I would just support exploring other options without being, again, overly prescriptive. And I appreciate the suggestions and the comments. And I'm okay with considering moving at least some of the closed session to first and third Tuesdays.
Wouldn't you argue that that's encompassed in the options to increase collaboration between council members and the community?
Yeah, I think like the first concept you mentioned around potential other ways to do item 1, like a town hall, I would love to explore that. I think that makes sense. I'm not amenable to the second direction around public item number 1. I think it's important to do the public's business, the stuff that's agendized at a timely hour. And I think the meetings where we have, 50 plus people talking about something that is not on the agenda really sets us back and forces us to do really consequential items late at night.
Okay, Councilmember Zwick is next. Did you?
Just a second on the motion. I just want to agree with that. I'll just point out that the one time that Chad from Chad Goes Deep came, it was when public comment was at the end of the meeting.
Chad.
Yeah, the 2 guys that go around to all the city council meetings.
Councilmember Zwick. Mayor Pro Tem Zwick.
Yeah, I mean, look, everyone has a distinct circumstance here. I mean, I have a family, and I personally wouldn't love to do 2 more meetings a month because that's 2 less nights with my family. I'd prefer to be up now when they're all sleeping. So, you know, I think it really depends. And yes, people have a lot of different alternative schedules. I would wager the majority of people are forced by a boss to be at work sometime between 9 and 5, but I don't know the details of how that breaks down. General public comment, yeah, I think, frankly, it often takes an hour at the beginning of our meeting, and I do not think it is the best way, as Councilmember Hall indicated, to make sure that people who are here to talk on items that are actually before us their time is respected. So I don't think that is the most edifying part of our meetings, and it often can take easily an hour at the beginning of each one. So I support the idea of moving it to the end.
Is that what you're asking?
State, there's so many different varieties. I think it was mentioned. I mean, in the state, essentially you have people who testify, who are experts, and then you have a bunch of people that come up and say whether they support or don't support something, and they just say their name. So there's like a million versions here, and I don't, while I want to hear from the public in every way possible, I think it's a bit of a fallacy to say that, like, if we give someone an extra minute, suddenly, like, we'll understand so much better what the community as a whole thinks. I think there's a lot of different ways that we can hear from people, and I'm open to creative options. But as people have said, there's trade-offs between getting the business done at a reasonable hour and letting someone speak at this time. And I do agree with Councilmember Zernitsky and others that we all can try to make time to be available to the public, and perhaps as a group or definitely alone, according to our abilities and desires. And I think we should be creative about how to do that. But the most important thing is to let people be able to be here and comment and participate in items that we're actually deciding tonight. So I'll support the item as it was moved.
Okay, Councilmember Negrete.
I don't want to belabor too much, but I just want to point out that, certain people are adamant about, access, and we got to allow people to call in, and that whole process takes longer. And I also hope that we can look into real-time translating for folks. I mean, these are all things that could cut down, and if we're in this discussion around minutes and stuff, I just want to say that if it's giving people back their minutes around agendized items and instead limiting the general public input to a minute or something, that is okay. I just think when people want to discuss about an item that's on the agenda and they only get 60 seconds, I just don't think that that's right. But to the point, it's late. And yes, even if we did, we might be actually ending the meeting. I'm a little confused as to now how this item I brought forward has now been chopped up, and I don't know what the whole proposition is now. So I know you are for moving public comment, general public comment at the end of the meeting. can you just restate everything that you're wanting to look into?
Yeah, I'll restate the motion. So for agendas like tonight, schedule alternative closed session special meetings on alternate Tuesdays. Move general public comment, which is currently item number 1, to the end of the meeting. Change the public speaker time. So instead of 1 minute per speaker per section in the agenda, it would go to what I believe was our initial intent, which is 1 minute per agenda item per speaker. And then within the previous rules of like how many total minutes you could get. So if we have 10 items, you don't get 10, or 10 agenda items, you don't get 10 minutes. I think there was like at some point there was a cap of how many minutes, 6 minutes, I think. And then exploring options to increase collaboration amongst council members in the community when it comes to 16 items.
Yeah, I just want to comment that some people had asked me, can you put residents first? And you're not allowed to do that. And if you don't mind stating, like, folks were saying that, like, could we prioritize residents so that they get and unfortunately that you can't do that. You also can't force people to state whether or not they live here or work here. So I just want to make that clear for folks that were asking me about that.
Great, let's take, go ahead.
I just one clarification, and I'm going to support the motion, but I think when staff comes back and gives us examples of other cities, I would like for them, even though I know we would have to make it a charter amendment, I would like for them to let us know what their council members are receiving as compensation for meetings that are done by the day and those kind of things. So I would want that to be included. I'm not putting that as a motion with respect to ours, because I know that would be a charter amendment, but I would like that information.
Great, let's take a vote.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify. Within the motion that you made, can you please confirm whether the suggestion that I made about looking at alternative ways for methods of public comment, like town halls and the like, would be included within that?
Confirmed.
Thank you.
Councilmember Negrete, you're in the queue.
Oh, take me out.
Okay, let's vote.
And that was that seconded by Councilmember Raskin?
Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snow?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
And Mayor Trosas?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great, thank you. And we will now go to closed session. What are we hearing in closed session? What? Oh, we do have an adjournment. I'm so sorry. Before we adjourn to closed session.
So we may have a report out, so we will report out what items were heard at the conclusion of closed session.
Okay. No, do it now. I'm not heading back.
As we adjourn tonight's meeting, we pause to honor the life of Alex Jeffrey Preddy, a 37-year-old intensive care nurse, community member, and devoted caregiver who was killed by federal agents on January 24th, 2026 in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Alex was born in Green Bay, Wisconsin, and pursued his passion for helping others, earning a degree and eventually becoming a registered nurse who cared for some of the most vulnerable American veterans at the Minneapolis Veterans Affairs healthcare system. Colleagues and family members remember him as a kind-hearted, generous, and dedicated to making a positive difference in the lives of his patients and community. On January 24th, during yet another federal immigration enforcement operation in downtown Minneapolis, Alex was shot and killed by federal officers after helping another bystander who had been knocked down by those same federal officers. It has been reported that his last words were, "Are you okay?" The circumstances of his death have prompted serious questions and calls for transparency and accountability from community members, public officials, and loved ones, and remain under investigation. Those who knew Alex describe a man whose caring nature and commitment to service defined his life. Today, we adjourn with heavy hearts, mindful of the loss of a caregiver and community member whose life was dedicated to helping others. We remember Alex Jeffrey Preddy for his compassion, service, and humanity, and extend our deepest condolences to his family, friends, colleagues, and a grieving Minneapolis community.
Thank you. May his memory be a blessing. now, do we want to hear about what we're hearing in closed session?
People are texting, they can't hear us. We might want to talk
I think we already announced it, right, before.
Okay.
Right. So we will report out what was heard in closed session at the conclusion of closed session.
Thank you.
Will you return to chambers? Okay.
No, I was just messing around. Just kidding. I was going to sing a song, but we got to go live still.
Okay. Okay, ready, Madam Clerk? Okay. Yes. So for the second portion of the closed session this evening, items, one case under item 5C and item 5D were heard. One reportable action taken with respect to item 5D. The council approved filing an amicus brief in the matter of Harris et al. v. City of Los Angeles, currently being heard before the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, challenging long-standing provisions of LA's rent control law, which are standard features of most rent control laws that limit annual rent increase, require payment of relocation fees for no-fault evictions, and require written disclosures of tenant rights. The lawsuit asserts that each of these provisions are unconstitutional. The amicus brief was filed on January 27, 2026. The approval to file the amicus brief was approved by a vote of 6-0 with one recusal by Mayor Pro Tem Zwick.
If that's the last item, then we're officially adjourned to 2:34 a.m. Thank you.
All righty.
What a fun night, don't you say? Let's rap a song because we can't.